That's what you're supposed to be doing. But I can't sit on that fucking couch because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, kid? How you can't sit on the couch? Yeah, it's getting ready. Yeah, go time. Yeah, but that's why you're doing what you do. I mean, you have to be a little scared of what you do. You have to be. Yeah, like Monday I'm going yoga. Yeah, I'm freaking out, which I always do because it's hard. Yeah, it is. I got in shape. I got did a lot of cardio, a lot of leg workouts. You know, about 10 of those pounds. I shot 3 hours of arrows today. 3 fucking hours. 3 hours of pulling back an 80-pound bar. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I work hard, but it's because when it's there, you want to be prepared. Yeah, leading up to it, I get fucking super serious. I get really where it's with me all day long. It's with me all day long. With me, I'm putting on my underwear. With me, I'm sitting in the cold plunge. I'm thinking about the mountains. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, and that's why I do it because I love it. But it's also because it's a hard thing to do. And when you're getting ready to do a roll, it's like a fucking intense roll. The nerves are a good thing, right? Yeah, that really keeps you honest. Feeling you can't eat. That's your friend. Yeah, my girlfriend. Yeah, you barely listen to me. Yep. And greasiness. But if they want to talk about Taylor Swift's engagement, right? I can't. You're an asshole, right? What did you say? You're not listening. I was listening. I just spaced out for a second. I'm sorry. You go back to being spaced out. I'll just literally be like, I'm going on a bike ride. And I'm gone for 2-3 hours. And then I'll run and shit my head. It's so true. But it's the same. I equate it to when we're rolling. It's like you ain't hiding no more, kids. You're fucking you're in it. It's the same thing. You get exposed to that out. It's like, this is your fucking moment.
Yo, what up?
See if you did the work.
How are you, Screw?
I think everyone needs something like that, but it scares people, so they shy away from it. Yeah, they look towards something that's guaranteed. You get a guaranteed paycheck. It's easy. It's simple, but that's your enemy. Yeah, that's how your life becomes this just dull shade of gray. I know. Yeah, not good. You're very fortunate. You've been able to do what you love, and that what you love is, it's very exciting. And it's very exciting to other people. It's very rewarding. Yeah, I fucking love doing American Pride people. That was my gladiator. That was intense. That one scene where you're getting changed, and you see all the fucking cuts all over your body. Yeah, that scene. I lost a bunch of weight for it, and then Howard Berger did my makeup for that. It's fucking incredible. And that scene, man, that scene meant a lot because it's everything. You saw that guy is raw, naked, with his Shoshone mother, starving, covered in scars, and then goes into that TV with the chief, the mother of his wife that he lost. And I wrote that scene. And so P9 came up with its own nickname, and then I broke my foot and got a fucking bone cut out of it on that show. And the scene where why they cut a bone out? So there's a scene where I go down to get horses, and I kill 5 or 6 guys in this skinning camp. I think it's episode 2. And Betty Gilpin is amazing. Comes down and she's like, didn't trust me, and she comes down. I have to kill these guys. During that sequence, I broke my foot. We call cut. I go to Dash and all this stuff over there, and I'm like, oh, it's broken. And he's like, I've worked in 15 years. And he's like, don't fuck with me. And I'm like, no, Dash is broken. I got this shitty pain in my foot. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, yeah. So finish the scene, and they spray fucking biofreeze on my foot. And I'm like, guys, it's broken. I'm fucked. And so I go to Bozeman, and he's like, it's this small bone right on the side of your foot, right there. It goes up and down right here next to your toe, connecting my big toe. It's on the side bone of my big toe. And so he's like, oh, you can wear a boot. It's a small bone, so you won't need to it'll heal itself. So I go back and I'm in a booth doing this fucking show, and I got a 6'6" Wrangler. So when I get off that horse, 90% of the time, I think his name is EJ. Great dude, big cowboy. And he's below me off camera, taking my weight because I can't step off the horse because I'm in a fucking booth. Medical. Yeah. And then 6 weeks goes by, or a month, and I go back to Bozeman and take my boot off. And he does one last x-ray. He's like, you need to be in surgery today. Oh, okay, that's what I said. That's a shitty call in Netflix and Pete. And so I got surgery, and then right before surgery, he's like, we can pin it, but you're going to be super active, and it may not take, or I can cut it out and put bone wax on it. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. That's bone wax. So you just said cut it? Yeah, because you wanted to go into work. Yeah. So they cut a chunk of bone off. Yeah. What is bone? Well, I think it just is a protective coating of. Look at this. Commonly supplied sterile sticks usually require softening before it can be applied. Generally made up of beeswax. Softening agent uses paraffin or petroleum jelly that's smeared across the bleeding edge of the bone, blocking the holes and causing immediate bone hemostasis. Still don't know what it means. Oh, this is a tamponade effect. Closure of blockage, as if by a tampon, especially if it's not bleeding. You have a tampon on your foot, bro. Wow, that's crazy. So does your foot fuck with you now? Yeah. It's on fly fishing or on uneven ground. Or if I'm doing, if I'm tracking or doing some side healing, which I fucking hate. Right. Side hill, hiking, hard. I have a terrible knee as well. That's where it bites. Yeah. And then, so I dealt with that. I had to be on the couch for 6 weeks, but my first day back was those two scenes. And I can't call Pete. I'm like, hey, I wrote this scene. Because that scene was exposition with my mom. At first, we were talking about red feather and stuff. And I'm like, this is my first day back after losing that I haven't seen her since I lost her daughter and her grandson. So this guy can't get through anything. So that was the crutch, and thank you for noticing. That's the crutch of that whole art to that guy. Yeah, that was intense scene because it was so realistic. Yeah, like that's what it would look like. But yeah, I hate when you see someone saying and living an easy life. Yeah, they take their shirt off. It's supposed to be like in some rugged outdoor environment. They just look so active. Yeah. Already stacked, already incredible. Like in a gym. Yeah, eating creatine. No, you look like a hard man. Like a hard man who's been through some fucking hand-to-hand combat. You look very realistic. Yeah. You had to starve yourself for that? Yeah. How much did you have to lose? Just to get, I had time, which was great. I lost 30 for that. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. But I had done it. I did this one film called The Bang Bang Club. Here, I was just living off Lamar here.
Look at that and I'm shaking shit down so I can turn around and make it. Break it down and I'm shaking it down and make sense of time. I'm supposed to fuck. Friction killed my total in my bed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem God Torah in my bed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem God Torah in my bed.
And I play this drug addicted true story about these war photographers right before during the apartheid, right before the first free election, Mandela's election. Kevin Carter is his name, won a Pulitzer for this epic shot that he took. Got a lot of flack for it, ended up taking his own life. But that, I had 30 days to prep, and I lost 35 in 30 days. And I remember going just over I-35 here to this dock. My heart rate was fucking low 20s. Because all I was doing was running, coffee, and I would, the broth can be super salty, sodium heavy. So I'd filter that, and then just have broth and broccoli for dinner. God, you're starving. Yeah, it was bad. And I got a thyroid problem from that. And that doc was like, hey, you're gonna fail this physical, just so you know. I'm like, what do I gotta do? I have to go next week. And he's like, do some push-ups. So I did push-ups and got my heart rate. He's like, okay. That's cool. Yeah. That's what I was hurt. I'm kind of done. Yeah. Yeah. And then I was hurt, and they would shoot me out on Bang Bang Club, like just shoot your coverage and go back to bed. And then I ended up getting a nutritionist there, and she helped me a little bit. where I think I fucked my body in that one. And then Crash again, lost weight for that. That was great. No legs. That fucking whole Crash story is so crazy. I know. What is it like doing that movie? Because it's another real life. Yeah. That was, I was just prepping right there too. That was almost too long a prep. Here's me saying I love prep, but I had 6 months to get into that headspace, and it just, last month I tried to pull out of the show. Yeah, because I was just, you're holding all this energy, and I lost the weight, learning to play guitar and sing, which was fucking comedy. I'm fucking terrible. He was terrible too, though. Yeah, that literally helped me. I was listening to Dave, and I was like, wow, I suck. Shit. I have no idea how he got people to follow him with that fucking terrible singing. Yeah, I was not calling. I gotta yell. Listen, you gotta reevaluate. This guy is not Christ. He is not the leader. He's actually kind of fucking terrible. He really sucks. His fucking music sucks. It's just, what is it like getting in the headspace of someone who's that great too, and who has that kind of like sick control over people? Why? Figure out why. Figure it out. I think so. Yeah. Go to his childhood, which was fucking terrible. Like, you know, part of a cult leader. He's awesome. He had 2 great healthy parents. They're giving you hugs and siblings. And he decided to be a cult leader now. Yeah. He memorized the Bible by 15, which is fucking, that says enough right there. But he was like tied to a radiator on his birthday, which was like abused pretty hard. How was Bob's car? Oh my God. I tried buying his shirt on his car. He had a 1968 Camaro, and a buddy of mine texted me saying, yo, David Crash's car for sale. He knows I'm a car head. Or he knows cars, especially old muscle cars. Yeah, I got a bunch of them. I have a 69 Camaro. And I was thinking about, at the time I didn't have any Camaros, but I was thinking about getting like 68 or 69 or 67. Like 69 is the one. But then I found out it was Crash's car. I was like, oh, that'd be wild to drive to the comedy store and David Koresh's Mustang, Texas, or Steve Koresh's Camaro, rather. But then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I don't want. And yeah, I don't want Mojo. I don't want to hold his steering wheel. I don't want to sit in the seat. I don't want. Also, what a piece of shit. That guy's a preacher. He's driving around the muscle car, like, for sure, right there in that terrible sense. That's a muscle car. Ego. He's a lot of ego. I mean, not that you can't enjoy one. I love them. I think they're one of the greatest accomplishments of American engineering in terms of like a piece of functional artwork. Yeah, American cars. I don't love them. I'm that way with motorcycles too. And I got to set. We shot actually in Waco wanted nothing to do with us. So rightfully so. So we shot that in Santa Fe. I'd like to change that. And Waco's a great town. Yeah, it's great. Like enormous. Yeah. But his motorcycle came for sale, and obviously they knew we were making it. Like, kick tires on it, and they wanted to just. It was probably worth $2,000. They wanted 15 or something. It's just like, honestly, like you just said, what am I gonna do with this motor? Yeah, I thought it was silly at first, and then after a while, before we opened up the comedy mothership in town, I was under contract for this place called One World Theater that was also here. Yeah, no way. Yeah, the One World Theater, you know where it is? It's on PK. Well, this is what's the story. Ron White performed there once because they have concerts there. And Ron White did stand up, and we were talking about opening up a club. He said, guy was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. That was a yoga instructor. Oh my god, check it out. Hollywood. Yep. So he was a yoga instructor in Hollywood, and then the cult in Waco gets taken down. And then he is on the run now because now the Cult Awareness Network starts going after all these cults after Waco. They're like, hey, people's children are getting kidnapped essentially by these fucking maniacs, and winds up being like Waco. We gotta stop these cults. And so he moves to Austin, changes his name, and has this is the 90s, you can get away with changing your name. Yeah. Nobody, no internet. So this guy.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. I hope that you have a wonderful day today.
For real, you too.
Thank you. See you tonight, God willing.
I'm going to see you tonight, guys. Willing. Tell Brandon I said hello, okay?
I'll do my best to.
Being in that building, knowing what happened, like I can't. Different energies. 200 people wasted their life with this asshole for 20 fucking years. And there's a bunch of them crying at the end of the documentary. Like, I lost my life. My life is meaningless now. I thought I was going to be with them forever, and I'm a dog walker. I'm like, oh, I can't carry that in this club. I can't feel it. I'd have to tear the building down. I just want to be silly. Building built by a cult. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Take it. But the reality is, every cult winds up being the same thing. The guy wants all the money and he wants to fuck everybody. And so almost every one of them has the same profile and fear-based. Always fear-based. Always everybody else is the enemy. I'm the solution. The nutty thing about this guy, though, is that he would do this thing to these people called the knowing, and you had to earn it. And when you earned it, it was this very special, ceremonious moment, and he would put his hands on their head, and he would do something to them, and these people would feel God. They would experience God. And I know that it has to be some sort of placebo effect or psychosomatic, something where your brain triggers this energy. But all these people that go, I wish my all talked about that moment like it was the greatest moment of their life still. They're like, I gained the connection to God and to the universe that to this day was the most profound and loving moment of my life. It's like, the guy was a total piece of shit. Scammer, con man, liar, everything was wrong. Yet he was still capable of doing that thing to them. So like for years, I had them thinking about the moment that it was going to come one day, and then taken away from them, and then one person would get it, and they would all sit around and watch. They're like, when am I going to get it? But when they got it, they would all be like, because we know that the brain produces psychedelic chemicals, and I guess you can trick it, which is, I think, what a near-death experience is. I think with near-death experience, your body's like, it's over, flood the gates, and then, it pulls through, and then you go down the tunnel, and light, and all the jazz, and you meet dead people. I think this is possible with everybody. You just have to achieve the right state of mind. I know people who do yoga, people that are like heavy into it, completely trip balls. Really. I had a buddy of mine who had done DMT. Oh, yeah. And then he really done DMT a couple times, so he knew what the experience was. And then he really got into Kundalini yoga. And he was doing it for like 6 months. And then, what is Kundalini? It's a very specific kind of yoga that involves like deep breath work, and there's a lot of like head bombing. It's very strange, but you achieve the DMT-like state. It's like you achieve a full-on psychedelic experience. But I've always thought about what trying and practicing it. Like, not every time. It's one of those things that I'm too busy. I can't think about some new thing to be obsessed with. But my point is that there is some little trigger in your brain that you can trick your brain into snapping over to on. I believe that. This fucking cult guy did it to those people. like, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me for fucking me for like 10 years. And they're all like, I thought it was only me. Yeah. And then it became crazy where everybody had a story. Everybody had a story. You charge them money for these experiences. And they fucking, of course. Jeez, it's hilarious. But terrible. Yeah. And so I didn't want that whole thing. So like I didn't want that shit to go on. Let me look at that contract again. No. So when you were getting close and you wanted to pull out, was it just the heaviness? Yeah. Around this guy's weight? Yeah. Yeah. And then I called my manager, Steph, and she's like, give it a day. And then the Dowdle brothers, who directed, terrific guys. And I called John, and I think one thing that set me free probably on month 3, because I was really stuck on everything you just said, like, why am I playing some guy that's pretty fucking reprehensible in like, a lot of ways. But I was person, real damage to me. But I was judging him, and that was like really a big block for me because I couldn't understand it. And so once I started to not cast judgment or my own judgment on him and just trying to understand it through him, then I was like, okay, I'm going to fly now. I'm like, this is his childhood. This is why he's doing this. And so it's your guys' job. You can judge away and do all this, but for me to play this guy, I can't bring that to him. Yeah. So that helped me. Yeah. You got to do it and try and root that. Got done with the role. Was it like a thing you got cast off yourself? Like Bang Bang Club funded me. I was hurting pretty bad after I didn't know my process very well. And, Kevin Carter was just really, really troubled. And I think it was anthrax, which is an animal tranquilizer that he would take. Yeah. And he would have night terrors and all this. There's photos of him, like, they called it the Bang Bang because they had these police scanners. And once they would, this early 90s in South Africa, and once they heard it on the scanner, it's like the Bang Bang. And they would be there a lot of times before the cops, like some kind of civil rights or civil fight would happen. And they would hear it on the scanner and they'd go. He's continuing that kind of shit. They'd get there before the cops a lot of times in the military. And they'd be in the middle of the shooting photographs. And you see kids in cab that are just like one shot high, hiding behind like a fucking barrel in the middle of this gunfight. Like they would get really into it, and then he was a guy that just kind of took everything hard. Just you would see some fucking shit, and he would take it, wear it, and it just hammered. And so he would take these drugs and just sleep, get through it. But yeah, that was really tough coming out of him just because I didn't know myself enough, process, be able to really kind of separate. Yeah. And then the weight and all that. And then with Dave, I was so ready to gain the weight back and just wipe my hands with it. I always go on a motorcycle trip after, and that sets me free. It helps me a lot. I'll write letters and just burn them. That helps a lot. They say when you're like, if I get therapy or something, or it's like write a letter and literally watch it. That is something like that. So a mind trick, I'm sure, just like if there's trauma or something, figure out a way to let it go. Yeah. Ceremony, purging, exactly. Yeah. So that was Bang Bang was harder, correct? Yeah. On me, because he would like not, he hadn't been used to carrying around someone else's stuff. Exactly. And that was the first time I started having really bad nightmares in South Africa. And that started fucking with me a lot. And then I was really happy until the end of the 4-week show. Did you try that tranquilizer? No, it's like, no. I've only smoked weed 3 times in my life. Nothing else? Little booze, yeah. First time, but just weed. Yeah. Savages. With Oliver Stone. So, it goes hard. He does. I'm surprised he still smokes weed. Oh my God. time, he gave me some of his medicinal, and I went with a buddy who smokes weed all the time, and I stayed at the Shangri-La in Santa Monica while we were filming, and my buddy brought over a water bomb. That's not how you do it. If you get to the first time, this is what I tell you to do. Just go like this. That's it. That's it. Just a little hit. You gotta dip your toes in there. Oh, interesting. That's what quaaludes are. Wow. What does it say? It's doing to your brain. Yeah. There you go. How do you say the word?
Yo, how are you? What's good, Franz Winkle? Can you hear me? Yo, Franz, how are you? Can you hear me? Franz, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Franz. Yo, dog. Franz, can you hear me? Do you speak English? Franz, how are you? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Come on back, big dog. Yo, what up, Franz? Franz, can you hear me? Franz, are you living, pimp? Franz, can you hear me? Big dog. Franz Winkle. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Did you find out about me from X, Twitter? Franz, how you living, baby? What's good, son? I hope you have a good day. Did you see Tyreek Hill play on Thursday Night Football? He did well. He had a touchdown. Yeah, he didn't give a shit about you, I'm sure.
Grams of methadone and 20 milligrams of diphenhydramine. Commercial production was discontinued in many countries during the 1980s due to widespread misuse, addiction, and associated public health concerns. Yeah, you know when a popular drug gets old. It's pretty bad. Yeah. So just because that was the first time you'd ever tried carrying around someone's thoughts, that was because he was so fucked up. Yeah. And I was that actor where it was like, I gotta be in trauma too. Right. Definitely real. Yeah, but it comes out. That's the fucking it comes out of the role. It seems real. Like as nutty as Daniel Day-Lewis's process is, when that motherfucker is that guy, there will be blood. You believe it. I treat you and shake. He's fucking there, man. He's dialed in. He's the best. But it's just that process. It's got to be fucking soul crushing. Yeah. Because you lose you. They lose you. And now you're some fucked up person like David Koresh. You had nightmares. Living in a fucking mini hotel room in South Africa. Like, lonely as fuck. Yeah, it's no joke. That was no joke. But I've run my process a lot more. I have to refine it on your own. Did you get help? Yeah, it was Waco that really kind of set me straight in my process. Really helped me figure out, like, my me. Because it's all self-explanatory shit as well. It's acting. And then you're just way more conscious of it. Of like, okay, like even with relationships, of like, okay, I can get quite short. I can be a true detective. I was oddly an asshole through the whole thing. And I had my best friend of 30 years with me, helping me on that. And I was drinking like
2008.
That's not me. I don't drink much.
And
But I was just a
that's
fucking
2007.
mess. My buddy was
Son of a bitch.
played in the NHL, AHL, was a fighter. Like he fucking murdered me. You're shitting to them. Really shit. And I would that's booze, bro. I know. It is the worst. I know, man. It's the worst for that. People get themselves in a situation that they really should not be in. And I would go, man, and we'd go to this shit bar. It's called Sports Harbor. I don't even know if it's open anymore. But I would fuck around. And I didn't have to find out. But I definitely was getting that really as conscious of it. He would have to have a moment. Like, hey, you said this last night. Do you think you was feeling because you tried to play detective? Detectives are all fucked up in the closet. Yes. So you think that's what it was? Like, yeah, I do. Yeah, because after I shed it, or after it wrapped, I was with my sis right after, but I was fine. I didn't touch anything. But during, I was no bueno. Even getting ready for this, I play this director of corrections in Texas. It's a true story about the longest hostage situation in the U.S. in a prison. It's an 11-day hostage negotiation. And Freddie Carrasco is going to be played by Diego Luna. I can't wait to see what he fucking does with this. But I play the director of corrections, so we're negotiating for 11 days. And he's got to be quite hard on the guys in his program. And he kind of comes in and he takes over the negotiation. And he's never done a negotiation before. So he makes a mistake here or there, and he fucking pays the piper psychologically for it. Because it doesn't end great. And so I'm starting to get into that mindset. And I'm with a buddy or something like that, I can be quite sure. You start to see it filtering in. I'm like, okay, Jim is settling in me. Like I can start to feel it a little bit more. I get a little more reactionary. Yeah, that's so creepy. It's like you're getting haunted. You're kind of getting haunted by your characters. But that's why you're so good. I think there's something to that, man, because you're fucking believable. You know, like I've seen him in a bunch of movies, but it doesn't matter. Whatever the fuck you're doing, I believe. Even though I know, well, that's Dale Kitchen. Yeah, I've seen him all the time. Yeah. I've seen him in that. When you're in that, the same as the Daniel Day-Lewis thing, he's that guy. He's that fucking guy. And even though you know who he is, that's how good he is, that he's still that guy, even though you know who the fuck that is. It's like the trick works. That fucking monologue Daniel Day has. He's like, very pictures where he goes, all fucking time. He is the best. Such a complicated character. I know. There's so much to it. He's got something coming out soon too. His son, I think, directed, which is gonna be a fucking banger. I think he plays a soldier that comes back. Oh, I saw a trailer. Yeah, that's right. I saw a trailer recently. Yeah. That fucking thing of carrying a guy around like that, whether it's the detective or the crash or the bang bang guy, it's like that's gotta be fucking exhausting. Because you're like real white in your life, you're friendly and like, hey, what's up? I didn't know what else because I didn't know what you're gonna be like. Everybody is different, you know. I heard horror stories of you. Really? No. I tried to be nice. But, you know, I was just with Sheridan the other day. Yeah, beauty. And of course, Pete, everyone called her. No, for sure. I went to that with you too. Yeah. But, you don't know. I don't know until you met someone. But I'm glad I didn't meet you while you're on full True Detective in full character. You know, because full character's fucking crazy. You're kind of haunted. Yeah. You gotta live it. I think. I mean, you look at anybody that's great at anything, you have to, it's the amount of sacrifice you're willing to give to. You have to be truly all in all the time. And I think it's that, like, the fear of failure, and also I don't want to fucking watch it and be like, oh, can't you? Right. That would kill me. That would fucking kill me. Yeah, watching a guy phone it in is the worst feeling as a consumer of the show. Yeah, like, you know, passenger on ride, watching someone phone it in, you're like, no, dude, do another take. Come on, man, you motherfucker. Yeah, what are you doing? You go through a divorce? Yeah, what's going on, man? They're out there, man. Can't lock in. Yeah, I've worked with some pretty fucking huge names that have apologized after a film or at the premiere or something. They're like, hey, I'm sorry, man, I just wasn't there. That's great. I get my hair. Charlie Sheen sucks. Yesterday, no way. Yeah, and he was talking about his time doing anger management. About he was still really fucked up and just doing way too many drugs, and he was trying to find it, and he just didn't do it, and he didn't want to do it anymore, so he was miserable while he was there, and just all fucked up. It's like apologizing to everybody else. So really? Yeah. He's a sweetheart of a guy, like a really nice guy. Sober 8 years, almost 8 years. Yes. Yeah. But you see the age behind his eyes, right? That's a struggle. That's so it's a struggle. So that guy went through it for so many years. The stories he was telling about, like literally how 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. go by like that, and then all of a sudden someone was pounding on his door. It's time to go to work. He's like, I am high as fuck on crack. He goes, so I have to lie in bed. So he had to lie in bed. I try to close my eyes. He goes, I'm not taking a nap. He goes, I'm cracked out of my mind. My whole body's vibrating. And he goes, and I took an ice cube and I stuck it up my ass. And the ice cube woke him up and got him back. Like he was literally falling asleep on the set. And he said, give me a couple minutes. And he shoved an ice cube up his ass. Bro, that guy went so hard out. Like, I gotta wake up. He's literally falling asleep. How do I wake up? shove an ice cube in my ass. Like, does that work? What are the other choices? Just stick a fork in his socket. How did you get to an ice cube up your asshole? But he was going that hard. And, he's so lucky he didn't die. So many uppers and downers and everything. The crack. Well, people think the girl he smoked crack with the first time, he ever smoked crack with, eventually he told a story about the first time he smoked crack. This girl was a crackhead. She gave him a blowjob while he took his first hit of crack. He said, to this day, I can't top that experience. He goes, to this day. He goes, I probably shouldn't say that. He goes, to this day, it's the greatest moment of my life. Like, oh my God. Isn't there a dog on him that just can't? Yeah, they asked about, he wrote a book and he did it. Oh, he did? Yeah. He's doing movies again. Is he? Yeah, he's excited to be working again. He's bummed out that it took so long to get a job again. But, he got a lot of tough hires. Yeah, a lot of money. A lot of insurance on the studio, But now he's sober for 8 years. Wow. Holy shit. He's in his 60s. He actually looks good. So for a long time, he looked terrible. And I said to my girl, you look better than I've seen you. I hadn't seen him ever in real life. The first time I ever met him. But he looked good. He looked healthy. He looked remarkable for a guy that's gone and just fucking abused. 20 years of redlining the machine. Just bang! 20 years of crack. I'm going to watch that dog. Oh, the dog is great. It's really entertaining, too. It's really well shot. It's really well shot. Yeah, really well edited. And the stories they have out is pretty epic. Yes. Oh, come on. Yeah, no, we talked about Poppers now. It's always really crazy. He was on the set. He was 8 years old. 8 or 10. 10 years old. So he was 10 years old in the Philippines. On the set, the apocalypse now while it's being filmed. Yeah, helicopter. Helicopters, fucking Robert Duvall, everything. Yeah, dude, he was there. 10. Your dad's Martin Sheen. Like Philippines back then, too. I love that movie so much. I wear this watch. This is the Willard. This is a reproduction of the watch that Martin Sheen wore. Apocalypse Now. Yeah, it's my favorite one. Yeah, because of that. Yeah, because it's a nice watch. It's a Seiko. The Vietnam soldiers all got Seikos because they were like super durable. That's him. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. On the set of Apocalypse Now in 1979. That is how old is Martin Sheen? That's pretty young. Yeah. I mean, what a legend, though. It seemed like the movie was which is the next, epic horror movie. Oliver Stone was directing it. Yes, dude, that guy. He seems so scary. Willem's an amazing. Yeah, that guy's. I love that guy. He's great in John Wick. He's great in everything. He really is. He's great in everything. But at 10, watching Death of an Apocalypse Now, and 10 years later, you're in Platoon, and Oliver North is directing you, and you're now Oliver North, that's hilarious. Oliver Stone is directing you, and you're doing an action. The whole thing's 10 years. How do you adjust to that? No, you don't. Well, that's how you adjust. One word. Yeah. That was a drug of choice. When the girl gave him a blowjob while he was smoking crack, he was back from that on out. He's like, I get it now. It's just crazy that he's alive. Yeah. But one of the things that we were saying that I was talking about was like, no one can understand what you went through. Because no one has ever done it. No one has ever been Charlie Sheen at 20 years old and been in Platoon, and you're the toast of the town, and you're a baby. Yeah. You're just getting out of high school. Like what? Yeah. And then the world's your oyster. You're doing blow every night. And it's chaos. Just nuts. You're off the rails, and every time you fail, you succeed better. Like every time you go into rehab, there's a better movie waiting for you on the other side. There's no consequences career-wise. God, and it just keeps going. The baseball movie, God, I think it was awesome in that movie. Yeah. I grew up watching that. Yeah, dude, that guy's been some great movies. Yeah, some great movies. But to be him and to there's no blueprint for that kind of thing. What was his bottom out? He kind of, there was a bunch of bottoms out. And then eventually, it was that, and there was his behavior afterwards. And he very apologized to Chuck Lorre. He says, we've talked, I've apologized, we're friends now, thank God. Does he live in LA? Charlie? I wonder. Did he say? I don't think he said. I don't think I asked him. I don't know if he's still there. But he's been completely sober for 8 years. Yeah, good for him. Like, if he can do it, no shit. If that guy can do it. And he seems to get marriage or was it that too? That's right. That's crazy that they moved that. Marriage or so scary. Scared the fuck out of me. I love that shit. Yeah, it's just amazing that guy's life arc to go from being a child on the set of Apocalypse Now to 10 years later starring. I think Apocalypse was like a 2-year dream. Yeah, we're talking about it yesterday. Yeah, I thought it was even more than that. I think the entire thing took forever. Yeah. Francis Ford Coppola, come on, he to this day, I would watch that movie every now and then. Just sit there. Back then, too, to make a movie like that, it's 70. It was like one of the first realistic movies. It's crazy. It's scary to go as a child watching his dad and want to star in all of this. Just like in 2015 was yesterday, man. I know. And those formative years. 10. That was the other thing. It was like, I didn't know that world existed. It was like, it was living in Malibu, in this beautiful town on the beach. Everybody's like happy and wealthy, and his dad's a movie star. And all of a sudden, he's in the Philippines. And he's like, in Francis Ford Coppola had all these sketchy people on set all the time. He was an artist. He's like, come on, hang out. There's all these weird fucking people around. Fucking shit. Yeah, in the jungle. Yeah, literally. Using helicopters from the army. And he was saying that one time the army had to take the helicopters back because there was rebels and there was like a insurgency. They had to borrow the helicopters. They had the whole scene rigged. They had the river was rigged with explosives. They were ready to film the scene. And they were like, no, we need our helicopters back. They need to go kill some people. Wow, man. I mean, if you could go back in time to be on the set of any movie ever, what would it be? Damn. I mean, I got there. I had dinner with Gibson one night. Gibson. And with French fries. So maybe that was a big one for me. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it was a sword fight. I was just trying to go fuck something up to get out of that movie. Truly. God, that one was big. Starting was freedom. I mean, come on.
You got the other parts too, huh?
The king pulls his helmet, the helmet off the king, and he sees he's fighting for the other side. And then you cut to Gibson, there's those fucking blue eyes that are he's trying to register that it's the king, his king. That moment for me was just like, oh my God, just beautiful. Yeah, Gibson can make it look, and he really can. He really can. I watched it again recently. Apocalypto. Amazing saying, by the way. It's a blockbuster movie where no one speaks English. Yep. And no big movie stars. Yeah, no big movie stars. No one speaks English. It's fucking amazing. They use real people that live there. Yeah. Good for him. Yeah, that's fascinating. It's great. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, first time I was on the podcast, Stop looking at me. Like that guy, I didn't put it like you fucking crazy person. Oh man, that was a cool dinner though. He told me some stories of Braveheart. Well, I was just riding the horse to all these cameras, like ripping the horse to one camera, seeing the shot going to the next, seeing the shot going in, doing the speech, going looking at playback, just like, and then he's like falling asleep, standing up. He was so tired. Like, that's like epic. Talk about realism. Those fights, still holds up. Yeah. That soundtrack, come on. That was incredible. Like my dad played the bagpipes. Played actually in the World Championships in '95 in Scotland. Really? Yeah. From Canada? Yeah. Went to Scotland? Yeah. Wow. And then so the pipes to me, like I remember he was an alcoholic, not a lot. He wasn't around a lot. And I remember some of my best memories was like, you know the fucking sound of the pipes when you're preparing? It's the worst sound in the world. It's like a rabbit, like getting bludgeoned. And we would be at Christmas, and all my cousins, his side of the family, and you walk downstairs and you can hear these fucking pipes getting air put in here. And you could tell he had a few, and he would come up and stand in the middle of the living room and just rip the pipes. And everyone's just like full stop and just beautiful. And he played in Barbados. He worked in Barbados doing a lot of like the beavers, the Gulf Pass. And he played funerals. And how did he do in the World Championships? I don't know. That's a good question, but it's a great story. So Brian Eagle was fly fishing in the Madison, and just West Yellowstone. I had 4 days off, so I went home to Bozeman. I was fly fishing. My favorite spot in West Yellowstone. My girl calls me, and I'm like, I just caught like a 20-inch rainbow or something. And I'm fucking ripping into my brother, being like, this is fucking, I'm killing it. Rod's on fire right now. And he's like, so my dad raced cars as well. And his race car name was, we called him Gooey growing up. And he's like, Gooey's got 48 hours to live. And I was like, fuck. All right. Literally, just verbatim like that. Like, I saw him the last 19 years, I saw him twice. And one time was in Montana. He had dementia. My brother drove him down. So I take my adventure and drive up to Columbia, my hometown. I got this big deer from Prime Evil. And I hadn't talked to one of my brothers in years. And I was still close to him. Get to the hospital. He's I trot his wheelchair around. And I'm like, hey, Gooey. And he's like, fuck you. Yeah. And he's on like oxygen. I'm like, I'm your youngest son. And he's like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm just here to say hi and hang out for a couple days. And he was like on point. Like his brain was going. And it was a little like I hadn't seen my one bro forever. So how long had it been since you'd seen him before that? Years. A couple years. Yeah, probably 2 years. Is it dementia that he didn't recognize? Or no, the beard. It was the beard. And I was limping with that fucking toe. And so we go up to his room. This is a Friday at noonish. And he's great. Like, so we have this young doctor who's like 40. Great guy. Like, I'll sit down with him. He's like, I'm like, dude, he's dying. Like, what do you mean he's gonna fucking die? Like, he's on point. And he's like, this is what happens sometimes when somebody like this, he doesn't know he's dying. But he is, once you, like, all 3 of us brothers, all 3 of his sons were there. And it's like a high. And everything, he's just dialed into it. Just very present. Yeah. And he's like, the doc is like, man, I have a feeling all 3 sons haven't been together with him in like 25 years. And so we're all there. And I had my assistant back in Santa Fe. And I was like, hey, muffin and the coffee in the next morning, but he had gone from like dial to turkey. And so we got this piper to come. We fucking know how to do this. We bring him out in the courtyard, and the piper comes, and he's asleep. And she's like, what do you want me to play? Like, they know of my dad that he played for the pipe band. And I'm like, I don't know many songs. And I just obviously Amazing Grace and stuff like that. So she just rips it. He wakes up, and we're all fucking emotional, right? Because this whole, the pipes to us is just like, that's our father. It's like our only memory, one of our only memories. So she plays 2 songs, and he's falling asleep again, and he wakes up, and I'm like, dude, you got one more song. And he's like, okay, so Mama's boy loved his mom, and she was amazing, and he's like, play one for my mother. So I think at that point, he knew he was about to go see her. And yeah, so we have all this. His mother's there, his wife, his best friend growing up. So fucking, the nurse comes out after the pipes. They're not, obviously, the whole fucking hospital can hear this. And so we're obviously got caught. And she's like, and so we're like, yes, ma'am. So we fucking have him in his bed. And you know those like wheelchair ramps? It's like a hard 90-degree. He's out. He's sleeping.
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this move.
And this is like a pain where it's like, he's fucking, I'm like, hey, dude, he's stuck. Boys, he's stuck. We can't get over this fucking corner. Because the bed's too low. And we're dying like we needed to laugh. And so I look down, and Goofy's arm is like fucking jammed in that poker. Oh no. Yeah. So I'm like, whoa, back up a bit. So we back, loosen up, and it's like, it's not broken, but he didn't feel any of this shit. So we're like crying, laughing, because it's like a weekend at fucking dark. It's our dark humor, man. Right? You gotta laugh at those moments. Yeah. And because we were just buckled 10 minutes earlier. Get into the round, and he's in and out, sleeping, and the next day, on Father's Day, I had to drive back to Rothschild, and we have dark humor, and so everyone's in the room, and I'm like, all right, get the fuck out of this room, everybody, like a joke, and the nurses are like, oh my god, what's happening? Oh, I'm sorry, it's a joke, I just want 10 minutes with him, and then I gotta go, and I gotta go back to work, and I'm gonna say goodbye, and so they leave. He's like kind of in and out of consciousness, and he would wake up and look right through you. Like he's trying to be with you or present. I don't know if that's kind of how I took it. And he's fighting consciousness, I guess. And small little side note, I was driving, and the shaman was helping me for my meal. He texted me once I got into Canada, and he was like, hey, I had a dream. You gotta fucking call me. And I'm like, I don't know this stuff. I'll call you. And so I call him, and he's like, hey, something's up. And I'm like, I told 3 people that my dad's going on. And he's like, I had a fucking dream that you're about to lose someone. I don't know if they're close to you. And I hate calling. This is a crazy call, but I'm going to listen to this. And I'm like, now I'm on my way to say goodbye. Like, Dad, he's okay. That's what it is. Yeah. What is that? I know. I don't know what that is. I'm still. And he's like, how? Like, tell me about your dad. What kind of guy was he? Not very present. He drank a lot, and someone from that's worse, and this and that. He goes, okay, I'm gonna set up to pray for him. This is what I think is gonna happen. He's gonna cross over very easily because of the life he's lived. And so when I'm one-on-one with my dad, I start the conversation like, dude, it's me. And he had soft hands. That's one thing I remember. So I grabbed his hands, and he was like, yeah, these are fucking soft. Like, maybe you should have worked harder. Like, no calluses, like nothing. Just trying to. And then I went into like, help off it, do this, and I'm going to try and get back, and this and that, and I promised him. And during that conversation, he was trying to be conscious. He was fighting to be there present, but he was, I think, gone. And then 2 hours I left, and then on the way home, I would call him on Father's Day. And then I'm back to work on Tuesday, buying banana bread, my horse. Yeah, it was like Shea Wiggum was amazing. Like Jim Bridger and that. Yeah, he was great, but man, did that help you like hold a feeling of loss for your character? I think how crazy are simulating life and vice versa. Especially being a guy mourning, and then all of a sudden, like, father who I didn't really have died, but it's still your dad, And Pete was like, hey, do you want to ride banana bread into this shot or walk them? And I'm like, I'll ride him in. And I was doing that scene shit with him. It was beautiful because I was upset that someone knew that it's my news to tell, but some had already knew the crew. So I was a little rattled at that when I got to set because everyone was very fragile with me, which I understand. But I was like, whoever told you guys, it's not your story to fucking tell, it's mine if I'm going to share with you. But so I was a little upset on set, but then it was so beautiful, man, because a lot of these older guys on set would just come up and be like, man, my father was this guy to me, this guy, but I just feel you. And they would share all their father stories. So it was a beautiful experience, and Pete was great. Betty Gilpin was amazing, and that scene, I just walked away from the Fort Bridger, and I just was pretty emotional, and Pete was like amazing, and we shot the scenes, they go home, and then I got to my trailer, and literally to the minute of when I went down, that was the minute he got cremated. Yeah, and then, but I do think it was really cathartic to be playing that guy, and then I had a beautiful sweat after, and I mourned him the right way, It did knock me though, for like, I'd say 6 months after. I was like, what am I doing? Am I doing everything enough? Am I living my life enough? Because even if he's not in your life, you're still like, to witness that was heavy. Yeah. But I mourn him right, and I'm in a good spot now, but it was an interesting thing. You just take stock, I guess. I've never lost somebody close to me, especially in that way. So, yeah, it was just a blessing to be still on set working. Sometimes you just need to appreciate people. Sometimes it takes a loss before you appreciate others. Sometimes it's just like you just get too used to people. Yeah, used to being around, you take them for granted. Yeah, and then they're gone. That's what, Joe? That's what I was fucking literally saying. He's just gone. Just like that. I lived in New York. I had a best friend that was a drug addict, and he was a crack addict at one point in time. And then later, he started getting into harder stuff. Yeah, he died. I moved to LA in '94, and we stayed friends. We hung out. He'd come out to visit me. I'd go to visit him. He was always nice. Came to my house once a few times. I didn't know that's why he wanted to come to LA. But he came to LA and he was just so sick. He just laid in bed for 4 or 5 days. And then, a couple days later, he died of an overdose. And another buddy of mine, friends were called isn't in the world anymore. It's so hard to imagine until it actually happens. So abstract almost. And like you said, even if like I had enough time to understand he was gone. But when they're gone, it's just totally different. And then you just take stock and you're like, okay, am I doing enough? Whatever it is. Just tell people you appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes that's all. And forgave them. Yeah. Like I didn't hold, I wasn't that son that was like, fuck, where were you? Why didn't you do this for me? What is who it is? Yep. And you learn that as you get older. People are who they are. Some people also they grew up with monsters. Yeah. That's the other problem. If you try to pretend that, your parents should have their shit together because you have your shit together and they were your parents. No. Who raised them? They were raised by people who live in depression. Yeah. They were raised by animals. Yeah. We've only been truly civilized. Truly humans have only been truly civilized for the last few decades. Truly. I think most of history is just horrific. It's just slaughter and crime and repeat. Yeah. Over and over and over again until we developed the ability to communicate how bad that is. And it doesn't fix it. It fixes it a little. It makes it a little better. But still, even today, but the pipes. So every time I hear the pipes, I'm like, it gets you. I do want to go to Scotland. Sounds beautiful. Yeah. I've been there a few times. Really? I love it. People are very cool. It's not overcrowded. And if you get past the rain, which is kind of a good break every now, especially if you live in LA. It's a good break to see rain everywhere. Where they're like, good luck starting a fire out there. Yeah. And going to the Highlands, maybe take a motorcycle trip. I do want to go and watch those World Championships. Oh yeah, so the guy I hired him three papers for his funeral. Oh wow! And I got this on fucking video. And I pulled into the parking lot, a little church in the middle of my town, and they're doing fucking air in the bag. And I was like, this time it crushed me. And I took a video from my truck. And I went out and introduced myself, and he's like, yeah, I can fucking believe this. He's an older guy. He's like, I played next to your father in the World Championships. Wow. Like, just randomly, this is the guy playing the team. And he was fucking amazing. And he stayed a while, and then it was like this little church, you go into this little gymnasium kind of spot. And he stayed and played in the back. And some of that I didn't know, but some of my dad's favorite songs. So I have those in video too. It was just beautiful. Yeah. And it brought all the three boys back together. Now we're on good terms. It's been super cathartic. I was the only one to speak at the funeral. And I'm in the pew. And it's his sister, who I haven't seen in a decade, and my two brothers and their kids. And my oldest is just a putt. He's wearing sunglasses and just a mess. And the priest was actually quite great. He was funny, and then my other brother was in front of me, and he was a putt. And he doesn't like speaking, and I don't either. As me, I get a little nervous or whatnot. I'm always good at if I'm in character or hiding behind something. But the priest was like, okay, now's the time to say something. And the whole church was just like, and I look at David, my other brother Brody, and David looks back at me, and the priest looks at me, and he's like, now's the time. Just wait on him, yeah. And then my Auntie Lee just squeezed my hand. She's like, yes, you are. So I get up and I just said, if there's any light to this whole situation, is that all three of us brothers are back on great terms now. Yeah, it's great. It's cool. Yeah. Right back to bread. Go get off banana bread, take it out of this motherfucker. emotional beats of like, I just didn't understand it. I didn't understand it. So he did. He was very always like he played the victim incredibly manipulatively well. And I would always say he's like a great coach. A great coach would be like, he can train you and push certain buttons, but then he'll do something totally different with someone else. Incredibly manipulative. So I think just trying to back and understand, I don't think a lot of people understand some of the actions, obviously, to that level. Someone can do that. But it is all in the fear and insecurity and trauma. Like that part of it, I did understand. And memorizing the Bible is a defense mechanism because when he's responding to crazy emotions and get on the call with him, and I listen to child protective service calls, obviously all the Nesner calls, played by Michael Shannon. It's amazing. And every time he got his back to the wall and they had something or had a level on, he would go right into Bible speak, which nobody could keep up with him. So he would gain that upper hand, and I would just fun dialogue about a dragon with one eye is about to come, show its face, bear its teeth, and take the children. Like, what the fuck do you say to them? If you're on the call, right, you're trying to have a rational conversation, right? Let the children out, right? We want these kids out, and he goes, like, he just goes into this Bible speak, like there's no real rebuttal to that. He did this with Child Protective Services too. On those calls, he would just go right, and that was such an anchor to him because nobody could play a card like that. Right, because as soon as you say words from the Bible, you're right. Right, to be right. Based on quoting the Bible. Yeah. And you're arguing with the Bible, right? It's a jump card. True. Yeah, true. And he would go to like Oxford and have debates with theologians in the classes. And that's how he recruited a lot of people. That he would win these debates and they would come and come to Texas. Like really, like he would write these letters to people, send tapes to Australia and get them to come. Yeah. Like this was incredibly smart guy. Like that you have to get to. That is so fucked up and some of the brain that works that well will choose to use it that way. Oh, just fear. I mean, even the way like he's talking about God and the days, how he needs to bear, I think, around 22 children that are going to go up with him and ride a cloud up there. And all these crazy things. He had the answers to aliens. So was that? I can't remember, but to your point, though, it's like he ended up shooting himself in the head, right? Which, ironically, you don't go to heaven if you do that. Which is, but also, like, he does all this shit, and I don't know, just that was a big thing for, like, Paul Sparks and I played my right-hand man. Like, when we shot that death scene,
come on, baby.
Like, I do wish he was still alive and we could run shit. You know, all these guys, they end this. They drink the fucking Kool-Aid in the bed or fucking like, it's such a fascinating perspective that I do wish we could break that down and maybe learn something from this. Than just him shooting himself in the head and burning a body in the house. What you could learn, especially after the raid on the compound. Right. Like, how can you not got that? He's gonna get so fucked up. Yeah. I mean, 9 people survived that. One of the survivors, Thibodeau, was there with us, his drummer, every day. And, And it goes back to your point that he still was thinking that he's coming back. Oh, my. Yeah. Wow. So I know. And this didn't come out until our last week of shooting. takes sitting in our set chairs and pulling sparks. We're like, hey, what are you doing after this? After we wrap. And he went on and told us he was going to Princeton's worship. So, okay. So those are the type of guys, though, that want to come in. Yeah, sweet man. Like, very helpful. Was great to us and was very open. But I mean, a lot of the majority of people don't follow those trains. So, well, there's a lot of people out there that have brains that don't have that follow. Right. It's just true. That's just how it goes. Yeah. It's a very unfortunate roll of the dice, but your brain does not let you navigate through life very well, and you need someone to hold your hand and tell you what to do, even if it's completely above you. Yeah. And those people will never become followers. I think it was the new light. He called it the new light. It's so wild. I think it was the new light. He woke up and he got up and we went together. It was like I just had God, the new light, something. And it's where I'm the only one now that is going to sleep with women. And this guy named I think he was Australian. Anyways, this guy was like, fuck that shit. I'm out. And like 20, 30 people left. But on stage, right? Yeah. You're always going to get people that stay, and then they think that if they stay, he'll like them even more now. Yeah. Those other losers who are in the way of them getting attention from Dave. Now I'm going to be tired. I'm staying. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm Team Crush. Fuck my wife, bro. Fucking Jersey. Nuts. It is nuts. It's a weird thing that people have, like in COVID, to look for. I know. It's very strange. I know. I think it's just from tribal DNA. That's what that's a good point. I never thought about that. Groups of like 150 people, the only way we can survive. You don't listen to the wisest, most experienced person. And that's the tribal leader. That's how it always was. It was the greatest warrior, the one who the fish were, the guy who knows what you're supposed to eat and not eat, and where the danger is. That guy's going to help you keep you alive. And we always have that in everything. We have it in businesses. There's always like this one top monkey. Yeah, top of the carrot. Yeah, it's just been carrot. It's weird. Like you see the chimpanzees too, man. It's crazy. It's primate behavior. All those chimpanzees, they have a tribe leader. Yeah, they have one guy who's the fucking top champ. He's running shit. It's weird, man. It's like it's encoded in us. And so for people that aren't that smart, someone like David Koresh will exploit them. You go, I am the leader. I'm so glad that I was lost without you. You are found. Yeah, so you are found. And also, that's so positive. Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, I'm not going to, yeah. He did say tanks were coming and they're here. So literally, that was a big moment. That was a big moment. Yeah. That must have been the Seven Seals. He was rewriting the Seven Seals, his final days. I know. The total weight on the comments. It is. You see fire coming out of the tanks. There's a guy that ironically was Dick DeGuerin, his lawyer. And he was speaking in Santa Fe when we were shooting this. So I'm like, fucking stop. We want to hear Dick DeGuerin speak.
Dick DeGuerin,
he's speaking about his experiences as a lawyer. And he did. And I went and introduced myself. And there's a crazy story.
Dick DeGuerin?
It was like, this is what's happening. You go help. He was on a fishing trip, I think. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go. So he showed up to the compound on the perimeter that was set. And he's like, I'm that guy's lawyer in that house. You need to take me over there. FBI puts him in a fucking tank. And he goes to the front door in a tank. And this door has this big piano. I've tried getting this in the show, and we couldn't. But, so there's a big piano at the front door. Blockade. Dave wasn't allowed to walk by the windows, all this kind of stuff. This is deep into the 51-day stand-up. And Dave's right-hand man, and played by Paul Sparks, and another is a lawyer. Harvard grad, I think. Answer the door, and Dick's like, oh, I see two holes in the ceiling, a couple they show him the house and all this kind of stuff. And so they're back in the foyer, and the piano's against the wall, and they're talking. And he's like, okay, I want to help out, but I don't know where Dave is. And he's leaving. He's like, you got a fucking case. And the right hand man just goes, Dave was in the fucking piano, listening to this whole thing. What a psycho. And so we got back in the tank, and Dave got briefed of their walk through there. Anyways, Dave takes care of it. What a fucking story that was. And I wanted to be in that piano. Shoot that. Yeah, that would have been a fun scene. Yeah, that would have been an important part. I know. Yeah, important part of the story. It really is. That's how nuts it was. Yeah. So scared to get shot. Didn't trust anything. But those guys, apparently in that tank, they were like ripping Digger, like spitting on him and doing this kind of shit. Because they're like, you do know they just killed a bunch of ATM guys and that shit out as well. And you're gonna go fucking be this guy's lawyer? Fuck you. Yeah. So what started off with I don't even remember. How did bullets wind up flying? Yeah, so it was Dave he was selling like vests. It was like had these, I know. Fucking and the ATF were kind of spiraling out. Like their fundings, but they were about to get defunded. And they needed a win. They needed it. Oh, what was it? The Ridge? Rabbi. There you go. So they dropped the ball huge on Rabbi Ridge. Right? Yeah. So which is at the very beginning of Waco. And they needed a fucking win. Here, find a cult leader into weapons, selling ammunition, I think, and vests and this kind of stuff. And this guy's got these kids and all this stuff. And that started. I'm just like, we're gonna go get this guy. There's a famous tape that we put in the show too, where Dave was like, you know, why didn't you just like he did this run all the time? Was kind of just out and about, work around the house, running around. He had a fucking go-kart track around the compound. And he's like, why wouldn't you just arrest me when I'm on a run, when I'm on this or that? But they needed a lot of press, and they needed to get funded again. So they made this a spectacle, and it fucking turned into what you saw. Like they wouldn't let fire trucks come and take that fire out. That's a fact. And then they're playing that music of animals being like mutilated into the compound. Yeah, then they were flying the ATF flag, and I asked for that to be put in, but we didn't put it in. They were flying the ATF flag, but we weren't. Yeah, it's legit. Crazy. Yeah. And then, so dark. I know. Picture I-35 right here. Fucking tanks. And all these armored trucks, everything going down I-35. It's incredible. You know, and they're just sitting right in front of the house. At 51 days. It's fucking crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Wow. It's just hard to assassinate. But then yeah, shot a woman. Yeah. The kid in the back, I think. Yeah, the shot a kid. I know. It's weird. It's weird. You be an assassin. Yeah. Even just that you're just doing your job. It's just seems pretty fun. It's a lot. It's just hard. 77, 60. 20-something kids driving over the house, I think, and shooting fire into it. And then they denied doing it. They denied doing that with the tank shooting fire. You can watch it. You can watch the fire come out. Watch it. goal. When you stop playing that guy, man, how long does it take for you to go back to being you? Probably, I bet you a month, 6 weeks. Shit in. Yeah. Go do something that makes you feel you and alive. Motorcycle ride. Something. Get the fuck out. So you like to I don't know. Not anymore. You did. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Your subconscious. It's funny because it's like that's you marry yourself emotionally to said circumstance. And so my subconscious, and I'm sure a lot of actors will say, it's like you're wide open. And so you're more vulnerable, way more emotional. And so because you just do the work, and your subconscious is open. So like your dreams. Once I start dreaming a little fucking crazy, visceral stuff, that's when I know I'm getting closer. For sure. Yeah. A little bit. It takes 6 weeks to detox you. Yeah. Fucking exercise the ghost. And then it's like you play this guy, you know, what's fucking crazy was ACL. And I was walking and prepping for Waco, and random, out of nowhere, this guy is talking about Waco and it never happened. Like, this is so random. And I was with my buddies out there, and I was like, shit, we gotta do this story now. Like, there's people out there that believe that it's just one conspiracy theory that never happened. And so I was like, what? Because you can figure out the conspiracy doesn't when people on Reddit dedicate shoot your face in the party. Any conspiracy, just fill in the blanks. There's a bunch of people that think space is fake. It's a whole online community of people that don't believe in space. There's people that believe a lot. Yeah, just to say that alone. Sorry. Yeah, it's people that like flat Earth is not crazy enough. They want to take it to the next level. The next level of space doesn't even exist. Okay. You know, that's all. You know, when you get older, and people will just straight up like when they talk at you, telling you false shit. Right. You're like, okay. Usually out light. Yeah. You're like, you're an idiot. This is what is actually happening. Right. But no, now it's like, all right. Sometimes get it out. I know. Shut up. I know. It's so funny. Yeah, but how do you when they like double down? Yeah. Used to be a lot more of those people before the internet. I know, man. That's a dangerous game. Yeah. I don't read shit, which is really helpful. Oh yeah. It really very helpful. Yeah, it is. Like, I don't read any reviews, any of that. I learned the hard way, man. I got hammered on John Carter. That, dark spot. But yeah, you had to rebuild everything. But yeah, that you're down that tunnel. You're just like you're not just like he's a bad actor. It's like this guy should die. You're a terrible person. Yeah. It's not personal. It's probably better if you were never born. Damn, fuck. I know you're just trying to write a saucy article. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking sauce. Enough vitriol there. Yeah, it's weird, man. People, but that's, they like doing that. People don't know. Zero accountability. It's so easy. And now, because of social media, anybody can do it. Yeah, I used to hear people's opinions. Yeah. They had a movie in 1979. The general public either went to see it or did not. Yeah, and it was like a word of mouth, right? And then there was like Sister Weaver and whoever else was reviewing it, instead of live. Yeah, that was it. And if the New York Times said it was good, you go see it. Yeah. But now it's like fucking clickbait, negative all receipts. Oh yeah. Get more clicks on a negative hit. And then, that was the beauty of like Friday Night Lights. Like there weren't reviews really. And I was didn't have social fucking media. In Austin, no real producers on set or writers. Kind of Pete set it up so great. And you're just going there slinging, trying shit, failing, trying again. It was such an amazing experience. Without all that extra without any of the weight of like, is this going to be successful? Yeah. What does that even mean? Yeah, do they still do focus groups when they do a film? Yes, they still do that. So that's kind of like a small, Yeah, it's kind of because you're like, well, who are these people? Yeah, they might be like, went to 200 morons. Yeah, like, by the way, there's certain spots where, you know, like, if you wanted to take a movie, you do a focus group, you know, some moron community where everyone on fentanyl. Yeah. You guys watch this movie tonight, like, I don't like that guy's hat. Did they get paid? Is that like a job? No, that's a good question. I bet they do, which is then you have to factor in, okay, what kind of person is getting paid to do focus groups? They might be a failure. They might be a dull-witted, person. They get to decide the direction of the movie. And like, reshoot. Also, $20 million reshoot. 40% of the audience said they didn't like the ending. 40% of the audience wouldn't pass a piss test. Yeah, right. Even like John Carter was like one of the highest tested movies in Disney's history. And we got hammered, obviously. But it's like, I don't know how much that moves the needle or anything. I think people distrust the media more than they trust the media now. But if something sucks, like if a critic says it sucks, it still works. Yeah, if I see a 1-star review, like, oh, that movie supposedly sucks. Yeah, like, I don't give it any other thought. It still does work. But if something's really good, people go, no. Yeah, like, look at Adam Sandler movies. The critics always hate them. The audiences always love them. Always. Yeah, the most lopsided thousands. I know, it's crazy. Yeah. His movie's such a smart guy. He's the best. He's the nicest guy of all time. And he's a great regular actor, too. Uncut Gems was good. Yes. That's making so much anxiety. I was like, don't do it. He played that guy, that gambling addict, so well. So believable. Great directors, too. Yeah, it's great. His comedies, I love his comedies. They're fun, and I love that I can watch them with my kids. Like, they're funny. Like, Jack and Jill is funny. It's fucking silly, ridiculous, and Al Pacino's in love with his sister, who is him. And it's funny, man. It's a funny movie. It's so stupid and silly. Yeah, but the criteria. Yeah. It's an Adam Sandler movie. This is really good at making this kind of movie. Yeah. If you want to go see a fun, lighthearted, silly movie, a lot of heart to it. Yeah. The critique. Yeah. No, it doesn't. People love it. That's what. Yeah. I mean, Turbo this season 1. Yes. We got hammered. Yes. And the people spoke. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Yeah. Like, that's why Dark Wolf is dark. We're doing it. Because people want to see why Ben is fucking the way he is and made that decision. Yeah. If it didn't, there's no way we would have got that green time. Well, this is right by Jack. So Jack Colorado is an awesome and also and writes and had the goal. That's how crazy Jack is. Had the goal of first becoming a SEAL, getting military experience, and then becoming a great writer. Like, he had it in his head. Did he really? Yes. He always wanted to be a SEAL. He always wanted to serve. So he wanted to do those things, get real life experience, that guy has a love of history. It's incredible. Incredible love of history. He's so brilliant. His recall is phenomenal. So let's imagine that kind of decision making. I'm going to be a SEAL. I'm going to go get deployed. I'm going to get military combat experience, and I'm going to go write books. That was his, like, 7 bestsellers. 7 or 8. Yeah, Fox, Turbo List. His first book is fucking incredible. It's incredible. But the guy prepared for it, right? He's a voracious reader. Reads constantly, can recommend books constantly. He's always great about that. And so his first book out of the gates, like, he prepared for it his whole life. I mean, when he comes on the set, and we were shooting this, I think episode 5, it came to confession. His energy, like, he's like a kid. Yeah. It's like, I'm fucking gassed out, tired, and like just getting beat up, and here comes Carr, and it's just the light. He just brings an energy to that set that it's just like, man, we're so lucky to be here. And you're like, right, we are. Yeah. And I just love that guy. Super supportive. Like when I got the role, he's like not pressing me. He's like, I know you played a SEAL before. Do you want any of my notes who Ben is? And he's like, if you want to know how only share is, like I trust you. Like he's been nothing but amazing with me so far. So he's a brilliant guy. He really is. Really super caring. Yeah. Well, just great man. Yeah, truly great. Yeah. It's so cool when a guy like that gets to write stories that really reflect the true lives that he led and that he knows a lot of his friends lead. It's real. It's like he has an understanding of it. And obviously, the success of his books, the success of the series, that understanding just translates in a way like, oh, this is very authentic. Yeah. Even like little notes, man, I would get with the gun work and all that kind of shit. Obviously, you listen. But it's just like he comes at you with just more excitement. And you don't take it personal. You can't. And you want to get it fucking right. And you have him and Jared Shaw, who's another SEAL. Knows that he's a SEAL. You got Army Ranger, writes a lot of it. Like, we're surrounded by these guys every day. So if anything is not authentic, you're living the bullshit meters like fucking 2 feet away. And I love that, though. Because they're doing a lot of my work for me, helping me, making me look like fucking Ben, right? But I know it's a complicated character, too. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, like, one of my best buddies is SEAL and had like 200 guys under him, fought the body, bomb specialist guy, wicked dude. And there's a moment in the CIA room in episode 1 that was written, and then I've been hearing this from him for so long, and so it's kind of ingrained in me. It's just like how there's always someone to answer to, and never really getting the full transparent part of what they're putting you out for. So I'd heard all these stories for like the last since long I met him, and so that scene, I was like, this is for you, man. I'm just gonna fucking go and have at it with this CIA guy. And he was at the premiere and watched it. I love that beat. It's like I get to serve, some of these guys that they don't get to have those moments. Right. And that's so fun for me to just fucking go light them up in that. One of my favorite scenes, yeah. So I steal from these guys. Even like, and I get it, I got hammered. Ben got hammered for being the twist of season 1, right? Of the guy who kind of orchestrated a lot of it. And I was talking to Marcus because I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna work this guy? This best friend from Reese. And now all of a sudden the twist is like, man, I had a hand in this. I'm the guy that put you guys down that tunnel, down that hall. You're a fucking platoon guy, for the most part. And I just literally, it was like a little moment that I had with Latrell where he was talking about going back and dying with his boots on. And I was like, really settled in what that means. This warrior is just decided that he's going to die for their serving. It's beautifully tragic. And I was like, that is where I hung my hat with Ben. Of like how I can root this crazy twist. Of like, I'm making this decision for you, but you're going to go die with your boots on. Instead of this fucking, you're going to die rotting in this hospital bed, no insurance, your family, all this kind of shit. Like, I'm going to take that decision for you. So that's where I rooted Ben for season 1. Yeah. And then I go and open this promise, his family's dead, and now I'm on an op, and I get in front of the guy that killed this guy's family. I'm gonna fucking put him down. Fuck this. I'll take the beauty of Ben doing this is he's accountable for it. Like, I'll take it. Just take my trident then. I'd do it all over again, which is a beautiful thing. And I think he does. Like, it's an emotional reaction that, frays his life. The other character, Rafe's character, he gets his trident taken. But that's one thing we were talking about earlier. Just like, it's so fucking gray, and in these really split decision moments, these guys are fucking out there. It's like they're fucking trained like better than anybody. But at times, they have to make these decisions. That it's like, okay, you're gonna fucking put those girls on the black market or sell them or put them in the sex trade. You don't get to live anymore. I'm gonna do that. But that's a beautiful thing too. Yeah, people can relate to it. It's totally if you were in that scenario. Most people would like to believe. Yes, exactly. We have these talks on set all the time. We're American Pride people. We can romanticize the 1850s, or at least I did at the beginning. I'm like, this guy's a fucking mountain man. This is sick. Like, he got a motherfucker. Like, if you see me on the river in 1852, you're like, I want your jacket. You're gonna just come up and kill me and take my jacket. Like, that's how fucked up the 1800s were back then. Whoa. And so we started shooting, and I was like, we're shooting at 10,000 feet up there. We're still spoiled. The trailer's 50 feet away. But it's like, fuck this. I'm like, there's nothing in me that would want to be in the 1850s. Nothing. I can't believe it. I can't either. So I can't either. And those people would live in a lot of luxury compared to people that 4,000 years from now. God, it's like 200 years. Yeah. It's nuts. I mean, it's like we were talking about earlier. Civilization is super recent. I mean, it's not. Obviously, there's ancient Egypt and all that stuff. But I mean, what we're dealing with right now is super recent. Yeah. Relative safety, relative security, relative. I mean, do you when you go hunt, Utah, backcountry, wherever you're going, you're gonna be in the shit. It's gonna be beautiful, quiet. I live for that. Yeah, well, I believe Montana's a great choice. Yeah, great place to hunt too. Yeah, Montana is a truly awesome. Yes. Yeah, outside of Boston. 30 minutes outside. Yeah, 30 minutes outside. You've got like the truly beautiful, incredible, if you've never experienced the mountains, the true mountains, especially when there's some snow on the ground, there's the winds whistling around, it's majestic. It's like the most extraordinary work of art that nature created. Yeah. There's something about like mountains, really, just like awe-inspiring. It's like, wow, it makes perspective sinks into you. You're in the moment, and it's real that affects you. I know, right? When you get there, you're like, oh my god, I want to see this every day. It's like, then you're on a flight to New York. Yeah, 2 days. I lived outside of Boulder for a while, and it was like that every day. It was like just driving to these mountains. Like, this is incredible. Yeah, like the beauty you have is like a vitamin. It really is. Where's your soul? Yeah. Yeah. It's not a coincidence that people are
Sure?
chill now.
Sure as hell, but
They're surrounded by this wealthy
you see that?
majesty of nature.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it is. It is children. Totally. Yeah. And I think for me too, it's so good for the brain for all those reasons. But also it's just like if I'm sitting around feeling sorry for myself or whatever it is, it's like it's your fucking fault if you're bored there. Right? There's 1,000 hikes. Get into wildlife, go to the national park, go for a fucking walk, anything. Fix your perspective. Truly. And it does. After an intense roll or whatever it is, once I land in Bozeman, get on the bike or whatever, fly fish, it's like that's how's it go? They charge $35 for a screen. That seems like you Patty shit. That's something. Yeah, WD. Yeah, it's not Montana. But even Austin, like compared to where I lived before, I lived in LA. Yeah, and here it's like it's only 2 million people. Yeah, it's so much more. Yeah. Like what they think is traffic is enjoyable. Yeah, it's cute little traffic. Yeah, it's true. LA is insane. It's just a terrible place to live. It really is. It's a terrible place to live. Yeah, and I think I get how people used to want to live there because it was the center of the TV business and the comedy business, but it's somewhat no. I mean, so nothing's being filmed there anymore. It's rare. It's just weird, right? Yeah. Like how did that happen? I don't know. How did they fuck that? I know. How did you fuck up the one spot where everybody wanted to move to and be an actor? You fucked up that spot? Yeah. And they have everything. Your mountains, beaches, fucking get to the mountains, the shore in 2 hours. Yeah. You're up in Big Bear. Yeah. You're down in Santa Monica in 2 hours. Yeah. It's not studios, everything. Yeah. And they fucked it up. Yeah. The fuck is that? I don't know. I blame politics, but I think there's a lot of other stuff going on too. Yeah. People running it. It probably takes exceptional people to have real vision. But keep stuff together. Yeah. I lived here for 17 years. Did you love it here? I did. Yeah. Love the lake life. It's nice. It's fucking amazing. It's a chill city too. It's genuinely good people. Yeah. There are. Yeah. LA, everybody is like a film actor. Want to be an actor. Trying to get out of reality show. Look at me, a TikTok influencer. So everybody gets up. And they want something from you. Always. And every connection they make is like a network. Every new friend becomes someone who's an asset. And it's like very transactional. Yeah. It's gross. Listen, brother, you're a very interesting guy, and you got some awesome stories, and you're a really great actor. So I've been a fan for a while. This was really fun. Thank you. Thanks for having me. My pleasure, brother. Tell everybody one more time. Trevor List, Dark Wolf. It's available. Yeah, on Amazon, which is great. And I know the Trevor List killing for Amazon. Yes, huge. We're #1 right now. That's amazing. Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. It's a great show. It's a great show. My pleasure. My pleasure.
It's Hash Monday. It's always Hash Monday.
Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me sad if you tell me that you hear people saying anything bad about Gabriel. Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me sad if you tell me that you hear people saying anything bad about Gabriel. Like he's that guy. Like that when I think about people, like there's a few comics that everybody loves. Like Ron White's one of them. If you say something bad about Ron White, I get poisoned in love. I can't talk to you. Even agents, I love Ron White. I can't shake his lie. Yeah. If you start talking shit about Ron White, I don't have anything to say to you. Like there's no way. There's no way. Unless he was like really drunk. I can see Ron White told this story at Opie and Anthony. He was like fucking 57 years old. He got in a fist fight at some bar. Because some woman was taking a picture with him, and the boyfriend You know, he has to have he has to bring a cop with him everywhere he goes. Like he's a cop. He told me he's a cop. He's got to hire a cop to make sure he doesn't punch people when they don't punch him. He's the best. God, was a good dude. I got this call from Comedy Central to come down and showcase it here at my improv. And I had to be spotless clean for 10 minutes. And I got down and I really worked out it. I just pulled away some stuff. And they called me and said, "You're not in it." I'm like, "Okay." They go, "You make the cut next year." So I called Gabriel. Where you go? "You're not in it. Give me 5 minutes." And he calls me, "You're doing it. You're taking it." Okay, so the whole time, I'm thinking I'm doing a 7-minute TV set the day of the taping. He pulled me out. He was, "Listen, you're going crazy, come on." I go, "But I've been working on this material." He goes, "I'm going to fun." He goes, "I'm not going crazy." He goes, "I'm going to pay for the show." He goes, "I'm paying for it out of my pocket. If it makes the cut, it makes the cut. If not, it's for me." He goes, "I just wanted to make me paid for the episode to get shot." And they only got picked up for 6. They shot 7 because he wanted me to go off. Oh, wow. So at the end of the whole day, I'm thinking I'm going down that side. I get down. He's like, "No, you're doing fucking dirty shit." And then he goes, I planned it this way." He goes, "I don't give a fuck what they tell you. They goes, I want you to work this way for a reason. I put you down here for a reason." He goes, "Worst case scenario, you make this DVD. You follow me?" Like he was like he fought for me. But yeah, work dirty. And they got me on Comedy Central. So that's the feeling I was getting from him. Just seems like a real good guy. You know, I've never heard anybody say a bad word about Gabriel. Ever. Listen, there's comics that know this, and you know this, that the more you help out younger comics, the better it is for you. You learn. You look at younger guys and you learn little things. Sometimes I go to the comedy store, I see a younger comic say something on stage. I'll hire him because of that reason. Like I'll say, "Hey, what are you doing next Tuesday? We'll go to the ice house or whatever," just because something they do, you know. But it's also good for you. You did it for us. You helped us out. It made you a stronger comic, you know. Anybody knows that helping other guys along the way is great. Gabriel rides 60. You think you need to ride 60? 60. Before you go see Gabriel, you gotta see 8 guys. Spanish songs, Mexican band, because he'll put you out. Yeah, he doesn't care. That's beautiful. You gotta make a living. Come on down. That's beautiful. There's not a whole lot of guys like that. No, they'd be suspect that you're funnier than them, or you're gonna try to stop them. Yeah, come on down. We wait, you know. Can't worry about that. You can't. The fun is in working with the best guys. Fun is in, and also seeing all these different stages. Like when you take a young guy on the road with you, or when you see a young guy do a really good set at the store, you recognize like those moments where when you were young and you were just starting to figure your material out, you were just starting to figure out like how to really get to the heart of the matter quicker, or what's actually funny about this, like what's clouding my judgment, or I can't figure out how to get this funny. But occasionally these sparks shine through and you have a killer bit. Like everybody knows like a young guy who in the early months got like one bit. You see that bit, you go, "This motherfucker's funny." Like he's saying some shit, like he might not have it right now, but this motherfucker's funny. And when you see someone who's got that, it makes you like really aware of the whole process. You know, the whole process of just getting your legs under you as a comic and doing it. And you know, and when you're around people who are also doing that, like it feeds off of it. Like you can stay hungry, like deep into your career just by continuing to create material and continuing to be around other guys who are hungry. And when you're doing that, like one thing that's going on in our little group that's so dynamic is that everybody is hustling. Everybody is doing a podcast. Everybody's doing their stand-up. Everybody's recording specials. Everybody's doing tours. Everybody's doing shit. There's a lot going on. And it's all new stuff. You know, like Ari, he's got a new one he's doing in Austin. If you're in Austin, Texas, next weekend. Yeah, the 5th. Ari's doing his special at Cap City Comedy Club in Austin, which is one of the best clubs on the planet. And I don't think it's sold out. I think there's a little bit of tickets left, but probably gone soon. But his new shit, he's on fire. This is the time to see him. Ari's never been better. He's never been better. He's crazy. He's crazy. That's beautiful. That's why I love him, because he's I might just sit there and listen to the conversation. I always ask, you know, I gotta go. And Ari, he genuinely doesn't give a fuck. He became like the don't give a fuck scale. He became like the new metric of like not giving a fuck. Like there used to be like there's levels of giving a fuck, you know? Like you and I can't claim that we don't give a fuck the way he does because we have families. Ari Shaffir is free. If Ari Shaffir just got a vasectomy, he would give even less of a fuck. That would be like the last straw of fuck that he has left in his body. He's a barbarian. You know what show killed me more than you know what show like fuck you when I did the Tony Angelo show on Monday nights. The really good podcast. He does the story one where you kill Tony. He killed Tony. Oh, when you're watching the 1 minute people go, I went down that one night and I didn't. It wasn't about the material. It wasn't about anything but the look in their eyes. Yeah, I remember that look in your eye, bro. When you don't have dinner in you. Yeah. And your car's got hot heat. And your job sucks. You are swinging. I left there. I couldn't sleep that night. Because I went back the night before. I used to go back to my room and cry. I go to clubs. I went to something help me get to me at the punchline. I'll write that down. I'm going to be there. Yeah, we'll get that San Francisco newspaper. Just for laughs. And at the end of Just for Laughs, the last 3 pages, they had a comedy guy from Alaska all the way to Wyoming, the comedy club listings. One night is when I just sit there and chuckle over and over to a line of coke. Someday I'll be at the fucking Rusty Crow. You know, but that's when I went to Tony Angelo show. And it was, you know, what it reminded me of was that movie, what Rocky movie, they take him back to the ghetto to train him. Rocky 3, when they walked in, all the black dudes had beans in their eyes and shit. Like, they're like, yeah, what up? They didn't give a fucking care of me. And he's like, this, remember all these guys rock? This used to be you. Yes, this used to be you. Look at their eyes rock. What was that? Was that Rocky 3? Was it Jamie? And by so 2, he fights Apollo again. And 3, he fights Buster Lang. Clubber Lang, I'm sorry. Was it when we say Joe Man ain't got no heart? But you still every night wish you had a real man. Was it 3 when you put yourself over my apartment tonight? I'll show you a real man. That was it. A Rocky couldn't take it anymore. Was it pretty fun? Oh, with the weird kid, baby. Yeah, Mr. T. Dude, Mr. T was one of the most terrifying fucking villains ever in a boxing movie. Do you remember the Doorman Challenge? How he became famous? No. Okay, Mr. T, yeah, and a bunch of you see there was a show about the Doorman, the bouncers, and they did something. That's how he was noticed. Something weird. There was a show about the toughest bouncers for a while, 6 episodes, and he was the main one. Bouncers, Doorman. In 1980, it was like Wild World of Sports type thing. Hey, go back to that for a second. Jimmy, to that Clubber Lang footage, the training footage. I was under the impression that, like, I remember thinking that he really looked good as a boxer. But I'm watching shadow boxer, and I'm like, what? You know, so this all has a like smoke tension. Everybody looks good while you're watching. I love that scene when Mickey was looking at the bubbles and he was getting mad. Like, and if you let it go, keep going, it'll show him shadow boxing. Which sometimes people don't look that good in their shadow boxing because they're just trying to boost their body up. There's a bunch of difference, like right there. That does not look like a guy who actually knows how to punch. But, you know, it looks like a lot of swinging, you know, it's not, those aren't punches, they're like a lot of arm movements. Which I mean, at the time, it's 1980, and no one percent. There's a thing with shadow boxing, like some people think that shadow boxing should just be a loosening up thing. They just do it loose, and they let their shoulders go loose, and they try to work on their snap, and they try to move around. But then there's some people that think you should treat it almost as if it's a fight, like as if you're simulating a fight. Like, Jamie looked this up. Joseph Valtellini, shadow boxing. He's a glory kickboxing champ, and he put out this video of how he shadow boxes. And he shadow boxes like he's in a fight. He doesn't think of it as time off or warm up or something like that. What he fights like a pretend opponent. It's pretty interesting. Because a lot of guys don't do it that way. Like, not to this extent. Like, guys, when you're shadow boxing, a lot of it is just kind of loosening around. You're doing it on your own pace. You're working on your own shit. What he does is kind of more like, he treats it like a different kind of workout. Justin Fortune does not at that gym. Does he the same? Look at it as the reality. If you can't really just, if you do it correctly, he says you should break a big sweat or something. Yeah. You do it correctly. Chopping up in this. Well, it's a lot of people think it's like visualization. They think might be as important as anything else. Like everything's important. It's important to be in shape. It's important to be strong. It's important to have experience. It's important to have really good technique. But it's also important to visualize. There's something about carving pathways in the brain. Obviously, if you're a neuroscientist and you listen to this, you're like, oh my God, this idiot doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But there's something about carving pathways. This is not it. There's a different. Like extreme shadow boxing. He's throwing kicks and punches and knees and backing up. You ever feel this? Stand up when you see yourself on stage killing. I tried. I can't do it. Like positive realization. No, I don't think I'm sure with stand up. I think with this. No, I think with stand up, the key is doing it. I gotta kill it. I tried it. The reason fucked me up when I couldn't come to focus. Like the visualizations. Yeah, like I couldn't see myself on stage. Like walking out and seeing like people I could see myself coming out to God. I can't do that shit. Just for me personally, here's why I would try not to think like that. Because if I visualized myself doing something and doing it really well, I wouldn't think of the thing I was doing anymore. Then I'm thinking of like the accolades or the position it is, or look, you're on a big stage, and look, you're at this place, and you're at Massey Hall in Toronto or something, some historic venue, like, and then one day I was there, like, that seems like you're thinking more about success than what success really is. It's like if you're doing something, you try to do it the best you can. Not the reaction that it gets. So if I'm concentrating on the reaction, like I'm concentrating on going up there and killing, I would have to be visualizing doing a show. So I'd have to be visualizing people laughing. I've tried. I can't do it. I've sat there, like at the gym, trying to cool off and say, maybe I'll see myself killing for the special or whatever. I didn't see any of that shit. Doesn't that make sense, though, that if you think of yourself as killing, thinking of other people laughing, you're thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about yourself then, right? Listen, if you're visualizing skiing, you're thinking about skiing, right? You're thinking about tucking, you're thinking about doing your moves in the correct way. You get the most amount of speed, the most amount of control as you're heading down this hill, right? You're not thinking about other people. You're not thinking about other people's response to each one of those things you do. Like every time you did a curve and you didn't get a laugh, you'd be like, fuck, I thought I was getting good. If you tell a joke well, you get a laugh, right? But you don't want to think about that laugh. You don't want to visualize a laugh. You want to pretend that people are laughing at it. You want to actually find out what's funny and have other people tell you for you. Like you kind of know, but you don't really know until you don't find out, right? So to visualize that is really weird because you're visualizing two different mindsets. So you're not in the zone of actually being there. You're visualizing artificial laughter. And I guess you can visualize the state that you feel when you're killing. When you're really relaxed on stage and you're having a good time and everything's fun, you can visualize that state. That makes sense? I can't. But I think even that state, you can only like visualize it and chill out. I think maybe I can only do chunks. I think I just think it's better to just concentrate on doing it. Yeah, that would never work for me, so I wouldn't you ever did it already. No, stand up, I did it. I also think with stand up, like you can do a lot of sets and stuff, but I don't know if you should concentrate on it as much as concentrating on just life itself and finding things that you think are funny and interesting. Because sometimes if you concentrate just on stand-up too much, it almost like narrows your focus. So you're thinking so much about stand-up, you're not thinking about shit to talk about on stage. Because you're not really thinking about it. You're obsessed with some tour date details might be an offer that's on the table. What do you think I should do it? Instead of thinking about that kind of shit. It's just like you only have a certain amount of resources that your brain has available. And when you can stop thinking about, like if you could just push any career ideas completely out of your head and just exist as a person and then go and do stuff. If you can figure out how to shut it off and go and do stuff, for me at least, it gives me more ideas. I get more ideas that way. I feed my curiosity too. Like it feels like I feed my curiosity in an honest way instead of thinking about just reading things that I would think would be funny on stage or reading stuff that I think would be funny to talk about in a podcast. I just look at shit that's interesting. Goddamn right. Makes sense. I'm up to 10. Okay. Something. I got stoned this morning. I stopped at the weed store on the way up here and we don't have to get the party started. My sister was like, we're about a month away from legal weed. That's it. But it's right without legal weed. Because the edible count is going on 10 milligrams. I already got the warning from the fucking source of death. The guy goes, there will be meetings. The guy goes, for you, 900 milligrams again. You'll have to slow. You'll be fucking stuck with gelatin at 10 milligrams to start. Yeah, no, there's some shit going on now. I almost are doing that CBD, the one-to-one. That's good too. Oh, that's good anyway. This goddamn Jumbo breath spray. This medicine from God. This one's 1,000 a spray. One bottle's 1,000. So if you taste to take the top off. Now that's that shit that's really good. That's with this. I take the CBD off the company and the exit off. It's 1,000 milligram CBD off. You get back to jiu-jitsu. From the rhythm of the ear, it doesn't get you out. This is the one that just by the time you get out of the shower, you're like, whatever. Oh, so it's just CBD oil. Because they make it marijuana. Yeah, it's not transdermally. Well, that goes into your system. Yeah. The one that I'm taking is for children. People don't want THC. But this one has such a high concentrate of CBD oil. Yeah, but the other thing, they make it with something else. But he goes, put that on the tell him 1 or 2 drops. You're a big guy right when you get home. Jiu-jitsu, take a shower. Not too bad. Joe Rogan, let's try this stuff here. Some of it tastes like pig. And some of it tastes like fucking guava juice. There's these people that do guava juice. Jesus Christ. Not bad. It might make it. It's actually a nice little breath spray. Another 2 shots. I fucked up and did 2 nice sprays one of these ones before a Sam Harris podcast. And Sam was talking crazy shit about artificial intelligence and all this other. Every time I talk to that guy, he's a neuroscientist, very, very smart guy. That's right. And I was barbecuing. I was talking to him like barbecue. I totally underestimated these sprays. I have no idea. Like I thought, like a couple pumps is like probably like a pop out of pump, No, it must have been hundreds of milligrams each day. They fucking coming like that, yeah. Like 20, 60 seconds. On the plane, next thing on the plane's fucking making weird noises. They're lighting on fire now. It's gonna change the world when it becomes legal, folks. It's not gonna change the world for the worse. It's gonna change it for the better. It's gonna make people paranoid as fuck. It's gonna make people nicer. It really is. That paranoid as fuck thing, that's good. You don't say that. That's how I live. I don't say that. I don't know. There's some days I don't even fucking shave. I leave the house with that and they don't know. It's tremendous to live that way. I say nothing. I don't bother nobody. I got the spotlight. I don't hear nothing. I don't know nothing. Time for reflection. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. Yeah. One thing I don't get high is when I go to jiu-jitsu. I still can't work that up yet. That's too real for Uncle Joe. That's too real for me. Something is going to be bad for some fucking history. I used to get high. How the fuck you guys do that? I get it. I used to take giant bong hits. And then we would roll. Yeah, I never been to that. Yeah, we would go into class. As soon as something gets on top of you, fast like that, he would teach like that. He would teach like that It's like, Eddie, he's got a very interesting style, not just of jiu-jitsu, but explaining his jiu-jitsu. Explaining all the moves and all the different positions. It's like there's like a presentation. It's like an art form. Okay, somebody probably don't know to me and friends who's doing something completely fucking different on the other side. Because every place you show up in the town, there's one fucking dude like that planet showing up in that places. At least. He's got little son of each man, at least 3, 4 people. Because even the little towns, they get their videos, they get them back, and they do all that shit by themselves watching the fucking videos. They told me when I went to Omaha, people came in right from Omaha. There's a 10-planet in Omaha, that's great. People want to make the people telling me they get like couches and jiu-jitsu put on that couches, matches that. Like they're fucking crazy. So if your little town doesn't have it, and you spread it. And now, like, there's some students that win fucking tournaments and now EBI. EBI is the best thing to ever happen to submission grappling because it made it exciting. We have a rules, we jiu-jitsu magazine, and they're saying that fucking they're gonna start using EBI rules and shit. EBI is any problem, bitch. Yeah, it's Chael Sonnen did it. And here's how beautiful Eddie is. Eddie doesn't want money. I'm pretty sure he was like, yeah, I just want those rules established as the best rules. Just give me credit. Call the EBI rules so you can use them. Smart way to do it. He just wants to spread jiu-jitsu in the right way. And, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a non-EBI rules event either. Like if somebody wants to do like what Metamorphosis is doing, have these long bouts, and if they go to draw at the end, they go to draw at the end. A lot of the podcast, look, I've got to break everything down. I just IBBF. Anybody can essentially start their own rules, like in Abu Dhabi, where Eddie choked out Boiler. They had very interesting rules where the first period of the fight there was no points and encouraged you to go for it. Right, so you try to submit someone in the first half of the fight, or take it real conservative, which was another approach, and you played super defense for the first half of the fight. Then in the second half of the fight, you can score points. So you score points for takedowns, you score points for guard passes, near submissions, things like that. So I think their logic was that if they just have no points in the beginning, it doesn't matter if he mounts you, it doesn't matter if the guy takes you back, if you defend, if you're trying to attack him and go after him. Sometimes you'd worry, if I don't get this guy, I might be so far behind in points, I'll never catch up. Like if you just go for it, you fuck up and you wind up in a bad position, then you defend that position, and then you get back to your feet, and maybe the guy takes you down. That's a sequence of events. If you count takedowns and near submissions, things like that can put you in this giant deficit. If the guy's that good that he can get that to you, maybe you underestimated him, you'll never catch up to him. But you can find out if you just go for it. If you both go for it, you don't worry about points. So that was their idea, I think, to promote more excitement. So people just go for it in the beginning, and then the idea about the second half is that once you're establishing who's the better grappler, when two guys roll and they're trying to kill each other, you learn pretty quick who's better. And so then, if no one's better, it's just by a very, very, very slight edge. So if you got to the second half of the fight, you're both in a neutral position, where you both attacked, you both defended, and no one's had any sort of an upper hand. Those last few minutes is what's really going to count. That's the few minutes where your determination in training camp showed up, your ability to adjust, your ability to overcome, like all those things really do determine who's best. So having that toward the end of the fight, that makes sense. How long is Abu Dhabi? If I go the whole way, that's a good question. Is it 2:15? Is it 2:10? I don't remember. I'm thinking it's 2:10, but that seems like a long time. Maybe it was less than that. Abu Dhabi submission grappling time limits. Because what is Eddie doing? He does the first how many minutes? I'm not sure. I think it's like the first 9 minutes or something like that. They just go at it, and there's no points. And if they make it into the final, or they make it past the time limit, then they go through these series of bad positions. Like one guy starts on the other guy's back, and he has an over/under, and you go ready to go. You start from there. So one guy's got your back, and you have to defend it. And if you can tap him, then he has an opportunity to try the same position, and if he can tap you, I think it goes to who got you first. I think it likens in the amount of time it took to tap them. So like that's where the competition would be. So for qualifying rounds, 6 minutes, 3 minutes overtime is a draw. Finals 8 minutes, 4 minutes overtime. There's a draw with no advantage. So what if there's like 4 minutes in, they start scoring a point? Yeah, there it is right there. First 4 minutes are without positive points, but negative points start from the beginning of the fight until the end. And I think negative points are like when you draw guard, when you pull guard. I think that was a negative point. I don't know if it still is, but I think that's silly because some guys, if they pull you to their guard, you're fucked. Like there's guys like Vinny Magalhaes, like Shigeoki. That guy's this nasty fucking guard. If you're in his guard, you're in a terrible place. The church is punching Vinny Magalhaes. Vinny Magalhaes is a motherfucker. His jiu-jitsu is so fucking high level, man. You know, he spent a long time fighting in MMA. Because of the fighting in the MMA, I think a lot of people slept on his jiu-jitsu. They forget what a phenom he is. He flying armbar, Peyton Pano. He was like this multiple time Brazilian jiu-jitsu world champion. Vinny Magalhaes, he put a flying armbar. Do you know that is like pulling your dick out and slapping it across a world champion's face? You know, literally how powerful that movement was. You say flying, that's what it is. Check this out. See if you can find it. Vinny Magalhaes, he's huge too. He's like 230 pounds. So he hits him with a flying armbar. It's perfect. Just perfect. Look, there's no defending. Now this guy, this is Chris Weidman. You got Chris Weidman with it too. Yeah, well you can watch this too. I mean, Vinny did hit Chris Weidman with the same shit. Dude, Vinny's super world class. Now you gotta remember, Chris Weidman, two-time NCAA All-American wrestler, like super fucking grappler. And that's how good Vinny Magalhaes is. I mean, Weidman, when he won the UFC, let's see if you can find it. This is a long match. Weidman, when he won the UFC middleweight title from Anderson Silva, was one.
Prefer to ride with the woman behind the wheel?
Fuck yeah.
Preferences in the Uber app lets women request to ride with a woman driver. Now available in LA and San Francisco. That's safety simplified. Uber.
That's discrimination.
There are 4 incontrovertible. There are 4 incontrovertible that we didn't go to the moon. We just proved the moon landing was fake in one photograph. If the moon rocks are fake, what about the moon mission? So you know what's on here? It's the crew of Apollo 11 faking being halfway to the moon, or we didn't go to the moon. And I'm like, am I under arrest? They don't answer me. Am I free to go? They don't answer me. For some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch man today. The very next day, he's dead from faulty equipment. And so when I make my way back to Nashville, I know I've got this exotic syndrome in me. The faking of the moon landing is so much more profound historically than if we had gone. They faked it 6 times. They took the American people for suckers 6 times. That's how arrogant these people are. You made it clear to me that I am correct, and good luck trying to prove it.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, or I think I know. We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And so the moon landing really is the poster child of conspiracy theories, right? They faked the moon landing. The director of YouTube went before Congress, and her number one example as to why they need to do censorship is people saying the moon landing is fake. And then when it dawns on you, after extensive research and a millionaire backing you who built rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, and then when we'll get into it, I found concrete proof that they were indeed falsified. I just, wept quietly. It's so sad when you realize they actually did fake the moon landing. And more people are waiting.
Yo. What up?
Waking up to that. I saw before we began.
Which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle to Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayit, according to Rabbi Shimon. Unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Rabbi Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You would also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruit, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're fruits and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it. You don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Elazar, asked Rebbe, what does Rabbi Shimon hold when it comes to Atzilei Tamar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Rabbi Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Rabbi Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Rabbi Shimon hold about this? But he told him. Even though Atzilei Tamar are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with him. So he has one out of two conditions, and therefore they are muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon. Nevertheless, I ask a question. There's a Mishnah that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shech an animal that's yours. But if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rebbe, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shech on Yom Tov because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rebbe holds of muktzah. Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rabbi holds like Reb Shimon in Muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisin. It has two conditions. First of all, you were done you pushed it aside, said, I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is Muktzah. Second answer is that Rabbi never said that he holds like Rabbi Shimon. He's just answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda in Muktzah, and he's answering his son what Rabbi Shimon would hold in Muktzah. Another pshat is that Rabbi was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Rabbi Shimon in Muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, that should be considered a domesticated animal and Kuchet and Ayant? And he said, no, we don't agree to that. Rabbi Bar Bachana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rabbi Shimon in Muktzah, that there's no Muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that a chicken coop is Muktzah? We must say that it's talking about a very specific case, that the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kelp, because a dog won't eat egg peel. And it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor will it go you. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold a Muktzah machas gufa. So like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them, and this egg with the chicken inside has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's Muktzah. Now why didn't he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos, and Reb Shimon holds that it's Noilad and it's Muktzah? Because there is a shita that holds, Rav Yitzchak holds, that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a Noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's Noilad according to Rav Yitzchak. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandala that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that dead chick and you could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandala that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds its muktzah, because I never thought about it. I was going to see if that's. Another mandala that says that it's Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. Now, why did he have to say so? There's a story that you can learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held that, like Rabbi Yehuda, that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds a muktzah. So the Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kaveh HaMakom. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas starting piss. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, designate an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
Let me take out dinner, and I happen to be in LA. So I got the email. Oh, it's great. So he picks me up the next day. We go to this, great restaurant, and he's like, Bart, I know the missions are fake. I've known him for a long time. And then I don't hear from him for a long time. Everybody was asking me for years, why haven't I done the Joe Rogan show? Because it would seem that this would be important. Why hadn't I done the Alex Jones show at that time? The top two podcasters, it seems like, don't.
Shabbos Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of the hiyas makom. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Lamar, but what do you do about Chilas Chasanim? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. You're allowed to put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, kiyas makkah. You see that there is no muktzah called kiyas makkah. So then why did Rav Asi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So they made a gzera on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that could come apart, machlokes. The Rebbe says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be gozer on a small menorah. And Rothschild says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it gzera. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds, like Rabbi Yehuda in Muktzah, that there is Muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always paskins like the Stam Mishnah, like the anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchnin that we had the other day, the wheel that he catches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmashos, inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Reb Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Reb Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a doicha, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during ben hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during ben hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Migid skatzoi ben hashmashos, it's skatzoi l'kuli yard." Rishon Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon the ner, meaning could be two meanings. Either it was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, a menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is awesome. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a table. The Gemara tells us that Reb Malkiah, and at a different time, Reb Yosef Lulav, both acted like Reb Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were makin on them. On the other hand, Reb Avon, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Reb Yochanan, out of respect to Reb Yochanan, he acted like Reb Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusted, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metal. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machnas minos, because Reb Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machnas minos. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore a stone that has no other use, and it's, in other words, muktzah machnas minos. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metaltal, a lamp that was used with neft. So the Gemara tells us an amazing story. Ravia went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoes on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Ravia with questions to punish him. Some sort of has a beautiful pshat. I should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rav Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover kalim. He says, Rav, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. Halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry she might show to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains that it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Baruch Rahman, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Abi. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, a cow, a sheep, he goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could shecht it outside the Beis Hamikdash. It says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp? The Reb Shimon says is not muktzah. Says why there's a big difference. Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal, a bechar, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can shech? What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, mefer or matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Says Gemara, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das for her husband. And what about a man? How could you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find three simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learned that according to Rabbi Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's smoked. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asur. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Rabbi Shimon holds the davar she'ein miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's enough community between the deraisa and the rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the deraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only the rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the deraisa, Rishon says it's also because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Reb Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even at the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have tavana, Reb Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
In such television, he is not open-minded to the truth, right? The book of Obadiah says pride prevents us from seeing the truth. You have to be willing to be wrong. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong, and humility is the willingness to be wrong. I came upon the idea that the missions were fake as a 14-year-old. I'm like, oh, never thought about that. Went back to my shrine, looked at the pictures, and I'm like, oh, the soil looks real up to a point, and then horizontally, it suddenly becomes out of focus and changes color. Oh, it does look like a wall behind them. So you have to have an open mind, and those people do not have an open mind, and that adds all the more to the certainty that
that's the difficult question. Are you open-minded to the possibility that did happen? Is there any, or is the evidence just so overwhelming, conclusive that the movement is back?
Well, that's a good question, and the answer is I've already proven.
Shabbos Daf Mem Zayin, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur. A support is something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. You're carrying two things, muktzah and asur. So the isur comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimein Kishol Chagah. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. Well, Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned when it comes to tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, a 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grafshel ring, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A graf sherei is an open tree, whereas this machta has a net on top. Graf sherei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis of davar, hamutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood, and the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. Brisa says, both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, Chlokes, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis of davar, also a mutter, it should be mutter. Says the Gemara, we're talking about in Golem. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mutter. Kaisa says it's very interesting. Kaisa says that Galil, that's so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped to a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shatarsim. This is a bed that comes apart. You're going to put it together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a isuday rice, you're chayav achatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like that. It says that if you take the final part of the menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chayav achatos. If you have extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's pater aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrowhead, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're pater aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav achatos. And this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold. He says not only is it not pater asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rava paskin la halacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you're allowed to pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you're allowed to put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks, and it's not considered mevatel kli mechani that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos because the sparks, you're invisible, so you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos, because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, they would geyser not put water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed Paimet. We learned the Isser of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some sort of soft wool, and grasses. Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you're matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maaseh today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pot and cover it with a blanket. And the blanket is not moist. But underneath you have a blech, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist hevel, but the bottom is moist hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmana, even burying in sesame seeds. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives. But in general, it would be also to be mapping in anything. Have a wonderful day.
Maybe they faked the first one, got their act together, but no, this is from the alleged last mission to the moon. And it has more intersecting shadows in its pictures than any of the other missions. So they never went. Plus, they had identical equipment. And we're going to show the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, proving the equipment cannot leave Earth orbit, and see how it's all clones of one another. If Apollo 11 can't leave Earth
Shabbos Daf Memches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not atmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do that." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or is trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also its libum. He says, "Reb Zer, but what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." He says, "Rabbi, that's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag. You're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of them. And that's called muksa machmas isur. You set it aside and say, "I'm not going to use this." Now, what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisaron kis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course, it's muktzah machmas chisaron kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. Komash malon, it is muktzah. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish, and Shavura says that's an isur d'orais on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, you're considered one, the handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer and you sew them with pishton, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnez, it's no longer the kama one to the other. But over here, it's different in that act. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, the cheres becomes tameh ma'avira, from the ear space. Over here, we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only midrabanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on a rabban tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tameh. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because in the Raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chacham said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
Where the real soil is and the background, which was video projection or still projection, and the angles went off or the pixels changed or something, the computer can pick it up. And it said every single picture was shown to make the background, meaning it was taken in a TV studio, which means they were on Earth, which means they didn't go to the moon. So there you go. That's the fifth proof. The smartest computer in the world that has a deep fake detector program that has never been wrong just said the Apollo mission.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope you all hear Psur's Toivos this month. We had to listen to Mishnah of different products that it's usher to do atmana if they are moist. Now there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichin, moichin is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produce its own moisture. New Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfeyayna, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Kafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. Rabbi says that Tishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist hevel and produces additional heat. But when it's thick material, thick Tishtan, then it's mutter to do hatmona. Gemara tells us tefillin require gufnaki, clean body. Like Elisha Baal Knafai, Spaces points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufnaki. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Rabbi says that to be careful from hafafa, from passing wind. Rava says careful from sleeping because that could lead to hafafa and could lead to terror. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin is going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Baal Knafai didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, the pigeon wings, he had an ace. The Gemara says, "But why do you say pigeon wings?" So the Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon fights with his wings. So too, Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform hatmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You do hatmana with wool shearings, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tukul l'achriyat. It's with shinuk. Rabbi Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was and you wouldn't be able to tap that in. What you do is with the pot in your box, you put the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Yosef ben Elazar says our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned, they're the finished product, they're usher. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are makabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Tezis points out that they are finished hides, you don't need to think about designating them, they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah. Because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion, why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Yossi ben Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachta, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count the different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. The Gemara says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in Al-Teku, the pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home, Lasis melachta. Melachta can mean work, a malacha, but could also be referring to the Aveiro with Eshes Petifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk by Malacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word Malacha to refer to task, job, not a Malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Man Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are keneged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant, they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made. Produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Yitzhak, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid because there was a strip of Rishus HaRabim in between. Have a wonderful day.
And the Saturn V was only a third as tall and only weighed 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3 rockets. You see, so there's a lot of inconsistencies that were supportive of that. To me, the first proof that's concrete is shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. And then the second proof is just the reason.
Shabbos afternoon, we learned that you're permitted to do Hashmona insulated food with easy experiment the shearings of wool. One side, according to Rabbi, the old Rabbi, as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but if you designate and you say, I want to use these shearings for Hashmona, for insulating purposes, they're no longer Moshe. Or the Shabbos, somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell these later on. That automatically makes them muktzah. If he doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah machmas kufa, something that doesn't have usage like a stove that is not a kli. Or in the Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree. It's for firewood. Muktzah machmas kufa. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? According to Rabbi Gamliel and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. You say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some shayla, for this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Hanina ben Akiva, he told his Talmidim in a time of an emergency, it was either Shever Brachos or during Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that you want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, you have to take action. But Rashi says you don't have to take action. You have to sit on that bread. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purposes. There's actually a brayso that says if you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a wool, so you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and it's up. However, if you use this in that fashion before Shabbos, that shows that's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. Don't put on your bed, you're not going to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your head. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you had in your house. Those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it comes bubbled to the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agreed in dirt. Because dirt, you can't hide dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining the kalim, you want to shine a key on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with tartar, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can do that and say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another brayso that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. What do you do? So there's three explanations of the Gemara. Either this group is not like something that's like sand, like nether and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the machlokes between two braysos. Or the question is, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brayso that holds this from goes according to the Shimon. The problem is, if we go for the Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to the Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. He even says that a nazir is not allowed to cut his hair. He's allowed to use sand and nether, though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to you that says don't shave shkaven also. It's actually machlokes mitzias. It's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver?
Because, mind you, I had $1 million.
It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. So we must say we're talking about a woman or a saris, a cotton. People that don't have beard. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not going to say that it might remove facial hair. The Rizvi says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rava. The Rizvi says sesame pulp. There's something called bardo. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The Gemara tells us that our Meimar have actually used this on their face, and Mar Zutra did it. It's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it Yilvash Geber Silas Isha? Are you acting like a woman? According to Mazutra, it's also. According to Meimar and Ravashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another pshat in Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shut up at his bottom. This is a veira to be mashmas food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question: can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. So you do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become mold. Now, originally, we learned Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah said, if you have a hakmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's possible to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the gizit samer, the shearings of wool, would fall in, and you're going to touch them in their moksha. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called fipusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out of Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of boiling. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do like you're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be on our flight, or he'll plant them on shmidl. That's not considered planting. Because what he's doing is he's just storing them. He's not tied to mice, he's just storing them. The worst problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara told before, and the Gemara remains in a question of a wonderful day.
In fact, the original slate says test. That's a Hollywood term for special effect shot. And it's allegedly the blue earth floating in space. They're trying to show the audience 2 days into the flight. Mind you, this thing has a computer clock timestamp. 2 days into the flight where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Neil Armstrong even says, you can show the clip, for the part that they intended to broadcast. This is Neil Armstrong calling in from 130,000 miles out. In fact, before he says that, he asks Houston, how far out do you have?
Don't do so.
Well, the answer is going to come right there. But he's still in their portion.
And then you uncover
your contradict the computer program that Eugene Grant said is controlling all the people during the simulation. And we see this with allegedly space all around it. He explains to the audience there's only one window that faces the Earth, and there's
Bingo.
camera, meaning to shoot the tiny Earth with black around it, you have to have the lens right at the glass of the camera. I mean, the lens of the camera right at the glass of the window.
if you want to play the footage, we have this little blooper
Nevertheless,
that's allegedly them. Now if you want to hit pause,
why?
this is supposed to be the Earth floating in space with the lens of the camera up against the window, and this proves that they're really far away from the Earth. We have the unedited version where the lights come up and you discover the camera is right at the back of the spacecraft.
And not only that, he
They've
said,
turned out all the lights, and this is a circular window outside of which it's filled with the Earth in her orbit. But it looks like
there's no problem with
in space. This is really the window of the spacecraft with the Earth outside of it.
He held that other question
The lights come
should not act like that. There's
come
other
up
people
and
that
you
think
see they
that's
just
lied
lied about being halfway to the moon. And in addition to
It's
this,
also
if you want to run it back a few seconds,
something that's supposed to
to be faking this shot, now we hear this audio.
solve and other things
We
that
hear at the beginning of the tape, NASA says, hey, the TV picture looks great. They didn't even get it themselves. It was screened somewhere else. But they said, here, the TV picture looks great. Then there's dead air for 1 second,
and we don't say,
dead
oh,
air
just
for
started
2
over.
seconds, and dead air for 3 seconds,
Put on
dead air for 4
layer.
seconds, and then the
It's
third
not
party,
considered
not
as
NASA, not the
only this
astronauts,
survey
says,
is in that original path.
it's the
It's
CIA
and
telling
according to
you
another
speak.
path. You're showing that
Tell
you
you
don't
to
create
create a
it. You're
fake
truly off this
4-second
anyway.
radio
So there's
delay.
no sense in
That's
saying
on the
that
tape
perhaps
too.
you go ahead and boil it up again. He's already in the process of cooling off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the back, and the back
So yeah,
cover
we
is
play even
booked up,
further back to
it's
the
also
beginning.
okay
You hear
with food
NASA
out.
speak
If
for
the
seconds
box is
of dead
slightly
air,
ajar,
and
slightly open,
you see,
then you're allowed to
he's
take
being
the food out.
told how to
Obviously,
fake a 4-second radio delay, and he's really in Earth orbit, only 250 miles
or it doesn't
So
supposed to be
appearance
metal.
of the conversation would be instantaneous
The
back
further
and
we're
forth. So they figured
vessels,
about
even though
2
the further
seconds
we're
to
vessels,
go out, 2 seconds to
as
come
long
back. The
as
CIA
long
had to stop watching, he had an earpiece in. He hears NASA,
of course, the
right
opposite
away.
is also true. You let
1, 2, 3, 4.
further on the metal wear, and you let
And I'm like,
metal
whoa,
on the metal,
whoa,
and another
whoa,
wear
what's
has
this? And then I start looking at it because this
And
is
then
unedited.
finally for
They
this
only aired about
it's
maybe
also
10 to 20 seconds of
the
I have
frost,
an hour of
ice
them
cube
trying
in
to
the
get
sun,
this shot right.
the
They
frost
even
snow,
insert
but
into
it's
the window a little aggressive piece of cardboard to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day.
how can I
And
love
the part that the public saw, it looks really
Now we
good.
start
I would have been fooled until the lights come up. You see them removing
This
the
is their right
Terminator line,
suspect.
and it's actually a
Let's
1
make
foot
sure
long.
the animal keep shop
They're faking
animals
being
that live
halfway to the moon 2 days into the flight. They can't walk on the moon the next day because it's a 3-day
what
trip.
constitutes
And if they really went to the moon, why would they be faking Indians? And if they're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because they can't go
some sort of
halfway. They
jewelry
can't
that
leave
we're
Earth orbit.
beautifying
Just
so
like Bob Braun
what's
said,
considered
all the fuel will only get you to Earth orbit. It's like Elon
good
Musk said, you can't go from Earth orbit right away. You have to burn fuel first. And the proof that
it's
there's
very wild.
mannequins orbiting the moon instead of
White female knockoff.
they can't leave Earth orbit in 1969. It just proves, and they
For
can't
that
leave Earth
particular
orbit today.
panel,
So if
the
you
notion
continue
is not
playing
considered
this clip,
you have a
so you just said playback.
very
It was supposed to be live, but since private conversations, because we have the unedited version, they're talking about how they're faking it.
typical
Don't
force.
speak and tell me, tell you to create a fake radio delay, and this actually isn't live, it's for playback later. After
If
they
one
have
of
a
these
chance to
chain
edit
devices
it to pick up
becomes
the best
one
part.
of the slaves, you need to sprinkle with paradumash. And if you so even though it's on that video,
No, that's an anonymous whistleblower.
and that's enough. It's hardly you don't have to get off
Thinks he knows who it
or
was.
just tells the story. Maybe one of these
When do you see, more and more of this shot,
So you send
where
money
the
to a
lights
very
come
distant
up
place.
and it dawns on you? When I watch
Difficult for us to
audiences
send
watch
money
this
to
in
6
theaters or
Journey.
conferences,
Therefore,
they gasp.
pick these parties.
What's your name? Candace Owen just
Just
gasped.
feed your
I
donkey
did. I'm like,
That's all it needs.
wait a minute, that's not the Earth in space. It's
They
the
said it from
window.
the Rabbi.
They're faking. Let me make sure I get this
But
right.
if you
They're faking
have
being halfway
very
to the moon,
wild doctors and not
which means they can't go halfway.
and instead of giving it a nose ring, give it
They
a
didn't
whole
go.
it's not really going to
Which
control.
means, oh my gosh,
That's considered carrying on top. It's also gives that to the animal.
this is the proof
But
that
it
even
doesn't
my
do its
critics
purpose.
agree is that faking being halfway to the moon from orbit, which they would never have to do really went to the moon. This was proven in a court of law. Two NBC news directors agreed that this absolutely proves that they never left Earth orbit and therefore did not go to the moon. The first NBC news director refuses to air it for fear of what causes civil war.
What about
The second one says we're going to broadcast this nationwide. They fly me to New York, put me up in the Waldorf Astoria. They showcase me driving it, and then they get a threatening phone call from the federal government threatening to build their plane.
Where's this tells the story that ladies don't overtook Robert money and Robert college night is the press page. We sat in that lady was overtaken like that. Even though she was more conscious than lady.
The
lady wanted to reason the lady asked the question, she trying to explain what happened. Said, what's that law regarding my donkey? Not a very well educated
and then of course the last Apollo mission at shallows that are 70 to 90 degrees, meaning they didn't go then either, unless they had identical equipment. So once equipment can't go beyond Earth orbit, the concept can't go beyond Earth orbit.
Additional guarding of an animal, giving a nose ring to an animal.
Interesting, is that the entire video? No, we're playing it. Brian's the lights. Wait till you see. Wait till you see it. To my knowledge, you're saying they have oh, sorry, I was talking over here, but you pay that again. That's an arm getting in front of the window.
Job is not in Vegas. How's everybody doing? The other day we were learning about different niches and colors that an animal is allowed to go out on. How this doesn't constitute taking carrying on jobs. They were discussing books. The goal is a very narrow pit. If you were putting a filter on it, you could easily see what's out of it. And therefore, it doesn't account for it. It doesn't account for it. It constantly carrying that job. Therefore, you cannot put an officer on a go.
I think they actually did
You want to put an officer on a go that job.
on the BTR videotape recording, but it was those mechanical buttons that you could never get recording. That's a one flight in the top right that they used to have a little bit of light. They turned off the light so that the wall would be dark and I have space around it. And here they are, they're about to remove part of the crescent insert from the
You
window.
have to take a leather piece and tie it between the horns of the tail. If you did this,
It's Neil Armstrong removing that.
everybody that's
And
considered
then the lights come up and you see the real position of the camera. And they're really bright and near out the window.
in order to lead the
See that?
That's not clear.
They're faking being halfway to the moon with a 1 foot model of the Earth using the window. It's a very clever forgery. But I have the unedited version showing them faking. That's what convinced me. When I saw that, I must have said, oh my God, about 50 times I looked at it. I'm like, oh my God, this really
You're not allowed to go out on shops.
I just went by it like,
Or three answers given. A nice says
mankind can't tell the truth. The money that our own government
another
is
city.
murdering people to cover it up, embezzling this money, and deceiving people.
Robert
To
says,
this day,
perhaps talking about
what a wicked thing to do. The truth has to come out. Otherwise, the wickedness prevails. Let's talk about the murder.
And therefore, it's born at an extra level of protection to this world.
Well, we know of
You added a leash, that's okay.
at least 9
Or,
people
you're talking about a crazy crowd.
who were killed because of it. I mentioned before that Fox originally going to air a funny happened on the way to the moon. That you can see on the homepage, freedomsupra.com, and then check it out. And in their special called Conspiracy Theory, Did We Really Go to the Moon? It was a great film. They pointed out that there were 5 Apollo astronauts and backup crew
That's okay.
who were being groomed to make the moon landings that all had accidents within a 24-month period of one another. I mean, you run a business. If 5 of your employees had accidents here at work within 24 months, I think the homicide detectives would be all over the place until they found out what was going on. And then, according to the widow of the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon, her name is Betty Grissom. I interviewed her for 4 hours. Her husband, Virgil Grissom, was the most beloved of all the astronauts.
grab it
he
over.
had a
Another side
mishap
reaction
in his
is
mercury capsule
it's
where
slightly
the
longer
explosive
than that.
bolts flew off
And then you have a
when it hit the water.
that's this
And
long
it was
reach
considered to be an
dog.
embarrassment and a failure. He was going to meet with President
But
Kennedy.
you say
That was
when it comes to
canceled
Rebbe,
because it was an embarrassment.
one is a single instead of other Rebbe even said that there are 4 types of animals.
And at the
that
press
have-
conference,
one of them is
he confided in the press
other
conference.
saying is Rebbe.
His widow, who I interviewed for
Rebbe's
4 hours.
mule went out with a ball.
I
But it's not
interviewed
there.
her, I think, in 1999.
Or the leading one.
She's
Then you
just
have
passed away.
Anina,
That's why I'm able to put this information in my book. That's not
that
in
in
the film.
fact,
This
Rebbe's
is
mule
the
went
second
out
to last chapter
with a
called NASA's Greatest Fear. It's
The
because
bottom
of
line
this
is,
that
all
if
the
they
same,
faked the
see,
moon landing and never killed
Rebbe's
anybody,
mule went out.
maybe it's the
Even with
devious
the
part of me, you know. Well, good for them. You know, it's like it's like the people who tow, you know, from the dry cleaner into the bank, get the gold. You know, good for them. You know, that was clever, but not if they slit the throat of the guards with fires and kill children. And that's what they did. Basically, Virgil Grissom was going to be the first man to walk on the moon because he was most beloved by the public and the press corps. After that mishap, he confessed he made another mistake. We're like, well, what mistake? He had in each of his front pockets like 4 rolls of nickels in one pocket and 4 rolls of nickels in another pocket. You know, bank nickels. To give to his son, who I also did for 3 hours, who was convinced his father was murdered. And that way he was in the 3rd grade or something. He could give these nickels to the school children, and everyone could have a souvenir of a nickel that's been in outer space. But as his capsule started filling with water, and he started sinking with this extra weight in his pockets, he said, I guess there wasn't such a brilliant idea. The press corps laughed and was endeared to him. And then one reporter asked him that. They said, were you afraid? And he said, of course, he was afraid. And they're like, he's so human, he's so real. They said, this is the guy who's most beloved. We're going to make him first man to walk on the moon. He couldn't understand why none of the equipment worked. In my film, I don't have the narrator pointing it out, but I show it for a few seconds. 3 or 4 weeks before they go to the moon, they have a little fake moon set in front of reporters, and everyone's supposed to be practicing picking up the first lunar rock. He has a pole that NASA built with a bag on the end of it, and he has a fake little rock there where reporters take pictures and practicing.
That is part because
as he's picking it up, the bag breaks off the pole.
As we said before,
They can't get that
or ring that fits on
much
a board,
less life support system,
vessel,
fuel, safety, all of that.
you pick up a
One
frying
of
pan
Virgil's
with
last words were, during a ground test, they couldn't get a wired intercom to work between 2 buildings. You see that? They can't get the bag to stand on the pole to pick up
a
the
ring
first
that has
lunar rock.
a signal.
He says, how are we going to go to the moon if we can't
A
talk
woman
to
who walks
12
out on
buildings?
Shabbos,
He was preparing reports to Congress and the Senate,
and it's an Isser
which his
Rabbi.
wife said were confiscated by the CIA from his house the day he died, and came in, took everything and left without even informing her that the president just died. He was preparing his reports for Congress and the Senate to say, look, he said, we're 10
never made
years
a hole, you never made the eye to the needle,
away from going to
and
the
you're
moon.
planning on making that hole.
So
So
one
right
would
now
fix
it's not a
anything
California, it's not a
because the higher-ups knew they were
However,
likely
it's not
going to
looking
fake
so
it, but
because
had
this
not at that
serves
point in
purpose
time
to remove
told the astronauts
the
yet.
splinter.
He was getting so
When it
frustrated.
comes to
All these
Shabbos,
reports,
it's
no one fixed anything. Verbal
if it
complaints,
has
no one
a
fixed
hole,
anything.
you're hired.
So a few days before he was murdered, without permission,
Doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it.
he took a bunch of reporters up to the top of the rocket. His wife told me that morning he was a bit of a gardener, and he had in his backyard in Houston like an apple tree, an orange tree, an lemon tree. She said he picked a lemon the size of a grapefruit to make it. And he took a coat hanger, clipped it, and he stuck it in there. He took a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket, and he had hung it on there with a coat hanger. And this thing is a lemon, a piece of junk. The Pentagon officials read their TV dinners at home, seeing that on the evening news. They're like, this is a problem. A few days later, they sucker him into a ground test. They reverse the door remotely.
Shabbos for dinner, I hope everybody's doing great.
Takes another
Mishnah
5
tells
minutes.
us Something called a das, a saddle cloth. It's much wider than the saddle. The saddle goes on top of that, which provides for the donkey. Therefore, donkey's life will have rather with the saddle cloth, provided that it's tight to the donkey in order to pass it. So Shmuel and must try this shot. Rice tells us Merdas walking animals but not with a saddle. The saddle is also to put on an animal without letting him walk down. The saddle is also provides some heat, not as much as Merdas, but provides heat. Provided that it doesn't have stress when it comes to the back that prevents the saddle from slipping forward and backwards and goes downhill. That looks like someone trying to get ready to carry the load. A saddle is also to take off an animal from the shadows. But the question is, why is a saddle so good? A saddle cloth is not so good. What you're given is saddle to make an animal walk back and forth and it'll take it off by itself, whereas Merdas. The Rabbi says that the difference is that Merdas provides heat. In other words, the people way that this house would get an animal has that's muscle to walk. A saddle, that's right. Like, it doesn't really mean a saddle for getting animal pleasure or taking away their own people to discover their friends. It's also to put on a saddle on top. And the first class, it seems like if you look to put on a saddle on top, there's something called a strassfold, which is a bag. This bag is tight for a horse or a donkey. Is that hooker to put on an animal? In a place where it's possible because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to bend down, but it's not actually preventing it. In fact, everybody else is saying the financing are very saying, hey, the economy to the line from bubble, in other words, the shore. Rabbi says that it's liquor to put bag on animals, and when you hear Rabbi says that, that's what Rabbi says. Rabbi doesn't have any pain when it comes to the shots. Of course, you cannot go out with ornaments such as Texas tail, which prevents iron butter. And so, should not go out with a cow a goat, should not go out with a cow on it. Butter, we'll see much more about that later. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered not to have a bird. A shoe on a cow is also what makes the cloth. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is a strong one. And this shoe alafa is a form by an animal that we're not going to go out with. Actually, go out with an animal should not go out with they will not establish a religious cameo. Already proved itself as a lumpa by the evolution, which is not necessarily good. A male anyway, for an animal, you can have a wedding, and they say you can have a wedding, and have a shamayim, and it won't work for them. An animal is going to go out with a bandage and a splint and a bone, and send them a bell that is stuck to the mouth. Thus say though, the young horses should not go out with the because if the truth comes out, that's a fighting with own back. It's more than Verse says you must explain that we're talking about as a way I put it this way, man, is something that Bobby Kennedy not giving pleasure has more access to the young horses. It's very difficult for them to depend on you. And it says research the opinion with 100% you are allowed to put on the CIA murdered their own president. It says that you're not allowed to go up and scout an animal wanted to get something off his chest. Why? He said, I must say that we're talking about a heel scout, and this is the pleasure of not discomfort. It's not an animal that goes in the water and has some sort of blood clot where even if you want to go in cold water. It says, well, it's not because of discomfort, not discomfort. It's a different question about the same amount of people might be giving you medicine, and you'll come to the right earth. Medicine, that's also that's the place whether this there is a fundament. It's a hundred applies to an animal. There's another type. It's a fundament make it zero. Let's say you can sell money where you're about to lose money. Since your animal will die, it doesn't go to cold water. Another example is let's say your animal is out of cook. Are you allowed to call it fusion? You can zero. You might have to grab it and that will be awesome. You're allowed to merge in that case. Not a dry because it's not talking about out of cook. It's what you're from is just out of the cook of the stuff. This is not like it. As we mentioned
No,
before,
the agreement was that I would take notes and that I would release that information
whether or not
after her death.
a book
And
go
so
out
that's what's in the book. And then so we have those 5 deaths of Baptist groups. We have the 3 deaths of the Apostle One group that was going to be the first man to walk out. These are just the ones we know of. So
another way to
this is how the deaths, the murders, and the proof guys in the first group, shall intersecting in 90 degrees, electrical light, scientifically proven. Again, you can't have 1,000 times greater space traveling capability, which 1 million computing power cell phone in 1969 today. That proves it.
and that's actually considered the medicine
We just showed the model of an a 1-foot window to simulate years floating in space, just faking being halfway to the moon, seeing it go halfway to the moon, reaching it and go to the moon. And then lastly, we have an eyewitness.
What tells us a high
If I said in court, you know, 7-Eleven robbery, that guy, that Bell did it, and set my life on it. It's pretty powerful evidence, isn't it? And then it says that as they're dying,
one of the most
you
incredible
know,
stories in China.
I've known about this
This
robbery for
story
years.
where a
It's supposed
person's
to say,
wife died and left him a child,
consider a deathbed
and
confession.
the father couldn't provide for the child.
So what we have is a gentleman by the name of Cyrus Eugene Akers. We have a picture of him. He
Look how
was
great this person was.
chief of security at the Air Force's most secure base. Every branch of the military has like their special ops intelligence headquarters. He was in charge of the security at the special ops headquarters of the United States Air Force and an Air Force base close to Mexico.
Not very.
As the man is on his
One
deathbed,
to remember today.
wanting to
The
get right
person
with
married a
God,
woman
and as
and
best as
never
we can
realized
tell,
how cruel the bitch
God will forgive your sins, even murder, if you confess them and renounce them. Again, pretty graceful, right? He says the first thing I need to confess, I am the murderer. His son is there, who's my source. He's like, what?
Zophar
You're a dad, you
goes
killed
out to
somebody.
meaning.
Who'd you
One
kill?
side is
He says, well,
that it's
I killed a
protects his
coworker
heart
and an Air
from
Force
the
base
wolf.
in
The wolf likes to attack the
1968.
heart.
The son is so alarmed, he brings in the military police to investigate. Now, no one says that because he wants to get this family closure. This guy just disappeared. What happened to him?
Similarly,
And then the military police come in, the son is there, who's my source. Tells them who he killed. And then they ask him, why? Why did you kill him? He says, well, we both saw them film the first one landing on a mock lunar stage inside 2 large airplane hangars that they took out the weapons from them. They built the set over several weeks. President Johnson was there, and out of curiosity, the first of 3 days of the first, second, and third of 1968. We saw them take the moon landing at the base. I was in charge. My friend thought we were morally wrong. He was going to tell the reporter.
Chavez documented
Covered
the
up.
list of things that animals
The man was given a list of 15 people who were allowed in to observe, given to him by President Johnson, candidate as we published those names in the book. Buzz Aldrin was on that list. He wasn't even in the space of the video images we had their face discovered. Watched as they did it. And here are some of the names: President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, and Aldrin, Werner von Braun, the Nazi guy who the State Department says is about to be thrown into jail for 1 month right before he died. Robert Ebenezer. I never heard of this guy. I had to look him up. He was a science fiction consultant for the military. He spent all of his life saying that religions are real and aliens are real. I also have a book about how aliens are deception. One of our monsters are going to fake alien invasion in the near future. But he was there as a consultant. Eugene Grant, the flight director, who I spoke to, said they destroyed all of the technology.
Shmuel says like
To go to the moon, all the telemetry, all the original videotapes, they would never do it. They really went, that's exactly what they would do. They demonstrated a lot. James Webb, NASA administrator,
dry out the others
future
is
NASA
okay.
astronaut.
But since
Thomas
people don't have
Paine,
friendship
deputy administrator.
Therefore, the eyes are everything that's possible. The difference is that if you're in a place that they never try to capture the book, they only dry out water,
said
then
originally that the radiation
on a
belts
stick.
are 100 times a
The Mishnah says that a dog should not go out with pellets. The third China
Roger
ration, that's
Trudeau,
what
Army
likes the most,
intelligence,
is
and a couple of
it's a
people, as
leather
we can best
that's
tell,
strapped
Navy
underneath the
and
tail of the
CIA
camel.
will tell
And on
it's
top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from
We verified
causing
that
injury to the
Johnson was
camel.
there. We verified that
So the
Robert
camel
Eminem
cannot go
was
out with
there.
this
So
strap.
these people on the
It might
list.
fall down and you
And
might
so this is
unless it's also strapped
incredible
on the top of the
information.
camel and therefore won't fall down. You're not
little
permitted to
side
tie
note,
camels
if you
one
read my
in
book,
front
I
of the
go
other
into
like
great
a string,
detail
because
about
that
how I
was
was
the
actually
beginning of the market
kidnapped
itself.
by the
And
CIA
you let it grab
when I
all
was at
their
the
ropes,
doorsteps of
just
CNN
hold
to
it in
give
your
them
hand
the
provided
footage
that you don't
that
wrap
we
it
just
around
saw
the
was
hand.
they
You make two knots.
through
So
Sarah,
double
we
knots
escaped.
would
I beat
constitute
him in cuffs.
the line
The
shot that
NBC
you
news
have
director was
most
distressed by this
Some
exotic
American
drug.
fish.
The lab was broken
You
into in
put
the
in
middle of the
food
night
once
in
it's
an
raw,
alternate
or
say.
some
Let's get to
other
that.
fish that
That's
that's
that's too much to unpack.
single
But
knife, that's not shot.
But so
You have to make sure that when you hold these ropes in your hand,
confession.
you don't have to be funny
it was recorded, and then the house with the videotape in it mysteriously burned to the ground.
drag down
So if you go to Sabrow.com on the homepage, I have the eyewitness testimony of the son who was there describing his father's deathbed confession.
Was he still alive?
He just died, but we have him on videotape. It's on the homepage of my website. He says I live right across from Cannon Air Force Base. My father was chief of security there, and my father ate in line, ate in
foot of a camel,
and so he was a man of truth. He said this, that it happened. He described what his father told him, that for weeks they brought him concrete powder, simulating the lunar surface. They brought him a module, and they put in the background, that
So Apollo 1 was the first scheduled
And
manned
Rabbi
mission to the
said
moon,
the
and
middle
those 3
option
people
means
died in this accident. And you're saying that the CIA was there and tampered with the container that essentially worked with live pressurized oxygen.
Yeah, all the astronauts respected Virgil's criticism of NASA, at least privately. But there was a running joke saying they didn't want to stand anywhere near him in case he got struck by lightning. So, because he was so critical of NASA, and everybody knew that, if he had an accident by himself, it would all the more look like murder. So they killed 2 other guys along with him to make it look like an accident. And according to his wife, he said the CIA showed up the day before, going into the space capsule. The following day was a test, and he was burned alive inside of there with 2 other people. That fire was set by the CIA, according to his will. They even have forensic proof that was the case.
The male
So,
sheep has a very long tail that drags to the ground, and
well, they have
that is also
record
on
of
Shabbos.
the electrical
Chanunas is also
voltage
for
of
Shabbos.
the craft,
It means
as it was consistent until right
toothpick
before
of
the
some
fire
wood
it dipped down. So they believe some device was tapped into the electrical supply, was activated by radio remote control, and it siphoned off how
Another shot is
that they
after
can show a record
you
of
sure
and
it's
then
full,
it ignited a
really
fire.
fancy, put a compress
They
oil on its
normally wouldn't pressurize anything with 100% oxygen, but they did on that occasion. They reversed the door, and they found a pile of rags dipped in flammable oil underneath this seat. They darkened the camera particularly, and they were able to get out of the fire. They wanted to start there.
And the reason that they couldn't open the door is because the door was reversed and the capsule was reversed.
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
so they created a very lengthy picture to open up the door, and they burned alive probably within 10
A
15
passion that go
seconds.
out with something called the
And
point.
there's nothing they could do, and it would look like an accident, and it would look like they didn't single him out in
The
particular.
later on its life.
And it was in a morning.
And do not put on the udder of a cow
Neil Armstrong's crew, as
skin of
much
a hedgehog
knowledge as was offered,
has sharp
don't
thorns,
operate or else.
spikes,
Send
prevent
us
ruts
up
and
here.
rats
Tell us
from
what
reaching the cow.
This is the
This
son
says
of the man who committed homicide at Cannon Air Force Base. who was present during his father's deathbed confession. And he was the one who brought his military police and he stopped their investigation. And he saw them when they asked his father, why did you kill this person? And he said, to cover up the pending fraud. He's going to describe what his father told him, the great detail about how they prepared the two hangers to make it look like a fake set. Hello, my name is Gene Gilmore. My birth given name is Eugene Robin Davis. I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit by telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is really this video, and I'm sure things will start getting sprung. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Canada Air Force Base in New Mexico. I made notes on my computer so that I wouldn't forget anything. There's a lot of little things and stuff that I forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was destroyed in a fire. So this is my deathbed confession because now I'm dying of cancer. I've got cancer all over the place. So they don't know where it's coming from. I don't know if they can stop it. So I'm going to go ahead and make this video for Bart Cybrell. I'll do everything with it until notification of my death, which my son will respond to that. Okay. Like I said, in 1968, my father was stationed at Canada Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years. And on his deathbed in 2002, I made a recording of what happened. I already told you what happened with the recording. But it doesn't matter because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I will, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge, the flag, when they buried him, I'll show you some photos of my dad. I was born in 1955. So in 1969, I was 14 years old. I didn't remember Apollo 11 come down, landing on the moon, walking around, and all that stuff. Anyway, I never quite knew that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. And I started doing nothing major, nothing surfing the web. I think I was surfing the web. And a lot of that information is right there on the web. I mean, it verifies the story. Good detective. I will be able to uncover a lot more
Destroy your breakers and
of the story.
These are the unique of destruction.
So,
Why did I be broken?
these have
The
a,
letter tough. I don't call the letter because it stands for
I'll never know my dad to lie.
he's going to live for or
He thought lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on to hide the purple welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a really bad attitude towards lying. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is the story that my dad told me. His Project Slam Dunk was the name of President Johnson in 1968. Okay. Canada Air Force Base in 1968. He said by that time he got there was already two large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone
a bunch of iron dies.
cement
But they
powder
also said they
was
should have listened
powdered
to
over the top of all that to make it look like a landscape. And it actually
However,
into a
there's a
landscape.
common question to Bryce. Bryce says that
Okay, I've never known my dad to die, so this all took me by
and the only reason they died is because of
surprise.
the revolution. And they are
What's that all
young,
about?
one of the fucking
So anyway,
Amram, the father of much
he said that in front of the airplane hangars was a wall framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, flatbed trucks was operated. Lunar lander that was assembled, reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that when you witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around
while
if
their
they
own
had
grandfather
detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason
Third says,
for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for Tom, because everything had gone so smoothly.
it's the word facto out. Reliable,
So it had to be something.
sure says,
Anyway,
Santo pass. Randall on the
Dad
law.
was one of three guards.
The
They
process
guarded inside the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. Here is that list I gave you the guards. So I wrote as well. Checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across the number myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edmund Hallman, Werner von Braun, Robert Baker, Gene Benson, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Lilly, Dr. Christopher Krause, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Miller. Now, the woman that I hadn't really had information on is Robert Eminator. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense.
Therefore,
So, he didn't know. The other one was Grant Miller, our spy, I believe.
why is it third
Was the best my dad saw was a FBI, CIA, NSA, something like that. President Johnson only showed up for the first day of health. Coming last for 3 days, and the entire project was restored. Where's the hangar for all taken apart? Sand was all removed. So on and so forth. Dad said there was a lot of building going on at the base. So at the time, so sand and cement powder was never questioned. So small everything else is over. Since 2002, I have dug up and what I told you about the evidence for the moon landing that I have found. If you go to Google and go to Cannon Air Force Base website, they admit that President Johnson was there.
How's everybody doing?
The lunar lander was there. The astronauts were there. I also have verified some of the people on the list were there. I also verified that there were a lot of illegal non-payment just to see it totally.
You're mistaken.
All this was going on at the same
What happened
time.
was they
On the
weren't
same
like
day.
Shmuel, their father, who went around to
His
Judah.
father, his
They
son.
stayed in their place and they sent
He
their
also
messengers
told me
out,
up there
and that's
telling him
considered
when he had said
God's
what
out.
he
They
said.
try to
I
fatten their
was that he
salaries,
had to
and
tell
they received
somebody
in return,
before
and
he
therefore
died.
they weren't as good as
Because
their
it was
father.
just too
The
important
mayor
not
says,
to tell.
since they were Levim, they were entitled to
I
the
sure
Meiser,
wasn't going to tell
but they
anybody.
demanded the Meiser, and since they were told the government
I
advised
feared
them to
for
take the Meiser,
my wife
and in
and
return,
my son.
other
I'll tell
Levim
you
were
what.
affected. Rebuta says they would give their money to the Balabaka.
Ever since I contacted
They would take back their money without giving the Balabaka any money.
listening to his
But
phone
in
for a
return,
second,
they should pay for prison during
because
Dini Kaira.
I never had any
The
problems
Rebuta says
until I contacted him and told him my
they
story.
force extra Meiser stealing. The Yossi says they took the Matis Kahuna, which is also stealing, Zroya, and paper. Famous Gemara, whoever says, David Amel says,
Broke into
that
my house.
the wife of Uriah, the patient is, making a mistake.
I was visited by
Rab
many
says
black
that David,
Jews. I
who
was
was
to
descendant
no
of another,
uncertain
tried to find his forefather a way
I
out of
wouldn't
it.
say anymore to anybody.
So that David only pretended
Me and my
to do
wife and
that,
my son
he
would
never
disagree.
like Pasuk says, this is real Hakika.
He desperately literally alternated his
Still,
story.
real Hakika.
Well,
Where it says it's real.
so I stopped contacting Mark. Now making this video about my son's story. She said, well, because I wrote with my brother was hard to brother. Jesus
She deserved to die. The country was born just like today, it's not that it's fault, it's going to come and shoot him out. It's too late to leave after he dies.
I didn't give them any information. At the time, my brother was tense. The guys in the black suits, I didn't see them right. So all that went away. But it definitely,
God
you
says
guys,
in
the
one
black suits were not the two detectives that came out of the court.
the Bible says, the same it says,
Next part,
by accepting what you want. Paul says in another section, when he saw the sign that the Lord was right across, what happened? Don't went to serve the descendants of Saul, and I'm trying to get as much as I can. One of the servants said, once I die, I'm going to send you to the house to have a grandson. So that's why I tried to give you a little extra. So he looked up, and he said, but I was saying, he doesn't, he's not a motherfucker. He doesn't want to say, well, he comes down with the practice, he realized, he looked up, he looked up the soul. But he was great at it. He said, the light up,
As I started seeing more and more,
David Amel later on ran away from Yerushalayim
I realized my dad wasn't lying.
but
I lifted the lid off my dad's case,
he's rebelling against him.
and you can see his name was Cyrus Eugene Eggers. He was born on July 17, 1933. He died on September 28, 2002.
He didn't take care of himself.
Here's his badge. Let's see if I can get as close as possible.
David Amel,
You can read the numbers on
why
the
did you
bottom.
give my belongings? Half of my belongings to Tzibah.
Which bar?
Says the Gemara of Basket came out and says, "Not to the mountain.
Okay, there it is.
Fight with me, just like your grandfather told when he told us about the riverbed." So there was a case.
07596.
David Amel accepted what they part from the slave.
07596.
When Malchus went after his son and had the slave Yerubim. After his husband had Yerubim, and after that Yerubim broke up his brothers, set up the Eagle Azov on the way to his leaders, the place where his Mikdash,
Must be really like two stripes and that was back in the 50s, I'm sure. Now they're
Ever
not
say the
on
Shema
different
Mel
boards.
Sin, by worshiping of the Zara and making mistakes. His wife,
That's my father.
his wife tried to seduce him out of the Zara, but he didn't listen. And just like the same apostle
Dad,
said,
he raised me by the coat.
when she yelled, although it wasn't she yelled,
And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling
God said,
me,
a nice thing
I
for the
realized my dad wasn't lying.
a not nice thing, Shemamel built the ball, even though he
So
didn't
what is
really
that?
build it.
What are your reaction to that?
Would have rather be
when I saw the video, just to me, one more piece of evidence on the pile. So I didn't really think much of it, to tell you the truth. I had already known what he was saying in the interview I did on the telephone. And I think I had that DVD for a year or so, and then I thought, well, I just uploaded it to the internet simply. The way other people look at it is different because we already knew they didn't go to the moon. And so, like I said, it's just one more piece on the pile. But to the general public, they really, like Adams and Dan from the Republican friend. Is this for real? Is this for real? Yeah, it's for real. And the views were doubling. I think every day until somebody throttled the view count of it. And, it seems genuine to me. And when they instruct juries in court, they say, just because somebody is swearing to something doesn't mean they're telling the truth. Lie all the time. The Ten Commandments is not a lie, right? So you have to use your own judgment. Is this guy sincere? I'd say absolutely. He's sincere. And I remember Bill Casey, my first source at NASA, were fake. When I worked at NBC, and he said the entire thing was supervised by the United States Air Force. In fact, I had to go to my own archives of my interview I had with him, and he said the Air Force. And sure enough, it's an Air Force base. And of all the bases, it was their special ops intelligence headquarters, where that man was the security of the Air Force's most secure base. His son said he lived right across the street, that his father would never lie, he needed lying, and the guy's literally dying when he gives his testimony. He said his father had to tell somebody because it's too important not to die. That's kind of how we started the interview. The faking is so we have done. We have this great truth. How far America and mankind has fallen.
Shabbos not doing that. It's amazing.
And it's
We're
not
holding 56
part of the record
Shabbos.
yet.
How can I fly? Red parrot? Actually, like
We cannot
next thing tonight discuss
bury
what
it
items
and
a woman is
expect
not to
for
work here
America or the
if
world
it's
to
Shabbos,
make any
certainly
progress.
if they are jewelry.
So this guy is describing his father's
And if
deathbed
it's first few items in
so
it's not
there was a
talking
set
about
of
the radio ones here,
they
which is
were
grand of warrants or
involved and was given us all this great
that
information.
is concerned.
What is
The woman has to go to
what are the
the
other bits of information from the
water,
set
not
of
drinking tea.
pictures or
It's
video
grand.
that we've been able to
And here,
gather
you must
that
do
in your
so.
mind
And
proves
she might
that
remove
this
it and
is
walk
a
four promises
television
to
set
that.
that was
The
created
next
as
something
opposed
bugs.
to actually
It
being
brings
taken.
strands of here, the
So
whole
there's
picture.
the stars, there's the shadows. What about the flag? Potentially, is there
In
is there
order
any mystery
to
without the flag is
that
waving?
does not
Is there
Well, I mean, that's incidental.
People
Can argue whether he had was on the flag and it's their ships and maybe that was our color video clips from the ignition where it's talking about a foot in front of it and as it goes past it, it's atmosphere. So, yeah, I mean,
it looks like there's a rod going. There is a
there is a rod going through it to hold it upright. It's neat color video footage. Occasionally, people are walking around the flag without touching it, and they seem to create this rift in the air, and so pass it, and it's reflected in
Usually a woman does
the
not
the
have
flag
a neck like that.
the way it's supposed to be. There's not supposed to be any atmosphere, on the moon. People can out-argue anything that they want to. To me, it's not that important of a clue.
That's part of
The
it.
fact that shadows intersect
The
at
top
night
part is
is
a wide street that's very smooth.
that it's an
And the
electric light.
eye real tight. You need a
You
double
can't
check.
have greater technology in the past and in the
Sign
future.
of
It's
well,
never happened.
which has no stroke.
Yeah, for sure. That's good stuff. It's good.
Here's it right here.
That's it. There's no problem.
That's
I
the
should
thing
go
about
off.
the
Remove
dust
it.
when
French,
it's around
her
is
skin will be exposed. She won't remove for that reason. Or that's it.
maybe there was something from that stated
Trisha
that
says, a
maybe
woman
is
cannot walk out
the
with
hot the bomb back up into the
Every day,
space,
because that's what it's pulling on.
awesome.
Basically, it's a head down
Symbol
that goes from here to here,
strange. Well,
around on
look at
the
Lander
forehead.
and ground tests.
But Rothschild said that it's some sort of amulet.
Because
But
of
if
the
I says
thrust
it's
of
an
the
amulet
engine,
and
it's
it's a local amulet, she's permitted to walk out with that from the shop.
and it created a hole so big they
The
were
woman
afraid
is permitted to go
that
out
the balloon
with
would fall.
sort of a bathing cap.
In the film, if anything happened on the way to the moon, it showed a woman with Rockwell depicted as just as
It's
huge
more like
crater
jewelry.
underneath the lunar lander.
And
If you look at the pictures from
Justice is a
Apollo
pad
11, they landed first mission to the moon.
that's new
You see the
or
lander
sardines.
sitting there,
Which
and the soil right
the
underneath
opposite
the
way,
engine, and the
there
soil
are pads
to the
that's
right,
permitted
which
to go out
look
with the
identical.
remove
Those
smooth.
engines
Then
that
we're
were
here with the
fired.
exposed public and she won't do that.
What did Russia and China
Sardines,
know
there's a
about
headband like the
about
girls with
Rothschild?
head,
Did
only
they
to
know
go
that it
down
was
to
fake?
the draw.
Did they think that it was real?
The poor women with
I
decorated
suspect
clothes.
that they
The
found
wealthier
out
women with
over
decorated
time
with silver, some with shining gold,
that the
a
information
wealthy
was
woman
falsified.
decorates it.
I have a friend
Sure
who
that she
works
might
in
be able to
Chinese
show friends
space
because
centers.
the opposite is she doesn't want to show that to the friends, she
Knows
wants
that
to
the
show the friends
missions are
gold and
fake.
silver.
It's not a public.
But you've been a lesser home.
Missions are fake.
There's something called
And
the
they have an agreement
Today,
with
we're
NASA
holding the public
not to blow the whistle in
Many
exchange
jobs
for
are made out
space
of
technology that
and
Congress
since
passed
a
a
woman
law
doesn't want to do that
illegal
because it might expose
to
her
give
kid,
China
therefore,
any space
we're
technology.
in
So the CIA used it anyway so that they
and that is because you don't
have
want to
their
always
landing
call her
slot
jewelry.
exposed by the
That don't
Chinese.
allow
I suspect the same is true of Russia.
of her husband.
Russian chess players are very good.
It's the
And I could have a picture of
is
a
another
leader
piece of
of
fabric
prostitute and
that
upload
comes
it
to
to the
cover
internet.
the runaway
You
fever
would have
that's
some
sticking out on the bottom of
rare
the cover.
in the picture.
That is also an issue for the friend, and
I could
therefore,
blackmail them year after year after year.
yeah, I love
It's
the
a
comments that
real.com. You have
concerning
a
this
set of that from
the way this thing was made,
show the results of the AI.
it fell
It
to
says
not
the missions are fake.
what other than others. It was a shot with a knife,
She
woven
that the verdict might come out.
a piece of fabric made out of threads. And this one is basically
Disclosures were just black cells because of the
flags
resent
and wood, but you
Now the
dress
truth
them
about it
together
is that
rather
it's not happening.
than you scream. And therefore,
About
there is no
3
shot.
years
This is
ago,
no shot.
the
It's
former
not begging.
director
And
of
it's
the
not a
Russian
begging.
space
But there's no, I love this called
publicly said in his
the
retirement
funny color of looking thing on your
that the
begging,
missions were
green,
fake.
red,
The
whatever
very
color,
next
it is
day,
not Syrah because this
Fox
is
News calls them
other
and
elements.
said they're scrambling to put a 1-hour
And finally,
TV special
the
together
shooting says,
about what
although
they
this
went to
is
the moon.
for a pilot career,
They said, we want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. Irregardless, you will conclude that the missions are real to reassure people. I watched the special. They found one quote from one Russian scientist in 1969 who said, congratulations, and therefore their narration said, see, the Russians believe we went to the moon. They failed to mention that just 6 weeks earlier, the former director of the Russian Space Agency said the moon missions were real. So Fox News is not your friend. Just ask Tom Carlson. Every show he did got 100 million views. If they were in the business to make money, he's the last person in the world they would fire. They fired him because he's saying things that they don't want them to know. Same as RT. You think RT would run the story that Vladimir Putin was president when the AI declared the moon missions were fake? You can't even leave a comment on RT about the AI's proclaiming the moon missions are fake. So RT and Fox News and everyone else control opposition. This whole idea that Russia is an enemy and China is an enemy is a manufactured 3/10 of the military-industrial complex, the Pentagon. Otherwise, why would we alliance with the master making all this money on it? China and Russia are
Someone made out of clay, someone made out of metal, sometimes they're worn to the neck,
and there's nothing wrong with money.
sometimes they are made by the
But
master,
they're not our enemy.
sometimes they're made by the slave.
Trillions of dollars worth of trade China every year. They have a lot of agreements going on with Russia. They are absolutely blackmailing the United States, which is not a good thing. And so that would be a benefit of the government just coming clean about it. Those nations wouldn't be able to blackmail the United States anymore. Yeah, so you're saying that Russia and China are blackmailing the United States because they know the truth now about the fake news thing. And so I guess that would explain why Russia and China are saying that they have images of the landing site, right? Because isn't that one of the things that the trailers in Russia or China have never said this is the problem with those they don't remember things correctly. People think when they were kids and looked through a telescope and saw the flag on the moon. According to NASA's there's no Earth-based telescope that can resolve any resolution on the moon. Russia and China have never publicly said that the moon missions are real. Their agreement is that they won't stay within their space. Now, a lot of people say, well, we have these little pictures from allegedly a NASA satellite or payload of a tiny little shadow or a little scratch on a picture, and they say, see, that shadow is the shadow of a module, in a picture it's like 15 meters long, and some of those scratch marks, those are footprints. But wait a minute, NASA already made a full body picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon that was actually taken in the Air Force Base in New Mexico. And you're trusting them to provide more proof that the moon missions are real. The Fox is going to stay a bit about stealing a ticket. The only independent proof that they allegedly have is the Indian government has allegedly taken photographs of landing sites. But if you examine those closely, the landers that barely show up have 3 legs. They're a module pattern. But the fact is, if you were really landing one-man craft on the moon would have 3 legs so that it always lands level and not wobble. So it appears that the federal government landed probes there after the fact in order to give the appearance that there's something there. But we can't trust NASA because they're the ones who faked the pictures to begin with. So how can possibly any more pictures from NASA be proof of anything? You see? So then there's the argument that they have these reflectors so you can bounce the laser off them. Well, according to Scientific American magazine, who has published these articles on they were bouncing lasers off the moon in 1959 no mirrors because these moon surfaces highly reflective. All they had to do was choose as the alleged landing sites these reflective surfaces, because by the time a laser goes clear to the moon, it's like 5 miles across. So anything within that could reflect, and they could claim that it's man-made mirror that was put there. Plus, the Russians put a reflective mirror on the moon that was unmanned exposed. So that's not really any way. And then, of course, India could just be lying on those photographs that have been intercepted, and fake photographs could have been put in their place. All you have to do is ask Manuel Noriega or Muammar Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein what happens when they stop cooperating with the United States government, right? So I think India's probably just participating in the hoax that exists. That's right. So there's no images that came from Russia or China. That's a misunderstanding. According to Chinese, you could say integrity or moral integrity. They don't want to. They've never said that they are real, but they've also never said that they were fake. So that's the way that they, choose to participate right now. They are blackmailing the United States. The CIA is badly in love with China. The
part A
of those
with
economic
insurance,
reform.
part B becomes
Trudeau, I think the
only
gentleman
while
in Canada,
the
he
citizen
was
for the
asked,
carbon,
what's your favorite country?
only while you
He says,
continue
I love China.
touch the metal, the wood from the
Oh, I wish we
first.
could do what they could do.
Put it aside,
Combine.
even if they are
So the CIA
one
and
part
China
of
are badly in love with one another.
certainly
Whether or not
by
this
the
thing
value
had anything to do with the CIA and China working together, that's probably the case.
Therefore,
We know
Rava
that
and
they
the
have us, and
the reason why the bell itself is humble, where the clapper itself is not mechanical in itself, but the actual bell is. The reason is because the actual bell
these images
will
are
not sound
allegedly
even without the clapper. You take the bell, and you base it against something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that the bell makes, but nevertheless, it's the sound. Similarly,
by
the
spy
basket.
satellites,
You have a basket that
where in the original picture there was nothing there, and the CIA inserted
as long
fake
as it
photographs of
accommodates.
the
In other words,
transmission
it
work.
might serve its
India
original
could just
purpose,
be
but it
accepting
has
a
some other
bribe or
purpose without
blackmail for
so
providing
this
these
bell.
images.
And tomorrow,
A
for some
photograph
other reason,
of
wonderful.
Man on the Moon has already been falsified. They were falsified in 1969. So a picture allegedly of a man or a manned vehicle on the moon is not proof. Because we have all those pictures of allegedly a man standing on the surface of the moon that an eyewitness says was actually filmed in New Mexico. So we can't trust NASA's proof that these are pictures on the moon, and we really can't trust nations.
How's
The
everybody
United
doing?
States could
I
easily
learned yesterday that
couple
bell
their governments if they don't
even if
cooperate
you
with
remove
fraud.
the clapper,
Yeah,
you don't consider the bell as broken.
completely agree.
The question is
I mean,
why
the images from Mars,
every single person
the
put
island,
the clapper back in. So it's as if it's a complete
a lot of those were taken
What
on.
you see what Vanilla says, since I have a new use, I can use the
Yeah,
outlet
they
bell
match
as a
up to Greenland perfectly, which makes
even though it's a
I
new
sent
use.
Joe Rogan a text. I said, look,
However, Rob,
you think the face on Mars and the pyramid on Mars and the square on Mars is proof of aliens? They come from the same people who faked
it's original
the
doesn't
mission. They
Therefore, they
want
said the
us
only
to believe in aliens. Trust me, we've only had one whistleblower come forward in 56 years about the
it'll make
Kennedy
the sound
fraud.
of a bell.
There would be no congressional hearings about
Sound,
UFOs
nevertheless,
if they wanted to keep it a secret. The fact that they're so leaking stuff out is only worth the sound of analyzing and giving street credibility.
That is
This guy going around Fox News saying,
so.
aliens are real. They've been, bodies were recovered, spacecraft were recovered. When they press on the issue, or did you see the aliens? Did you see the spacecraft? Things like, well, no. But people in the government know they exist, and somehow that's considered credible news. The fact is, the man who faked the moon, Wernher von Braun, said before he died that the United States government is planning on faking an alien invasion.
That's not
I wrote a
enough
book
to
about
make it too much measures because someone will come
it's
over and
also
say,
an audio that I read
stand up, let me do my job.
that goes into how the government is planning on faking an alien invasion. That's why they have the face on Mars and the pyramid on Mars. I believe they're fake pictures, just like a fake picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon. If they didn't want us to see those things, we would not see them. The fact that we see the face on Mars and the pyramid, because they want us to see them, which means they want us to trick us into believing in aliens from outer space. The fact is, radio telescopes have been pointing in every direction of the universe for 50 years. There hasn't been one radio signal from anyone. Oddly enough, the truth is the exact opposite of what the government wants us to believe. Life in the universe is only one. That's it. So no aliens. Not open to the idea that life exists outside. I don't think so, because the science proves that there's nothing there. But there's an advanced civilization that can do space travel and come here and visit us on the crap. I'm sure they use radio signals to communicate with one another. There's not a single radio transmission found in 50 years pointing in every direction of the universe 24/7, 365.
Because it serves another purpose.
Zero.
Water.
There are no radio transmissions.
Royal
We're the only ones here. If you believe in the Bible, there's some odd scripture, Revelation 21:3, that indicates that life is only on earth. It says that when the new heaven and new earth is made, God will personally dwell with us. But the Bible says on 4 occasions that God does not show partiality. So if there's life on other worlds, He's dwelling with us and not us, and He's no partiality. The only way He can dwell with us and no partiality is if we're good. They want us to rise. It's the exact opposite of what they want us to believe. Last time I was at a hotel looking through HBO, 3 of the 10 movies available were about aliens from outer space. People want us to believe in aliens. And if the guy who faked the moon landing says they're going to fake an alien invasion right before he died, I suspect that's why they're doing this disclosure in leaks to make it sound credible and tantalizing. But obviously the government can't be trusted. President, you want us to believe in aliens, tell the truth about the moon landing. Maybe we'll believe the next thing you have to say. So with 200 billion stars in our galaxy and 200 billion galaxies in the observable universe, I mean, is it more of that's guiding your perspective on there not being life anywhere else? Is that more of a biblical religious thing?
I just found, because I read the Bible so many times, I happened to notice that. And that's so but I've always thought that seemed a little bit odd. Scientifically, the odds of there being life anywhere in the universe is really zero. So many things have to be in place for us to be having this conversation. Everyone knows that the course the earth has to be the right distance from the sun. A few more people know that the sun is in the right place in the galaxy, and so forth and so on. Then there's the DNA, the atom, the electron. Then we have to have helium, and helium has to be discovered in order to have technology and intelligent life. Life being here in the form that it is like winning the Powerball lottery. It cannot happen by accident. People don't realize, but evolution is the exact opposite of logic, because it says a lower form of life made a higher form of life, which is saying something without a brain made a brain. You see, the problem is mankind has become so arrogant that they can't comprehend an eternal being. They assume there must not be one. For my golden retriever can't comprehend origin. I can spend its whole life explaining the alternator and the engine, or even the simple spark plug, talking about it for 10 years. And Rabbi became and he made a caution and said, but does that mean it wasn't designed by a higher power? So we are made in God's image, we are gods, we can take away life with forethought, we can create a life with forethought, and we can't do that. Just because we can't comprehend the meaning behind it doesn't mean it's not true. Now, about 20 years ago, they did a study called the Project, where they took DNA from all nationalities, Eskimos, Swedes, and Africans, and whoever else in between. And using new DNA technology, they're able to go back in time. And they concluded scientifically that every human that ever lived, is alive, or will ever live, came from one woman, just like the Bible said. No one before her, no evolution, suddenly appeared. Another clue.
That's already a
But the
burden,
people
and it's
of the
awesome.
world don't want mankind to believe in God and the perfected percent, which they capitalize off of. And of course, the dead people, they die younger than they once did.
Awesome.
So how can they explain that? When they came up with this theory a few years ago, I thought it was a one-time TV show. Ancient aliens barely existed here every year. So what they're saying is, okay, all humans came from one woman. She suddenly appeared, no evolution. We'll give you that. The science, we have to admit, that's what the DNA says. But no, there's no God. We were made by aliens. They never asked the question in 3 years, 150 episodes that I would ask as a third grader. Okay, if we're made by aliens, then who made the aliens? And it gets even more interesting when you realize the book of Isaiah says that Lucifer, a fallen angel, wants to dethrone
for creation. See, according to the top two UFO researchers, which is Jacques Vallée and Robert Hynek, UFOs are real,
Shabbos daf Samach.
but they're not.
We learned in our Mishnah that a woman cannot go out into the
And they're demonic.
a reed
So
doesn't have
if
a signal.
an alien is
And that's
really a
the Cinderella.
fallen angel who's lying,
When the daddy from the Mishnah does have a signal, then it's also even with the rights. The problem is that the Mishnah can't tell us. But once
so if
considered
fallen
a
angels
ring
are
that
really
has a
aliens,
signal or doesn't have a
saying
signal,
we
you
were
see
made by
that has a
aliens,
signal, it's
and the
considered
fallen
holy.
angel
It's
leader
considered holy. It should
Lucifer.
be looked at the glory, which is
What
what
they're
they're
really
only
saying
also
is that mankind
It says
was made
perhaps the Mishnah can be read
instead of
if it has a signal.
the billionaires who run the world. Most their point when they appointed Trudeau in Canada, they appointed
It
the
doesn't have a
president
signal.
of France, they appointed the prime minister
Not
of
really
the
successful.
UK.
When it comes
It's
to
their
Torah,
logo, and you can
all
show
you need
this
is
leader, Ryan.
a vessel.
This is
And
a
if it has a signal,
billion-dollar
then
organization that can
not
put
attached,
$1 billion
it's not
on a
and
logo if they
therefore,
want.
when it comes to Shabbos, what we're
Economic
looking for
forum,
is this thing
Oxford have
considered
a vote in
Jewish,
this.
or is
And
considered
there's a
a
half
burden,
circle
a master,
going through
has a signal considered a master, and therefore it's possible to go out with it.
a six.
Bishop tells us a woman should not go
That's
out
six.
with a needle that doesn't have a hole.
Six,
What
six,
purpose does
six.
a needle without a hole
CERN's
serve?
logo,
Well,
where they're
if she
trying
puts the
to
needle and wraps her
release
ear around it,
creatures
puts the
from
needle
the
and puts it
dimension.
underneath the svacha, the covering of her head.
Jonathan,
We're not
again,
concerned
it's
she's going to take it out,
absolutely
because she's
fascinating.
over here and that's what
Illuminati
she's
is known for
if it's a
saying
needle that she's using
what they
hard
say
to
is
hear,
hidden in plain sight. You see the OWN
then
world, the OWN
it is
economic, the OWN
also,
forum, and the line going through from
according to Rabbi,
a
this
six,
particular
and a
needle
six.
has on the
Hidden in
other
plain
side
sight.
of the
Their
cord.
chief
And
spokesperson
therefore,
said,
when she
and their
uses it
CERN,
harder here, home here, and on Shabbos she uses it as
six, trying to let
she puts it into her
demons
head.
out to another
Therefore,
dimension.
it's
The
also
Bible even talks about that in the book of Revelation. You see this? They say, their chief
It's a very
spokesperson,
interesting theory. Not allowed to
obey
walk out of
Jesus,
Shabbos.
don't
with
obey the
sandals
Bible,
that
they
have
never
nails
say
in the
there's no
bottom.
God.
Why?
They
Because
never
of a
say
nice Shahada, there's a story
they
that the Jews
literally
were hiding
worship
the enemy in the cave.
Lucifer.
And it is
And that's what my book, Aliens from Planet X, is about. A rogue planet. They come by the Earth in the near future that is desolate,
and they
no
noticed
life,
footsteps
that they will
away from
play in direction
in fact,
that
what
when
it was,
aliens
somebody
appear,
walking through
they're
there
all
and was very
along claiming
sounding similar
planet,
backwards.
planet, passing by that could be part of the alien deception.
Made zero.
So,
Not walking
who
out
knows what we've got ahead? I know that's a little bit off
and since the
target,
story happened on
but
Shabbos,
it's
it's
still the
serious
same
only on
people.
Shabbos,
The
and Yom Tov,
people
which is
who
very
killed
similar
Kennedy
to
are the
Shabbos.
people who faked the Gulf of Tonkin, are the people who
There's
faked
another
the moon
zero.
landing. They're the people who likely did
The ashes of the
9/11,
Paraduma,
who did this little thing for the last 3
they once
years.
shipped
When
the
a bank
ashes
robber,
over
like I
the
said,
Jordan
gets
River
away, it just
on a
gets
ship.
old
And
and
they
stuff,
realized
they
later
keep
on there
doing
was
it,
a
keep
desire
doing it,
of
and
a
keep doing it.
person there
And that's why
who
they're
ruined
so
the ashes
afraid
of
about
very
the
bad.
truth about the
Committing zero
landing fraud coming out.
not
They
transferred
say to cover up the witnesses of the Kennedy assassination, they
over
killed
any body of water. In any form, it doesn't matter if it's a ship or you're swimming.
and maybe
Only
9/11, if
is
that
what
was
the exact
really done by Americans, which it
only
appears
over
it
the
was
Jordan
done
River,
by
and
traitors
only in
in
a ship
America,
that
that's 3,000
swim across the
people
Jordan
dead.
River
We
and
know of 9
be
people
used
who died
a
about
ship
the moon landing
on
fraud.
any other river.
Maybe
It's
we
also
can just guess, maybe
in
another
our
5 or
case,
10.
many of our people
So fewer people put
it's
together conspiracy, but it's the one that will upset the public the most. They were
zero
taken to
is
the
almost exactly like
suckers.
it happened.
You see,
The shooting
and if
that
they
happened,
find
the
out
story that happened
out
over the
about
Sunday
that,
was the
they
same
will never trust
that had nails to strengthen
system
the sand,
ever
and not
again.
for the
It's
core.
the
So
best
it's
tool
nailed as the core.
to
It's
bring
multiple.
down
And any
corruption
other
in
shit
the
is
federal
not
government.
exactly like
That's
zero.
why
When
they're
you
so
look at it, you
afraid
describe
for the
in a
truth
minute.
to come out. You have the Russian
Rabbi Roy,
space
Rabbi says like
director,
Rabbi
as soon as
Roy
he retires
is
and is allowed
you're
to
allowed to
say
have up to
he
5
can't say who's
nails
director
per shoe,
because of blackmail.
2 on each
But as
side
soon as he
and 1 in the middle.
retires, first
It's
thing
also
out of his
possible
mouth,
that if you have your holes, you have
well,
7
they're
in
fake.
the case where you're
Fox
using
News
nails
calls me
to
up the
lift up.
next day that they were special about it. They're not going to read my
According
book.
to
They're not going to
Fanino,
watch my movies. They don't care
have 7
if I
per
prove
shoe,
that it was fake. They're
3 on
doing
each
it
side
to convince
of that.
people it was real.
And
See
according to
how
Rabbi,
afraid
13 on a shoe that you're trying to grade
come
is
out.
7
Don't
on a
link
regular
to
shoe.
the AI story.
If you took a piece of leather shoe and you
Data
sold
on
it
your
in
computer
two
will be stolen.
a
It
sandal,
could be associated
that's
with
what
job
it is. It's not like
crime.
Xavier.
If
Xavier
you
happened
find out
without a
the
piece of leather.
truth, that the smartest
The price it says it's sold also if you're one of these some of the super shops, and you go from one bed in your house to the other.
it will bring down
These following cases you're allowed to do. You're allowed to take a silent sumer and cover another vessel. You're allowed to take a silent sumer and lift up your bed with it. Your laws and restrictions says that's also. You might come to wear it. Although it makes a lot of sense, but since it's one against many, you don't pass with it.
They could get the
If you take a piece of leather and you cover the whole bottom of your shoe, look, that's not what Xavier was. If you use staples, elbows, that's not what Xavier was. If you use a pass where you also narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom with nails, that's not what Xavier was. If most of them are worn out, then you can tell that it was Xavier. So that's not how it was created.
The landing conversation. Was it
You have four nails
abducted
on a
by the CIA,
very tight
given this
shoe, or five,
serum?
not so
Can you
tight.
paint this picture for me?
Rabbi says,
Exactly what
if
happened.
not for the fact
I was producing the film under the
I would say you gotta put a lot in there.
and I guess it was like selling black Americans who thought, we'll never have a black president in our lifetime.
He
And
went
they were.
from Bubba to shortly past that suit. By that time,
It did happen.
he
It
must
did
have lost
prove America had overcome racism, at least by 54%. And so I thought we'll never have any proof in our lifetime that whether we went to the moon or not. Well, I was also wrong, because when I popped in that tape and I said, do not show to the public, and I hit fast forward, and it's like the same shot for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I rewind it, then I hear talk, the third track of audio of the CIA, asking them to fake a 4-second radio delay, and then the lights come up, and it's not the Earth, it's a 1-foot model of the Earth, and then it dawns on me, they really did fake the moon landing. I call it my source, who worked at NASA for 6 years during the Apollo program, second highest security clearance in the world. He said he read enough about Project Pentagon that the odds of going successfully in the first attempt were 1 in 10,000. So he said they bluffed like a poker. So he was my go-to guy while I'm making
Shabbos
this movie.
not Salafat.
I call him a
You
friend.
look at the mission of the person has
They really didn't go to it. He says, well, Bart, I told you, like, you don't understand. They really didn't go. It's like, well, Bart, I told you, they're not. You don't understand. It's like, well, Bart, I told you. He had told me over and over again for years, and I'm like, no, I need to convince
or
you.
perhaps
You
like
know,
fun of
and,
it, one shoe.
I got it.
Remove that one
And
shoe that
I was panicked. So
it's
during
not
that
the
phone call,
the person
there's
does have
a
a
screech.
he's permitted to go out with one shoe.
I
What this
can
is, on what
hear
foot
him,
is he
but I
wearing the
can't
one shoe?
understand what he's saying. He can't
He's
understand
wearing
what
that
I'm
shoe
saying.
on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons.
I had a
Since he
blind
has an
roommate
injury,
that taught
and
her
she's
son
got one of holes that the reason why she wears
that they
shoes is
actually
to
did
catch
fake
hurts,
the landing.
not
Proof that
to
two
check hurts.
NBC news directors
He
agreed
won't
with
remove the
proven
shoe
court
from
of
his face
law
funnel.
that they did not go to the
And
moon.
people are not going to
And I'm
think that
like,
he's
what have I
hiding a
got
second shoe because they
myself
see that he's injured.
Now the phone calls being interrupted. I'm talking to tapes I put them in safe
Here's
houses.
the one
I
shoe
go to church
on
that
the
night.
foot that does not
It
have
was
it.
a Wednesday night.
And again,
We met
since
in
they
like
see
a high
him,
school
they realize
gymnasium across the
yes,
street
the
from
reason
this,
why a person wears a shoe
big
before
weed
he came around is
that closes at sundown.
nothing.
And out of the 300
See,
people there, I'm like, the last 2 people leaving. What do I do? And they're like,
or
you did not
the
more
reason
than you
is
could. You need to drive like a bat out of hell to CNN and pass it on to your friend there because you're in trouble.
never
And
once
so
asked for the
I,
shoes. He was given
and like I
the
said,
red shoe.
300 cars or so had come past the waypoint.
And he commented and he said,
2 hours.
a CISO not
2 hours ago.
made it
And when I go past it, there was a van backed into the
since they gave him
driveway, backed
the
in,
red phone.
ready to pull out.
And
And he didn't
the vehicle
pull
on
out
hold,
when any of the other cars were by, but he pulled
therefore
out when I
he did
was
not
by.
put on
I'm like,
his
oh,
left foot because he was
I would wait for me. And I
You're gonna think that he has a
stopped in the
PG
middle
on
of the
his
road.
right foot. Like a rule that says that you're supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. But perhaps you'd say, no, CC Marco is not
I
from
look
the
in
foot.
the rearview mirror and you stop.
Perhaps you first this the left foot. You made my left
And
foot
after
injured.
maybe 2 minutes, he's like, just stop.
You're not gonna hold that a shoe is like
He says,
a
I
right
guess I'm not
hits his
saying
feeling on the left.
So he passes me. Then I remember the book, The Art of War. Know your enemy.
There's a price note that says you're supposed to put on.
He gets on the Parkway
Bonnie Parkway going to town, you get on the Parkway, going to two lanes one way, medium, going the other way. I want to take a look at this guy. What's this guy waiting for me the day I find proof that they didn't come from there?
When it says, however, that you reach a million,
I
you
pull
get
up
to
alongside of
what
him,
do?
and he
First
slide.
time you reach it.
As best as I do, I've never seen this look
By
in
the
a human
left
being
shoe,
before.
then
No,
by the right
this
shoe, of course,
that
that is
started happening.
this places.
You ever seen the
Right.
footage of the great white shark and they make a piece of meat
The prices
over
says
the side of the
put
boat
on
and things
the
out
right
and gets
shoe
it. You see
first.
that
But when
big
it's
eyeball, that
off shoe,
flashing eyeball?
you take your
I
left shoe
say in
off
the eye,
first.
no one is home.
When you bathe yourself,
It doesn't care
the
if
right
it's
side
your
of your body, your right
mother,
arm,
a
your
piece
left
of
arm,
meat, your daughter, your dog, it's going to eat it as
entire body. You start from the
That's
head.
how this guy looked. It was the scariest. I've never seen a human being look like that. He would kill me and go
It says
home
in
and
the
have a nice
Mishnah,
fried
do
chicken
not
dinner.
go
And
out on
that's
top
what
of
tomorrow.
the soul.
And as soon as we established
So
eye
Cypher said,
contact,
what if
everything on my car
said,
died.
this is
The
going
lights went off.
according to
It
the
stopped.
number that says,
And a friend in the military told me they zapped EMP from a satellite or something. They
do
did
not
say
go
it was like
outside
there was
because
an
perhaps
electronic beam
there
or
was a
something
vacuum
that disabled
move
the electrical
still
system.
is
So I'm
carrying
coasting to
down
the
on
side of the road.
Another
This
way
guy
to learn
passes
Cypher
me,
is
meets up with
it
two
says in the
other
Mishnah,
cars,
if you
and then the
didn't
three
go
cars are
out
on the
with
other side.
fill in
The parallel to my side, so I'll cross
you're not
over.
high for
They
house.
loop around again, I cross
Cypher
over,
says,
they loop
even
around
if you
again.
hold like my normal
And
said,
I'm frantic. I'm standing in the middle of a highway at 60 mile per hour, trying to flag somebody. The car's going by
it's
me.
clothing.
No one
You
will
wear it
stop.
during the
So
week.
race at him.
That's
The
clothing.
guy obviously
It says in the
desperate
Mishnah,
need of
a
help.
person should not go out and surround him with a kamea that's not a mumfa. That wasn't written by a professional. It's written by a professional.
too many stuff.
You go out and
Yeah.
surround him.
So I'm on the phone with the
Even if
police,
it's a professional
and I say,
kamea,
you know, I
that
need
the
to meet
person
up
that
with you guys.
goes is a professional. Certainly,
Guys,
if the kamea itself,
but I'm not
the
going to
itself
tell you
already healed
where
people,
I'm going to
you
meet
go
you
out with
until
them
I'm
surround
going
them.
one
It
day
doesn't
the
make
way
a difference
don't
if
listen to my
the
phone calls.
amulet is
And
words
so I say, you know, it's at the Exxon
Grass is
Broadway,
different
super
birds.
bright turbo lights, I call them.
even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. The wear kamea, he can tie it and untie it, and it's wrapped. As long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's our assignment in the morning. He's carrying it as jewelry, and that's awesome.
And as we're leaving,
What exactly is
pulling out to go to CNN,
this
all of these cop cars pull into our hotel, and they stop a taxi in front of the hotel.
according to Rashi,
They stopped
based
the
on
taxi. They were after
if
us.
a person
Go,
wrote
go, 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 go. Now, I don't know how the CIA works, but
three
I
amulets
was
with three
to
different
protect
diseases
myself.
and
I
they
say,
all work,
what would I do
this
if I
particular
were them?
person
Well, if I were them, I would have people on the payroll in every city in America, 100,000 people or more.
if you
And
wrote
nationals,
one
have
kamea,
people at the time.
which would work
So, and
three
what better
times for the same
people to do
disease, even on one
payroll
person,
than
the same
police,
disease,
right?
three times on one person,
A lot of them are
that
the
particular
Sonic members,
kamea
all that stuff.
is
So
a
they
mobile.
do these
In
little
other words,
side jobs, right?
anybody in the world
So I
can write
get to
that
CNN,
exact kamea,
and I get surrounded by the police
to walk out
on the sidewalk as I'm
One
about to
remains
go
in
in,
place.
one of which was a captain.
What happens if he wrote
And I
three
figure
kameas
these guys don't
for
know
three different
why
diseases,
they
but for
were
the same
told to
person?
stop
And
me.
they all work.
Maybe
We say,
they were
look,
told I've
those
got
are
a
the skills,
videotape
professional,
president
he's
looking
able to
at
get
prostitutes or something
the
like
rest
that.
say,
I don't want to embarrass
the person that was
president,
healed,
but
he has a special nozzle
I
that
said,
is
look,
healed
here's
by
my
these
PC
kameas.
credentials.
The word remains in
Here's
the
my,
same.
super
Allah
big
says that
broadcast
kamea
quality
and
video
brothels,
videotape. I say, you know what's on here?
shut up,
It's the crew of Apollo
even though
11
they have
making
the
me
name
know
of Hashem, you don't save them
one of
from
the
a fire
three
shot.
officers just like
However,
shot.
obviously you have to
And
bury
I'm
them
like, am I
hands
under
up,
arrest?
just
They
like
don't
you
answer
bury
me. Am I free
even
to
a
go?
foot, a
They don't
leg of
answer
a
me.
table that
The
has
captain,
Hashem Hashem on it.
driver's like, let's go. And I don't
If
want
the
to
kamea
involve myself.
is
Go
covered
save
with blood,
yourself. So he heads out one direction
if it's
and
made
then
out of
said,
herbs,
walk away. So I walk away
if it's a
around
fire
the corner,
that has a
CNN,
fire,
and as soon as
it's
I'm
not
out of their
dangerous. You
sight,
can go to the
take
bathroom
off
even
as
if
fast
it's
as I
not
could.
covered with
Back
blood.
then I was a little digger than I am now.
Somebody that's not a
Now,
relationship with somebody.
And I'm at an alley, and I'm like, I need to know which way to go. It's like a crossroad in an alley.
Even
And
a
I'm spending
friendship
like
is
1 second, 2 minutes deciding which
not
way
a
to go.
walk.
And at that moment, I was surrounded by these motorcycle cops and an unmarked
It
white
seems like
van.
they are covered with blood.
And they immediately take the tapes and they
And the shit is
handcuff me.
part of
And I hear them say behind me,
we had a dollar
leg?
on the back of the
And
shoes.
the other
We have a
officer
euro
says, well,
on
what
the
thing?
thing.
And not
Together
the
they
thing. I
spell
thought he had the
things.
thing. No, he has the thing.
Therefore,
Well, here's the
it's
thing.
possible to go
I'm
into
like,
the bathroom
what is
with
that?
Philip.
It's like
Wonderful day.
like a hospital band, you put on, you visit the hospital, except it had nothing on it. And it's right around my wrists, you see, where it was some sort of drug that was absorbed through my wrist. The guys were handling it with rubber gloves. Fortunately for me, why does this was happening? Where I saw this little sign. We had a back alley door, so he could claim on his business card CNN Center. Even though it's like this 100 square foot office, for who knows how much money. And I'm like, hey,
Shabbos Daf Samach
you're
Beis.
hired.
The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos. And Isra D'Oraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's inverted, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's Isra D'Oraisa. Rula says for men it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet, but a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be Isra D'Oraisa. Rula holds that women are a nation in themselves, and therefore what's considered a beggar clothing for men is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is to put on a pure tefillin, you go out for safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save them. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that the Spandam holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah as my growth, and therefore women are mechuyed. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kalat or yes. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Ron argues. He says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in the back, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to put the ring for a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a key. To prove it's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered reefer. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav b'chad. This is the right. Some say the whole issue is the rabbanon issue that she might take it off to show friends when it comes to spices, with the nice and beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the rabbanon, and she's not chayav b'chad. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out the chatila. Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles, and such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Amid Beis. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnant of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi, but the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than a sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's chayav d'oraisa. Rabbi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the sheep, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the kli is buckled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros that we should remember the Korban Habayis. And he said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, Tainug and Simcha. Those two things combined, you shouldn't do them as they feel. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but doesn't bring sin. To drink wine, 2 people out of 1 cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not sin. And therefore, it's the Gemara. We're going to Agatha now. The Gemara brings Psukim. Ashayim Amite Shed. It's referring to Klal Yisrael, Shalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were they were switching couples, and they left the Shifazera there. And the Gemara tells us that 3 things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way in a place where he typically doesn't do it, maybe in front of his table, and he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach Rashi explains that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul in Tilas Sudan, he doesn't care about the Tilas Sudan, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the shot that he washes with the Revias, and he doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. The Yeshaya is born from Klal Yisrael. The Navi tells that because the women who are married women would try to entice the men, they would go between the skufah with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they would look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. They put the eris into the boys, they bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Neither connected me. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up to entice the boys, they became bald. Their erva, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the Goyim take us. We're beautiful. And the Goyim took them, and immediately Hakadosh Baruch Hu made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of gamida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the remnants, they said, they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for snooks. You have a well-kneaded dough, in other words, a non-psula. Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Khurban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimai, had a wonderful day.
It's like, you go to the doctor for an x-ray of your knee, they accidentally x-ray your stomach, and you find out you have a huge tumor there. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know that the government faked the moon landing? Don't you want to know how bad it is? The only way we can get better is to make that happen. They want to do a house clean, is what they say. But what do you do when you have company over? You clean your house, and what's part of cleaning the house? Taking out the trash. And how do you take out the trash without a lie? Tell the truth about it.
Rabbi
So if the
with
truth
war gear, such as armor, sword, an arrow, a spear,
you can say,
even a club that has a nice ball out there with spikes, a ball.
RFK, but if we
It's
still
not considered jewelry, nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. What if you let it know people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry? It's only also the Rabban to go out.
that it's not
According to one
those
Lashon of
things
Eliezer,
that's being kind of
when
pursued
Mashiach
today,
comes,
because
no longer
the
need
government
these
Trump
tools,
is,
and
is,
therefore
is trying to say that he's
nobody's
very
use them
open
as
to
Jew.
the truth
He
about
argues
the JFK
with this
assassination,
on Shmuel who holds
making that
that
so
when
public,
Mashiach
it's
comes,
open
nothing's
to
going to
the
change. The
UFO
only thing that's going to
phenomenon,
change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be indulged anymore. We're all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. We're going to be
several
Samikdash.
other things. What do you
But
think?
there are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckle for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on why does Rabbi Eliezer hold that these tools are considered adornment and tachshit? Because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the pasuk is referring to the Torah. It says in there, yes. It's referring to the Torah, but you cannot look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of the pasuk says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Said as Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished Shas. I knew all of Shas, and I didn't know about this concept of being Mikra Yotzim Yetruta until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of it from the Gemara, the other Gemara, and then only afterwards go into the depth, go into the lumdus, try to understand it. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of systems that come now learn it together and on different levels.
Just ask GPT
Two coming Chachamim that sharpen each other look halacha with Torah. So the Baruch gives them tzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gailo. And then they'll be Zoicha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, Oyrech Yomim Yemina, the Smaila Fish of Chavay, says Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that you learn Torah with your right. In other words, you do everything to the end. You'll only get Arit Yisrael and longevity, you'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into its depth, then you'll be Zoicha at something. You Zoicha the wealth, but not too longevity. If two coming Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other. So when you can have a midah, the Shmuel will sit down and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then midah can have will listen to them and answer them, just like you accept the key, which Baruch will accept what you're asking for him. So you don't do that. You don't listen. You don't sit there and your that's what Baruch will. If two people get together to understand Torah, then I could Baruch loves them. Says Rabbi, let's talk about a situation where they already had the seed. When you heard some of this Torah, now they want to elaborate, and they don't have to really teach them. So I could Baruch loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an item, he couldn't do it, the Baruch considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah rub. And even if the Baruch makes it zero, Lord tells us what's better, to give a poor person alone or to give him a gift. The answer is to give him alone, because a gift will be embarrassed. Alone will be happy. He thinks he can pay back. Says Gemara is something better than one business, and that is doing business. Giving somebody money to invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something. He's accomplishing. The Rothschild says maybe you'll get even more money because of that. Therefore, it's a Talmud Chacham who has bad mitzvahs because he takes revenge. He's like an American like a snake. It's better to be his friend because he learns something from Torah rather than be I'm a haaretz, I'm a ram, who could steer you wrongly in Torah, even though he has zero mitzvahs, he's a pious person.
So let's get back to the rocks for a
Also,
second.
it says, in other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart, and that's in positive prayer flips around and says, with that, you should know that it's going to be a good one. What's going on? One child is talking about they ate their heart, and then the or vice versa. Starts with the Sahara, and moves on to the
establish
More than Torah is telling us,
So
learn as much as Torah as you can.
that
When you
that
learn
one
to do
rock
the
is false, but they brought back 800.
apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it. You have to apply it. You should know it. You go from those that you know this stuff now. You better apply it to your life.
Scientifically tested and looked at.
It's a beautiful muscle to do what Rothschild says. That there's a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name. And he went to shop, looked for a meal, and the guy said, you know what? Why do you need a another meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you goes to the hotel. The guy checks him into the Ritz-Carlton. And he stays there for a week. He's about to check it out. The person at the front desk says $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy liked me. He didn't know what to do. The guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, he told him to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. Stay for a little matter. The person wakes up in big life and says, what did I do? He owns that bears. Listen to the truth. Says the answer, don't do truth. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your Averis. That doesn't make sense. Because every day costs you $11 versus burning who knows how much in currency if you do that. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who the Gemara is discussing dogs and the devil had a dog that chases away the poor people. It's not the prevents that. Says the Gemara, a woman went to somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth. He doesn't have claws. He said it's too late. My pregnancy is over. And everyone be careful with a bad day. We had in the Mishnah, Beerus is a belt that goes around the sock, make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Beerus is one belt and a cover is it's two belts. And according to Rabbi, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you use this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps, they don't prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulim. And Rabbi agreed to that shot and he said, he woke up from sleep, he heard it, he said, that had a wonderful day.
Different isotope ratios.
Yeah, I mean, we have to understand the big picture of this, but a quick side note. The Chinese rocks are dramatically different than the Apollo rocks, by the way. There's a moisture in the Apollo rocks is vastly different than the moisture in the rocks from the Chinese probes, which are actually on the surface of the moon. If you ask ChatGPT, are the moon missions real? What do you think it's going to say?
Yes, 100%.
Because how are you all doing?
To say that, it's apparently regurgitating all of the false data that was put into it. We have video, you just saw it, of them faking being halfway to the moon's orbit. They cannot leave recorded in the Saturn V rocket. We already know that. We have proof of that. So that must be they did something to falsify the moon rock. This is the CIA's job. If they want a city boy to infiltrate farmers in Vermont, they will send a crew to Vermont, retrieve the soil from Vermont, and they will shove it up the fingernails of the guy impersonating a farmer from there. That's how thorough they are. We know they fake the moon landing. We have them faking being halfway to the moon, proving they can't leave Earth orbit. We have that reaffirmed by mannequins leaving Earth orbit instead of people, right? So, what does the CIA do? They falsify backgrounds, they falsify data, they falsify personas, they falsify evidence. That's what they do. That's their special.
So they just, they didn't falsify the one rock that they sent to the that was
Well,
sent
they
to
did falsify it in that it was a good impersonation of a moon rock because it flew aside. I don't remember what that would look like. It was a big thing when you're a kid in science class, but it looks really weird. So they said, hey, perfect fake moon rock. And they assumed that thing would be dramatically shown for hundreds of years. And so that was one way of faking a moon rock.
The only way you can ask such questions
It's the deal with there's a C marking working on one of the cases.
or by both cases. But like us, like sharing to the money, we have extra
Evidence.
You can consider it evidence. I don't consider it as strong as everything we talked about. But not only does the rock have a C on it, if you look closely, there's a C in the soil to the lower right of the rock. So apparently they were using the same studio for what are called setup, or setup 1, setup 2. And so the same rock, which is right there, you can see the dirt, goes by. There's also in the lower right-hand corner like a crease. I think it's paper mache. That rock is paper mache. You see the crease in the lower right-hand part of the rock. So there's a C in the dirt, there's a C on the rock. And here's something interesting about the Chinese growth. If you see pictures that the AI said were actually on the moon from Chinese growth, then almost all the rocks are sticking up out of the ground. You understand? Because of the thousands or millions of years of dust accumulating, all the rocks on the moon are actually sticking up out of the dust. Except in the Bible pictures where they're placed on top of it. That's more proof that they're fake. Right. Yeah. What about this slow motion deal? So that's very convincing. You can view that up from my movie. It's somewhere in there before the window shot. But it's very fascinating. You know, when I saw the part that was broadcast of the alleged Earth floating in space that says fake Terminator line, looks good to me. I would have thought that was the real deal. And so when I see them kind of floating around in alleged 1/6 gravity, it looks real to me. But I have professional equipment. I just hit double speed, and you see they're only getting off the ground about a half an inch, and it's so obvious. It's slow motion. So let's look at the camera. Here it is right here. Okay.
So he told him, don't worry about it. When this guy did that, not a single one of us is missing. In other words, not a single one of us went off the deck.
So this is the speed double. You can see they're really just reverse gravity.
It's
pretty clear, isn't it?
We thought about this, and
It
therefore
definitely looks like he's in reverse gravity.
Yeah. Now, they should be able to leave. The bottom of their feet should be at least 6 feet above the
Shaky
surface.
says there's a heck is since the curse.
But they weren't able to fake that. So it should have been pretty good.
Two of them are
It
private.
looked pretty convincing to me. I'm a filmmaker, right?
And
Looking for fake footage. But then when you double the speed, you realize
at a woman's
getting off the ground
the
half
same
an
way
inch.
there's a
So there's no footage of him leaving the ground by
There's a couple in the later missions, but they think they had cables on them, like big bungee cables, because there are times when an astronaut is all the way over like this and suddenly he falls back down. Oh, wow. So they still didn't get as high as they should have, but they were able to correct that and do higher later missions.
or even animal hair, that's permitted to
And
go
apparently the large landscapes, which they decided to do
because
to
it's
make it look more
discussing,
realistic,
discussing,
are actually miniatures as the AI said.
animal hair is
Do
certainly
you think Stanley Kubrick has anything to do with the filming and the creation of this, or was he not part of the
certainly not weird.
I don't know, and I consider it irrelevant. What's more important is that they did make the line. Now, I don't talk about Stanley Kubrick in my book or in the movie. However, there he is with his colleagues from NASA. When he shot Barry Lyndon, I think in 1970, he used a NASA lens. That was the first lens ever made that could photograph under natural candle light.
However,
The fact is, he was the best filmmaker on the planet. Apollo 11 was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. That's about the time 2001: A Space Odyssey was being made, which was a film about going to the moon. And I consider it still the best science fiction film ever made. And the point of making for 2001: A Space Odyssey, the moon, and the real moon look different, you see. And if they were the same filmmaker, he could make that happen. In that film, The Shining, there's a little red boy who stands up and he has a hand knit Apollo 11 shirt on.
That's it.
So it seems like he either knew that the moon missions were fake or participated in it. The fact is, they did fake the moon landing, and they had to have someone in charge of the fake photography. They basically had two choices. They could hire the media director, the Pentagon, and get great security and amateur results, or they could hire the best filmmaker on the planet and get the short-term benefits. Let's look at pictures and worry about security later.
Rashi says
That
some
would
of
have
this
been what
also
I
because
chose.
of homicide,
Interestingly,
such as
Kubrick's last movie
or
is called
lining up
Eyes
tables in a row.
Wide Shut.
And it's also
The most
because
famous
the fact
picture
that
of
there are
Buzz Aldrin allegedly standing with his arms in. There's so many clues right there he's on Earth, one of which is that there's wrinkles all in his pressurized spacesuit. How many wrinkles are in a balloon? So the suit isn't even pressurized. You're looking at it, I was looking at it, and her eyes were wide shut. Stanley Kubrick insisted contractually that Eyes Wide Shut, his last film, and he died before its release. So it's like a dead man's request. He requested that that film open on a particular day, July 16th, 1999, the 30th anniversary of So I think he was the likely candidate to do it. After I did the InfoWars interview, they had on
Shabbos Daf Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it smells, and we're not concerned she'll pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that most, it is still considered most. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's awesome. When Rabbi Yana did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth to use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that you're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, much to go out with on Shabbos. If a person has a false tooth, if it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Chachamim, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment, she won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth. That's silver. Certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are three man da'amrim that say the svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears a sleichas, a shaitan, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Other Madam Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot. What they would do is they take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbea is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They would pierce their ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. Allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Abu the Shmuel didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something you show your friends. Women in Arab nations can wear, Rulas, they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear prufos. Basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button. And you can tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in the air, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a strange body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roiv, and in the Nahar Pras, in the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was also the equivalent. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that it could only be titled in the Har Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the periphery, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shusarab. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do trickery? What's the question? We know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing, trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mobile, you can do trickery, you can wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over the rice. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over the rice to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's truthful to afiyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand. You don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So perhaps it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Something stopped in the past. We want to think but I think I know. We did. We did. We did. There's also another thing that's well, ever since he did that, he has a handler sitting beside him. And this reminds me of a
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav. Happy like Ba'omer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, Rahman al-Islam, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he can go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi Yossi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smoichos are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos. And they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshatim in the Gemara. One pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim. They don't serve a purpose. Therefore, they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel tov. Cannot go out with them on Shabbos. L'maskana. The way we learn our Mishnah is like we said. Rabbi Meir is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's asur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word asur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rabbi Meir is the one that says it's asur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, "You got to flip it around." Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a yavama could do chalitza on a yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe could be wood. Other halachas that he said that and he brings a raya from our Mishnah. The Rabbi Meir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe. You go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a Yavon wears his left shoe on his right foot, he can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, he can also do chalitza. Rav Huna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shoe is sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe. It's made out of straw. It's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it. It becomes Tanitumas Medras. V'haidulai. Who's V'haidulai? Rabbi Meir says the Gemara who holds that it's what is good shoe says a good shoe. And who didn't admit to it? Rabbi Yossi says that it's also or Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on, he says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not Mekabel Tumah. The other one says it is Mekabel Tumah. Why? Because Chaisvis, that there's a shita that says Adam Marishim ate from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see wheat, which is straw, is considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah. This shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a big kibble, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's Mekabel Tumah, otherwise it's not Mekabel Tumah. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it can be Mekabel Tumas Medras. Tumas Medras, when a Zav and a Zava lean, sit, lay on something, it's Mekabel Tumas Medras, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it, says Abaya, it's not Mekabel Tumas Medras. Rabbi says, it is Mekabel Tumas Medras. Says, Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. It's halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's Mekabel Tumas Medras. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya. A walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is, it's not Mekabel any kind of tumah, even Maga. It's a pshudik liyetz. It doesn't have a nice kilo. Says Rabba, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed to walk in straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy go out with kesher. One shot in the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, it will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the name of Lachem, the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the name of Lachem go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. Getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and scraps it on his hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shkikas amamanim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos, and you can whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it out in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has a displaced vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye, who was a Yosem, who's brought up by Rabbi's wife, and used to say, Amra li ein. My stepmother told me. And basically what she says are important things, and they are halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 sharim. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring la halacha, all the mishaberachs will say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara from Amr Li'eh, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Evan Tikuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rameir says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: can you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Will it work on the third stone? Utterly, if a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something, you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease should leave. Have a wonderful day.
And this is when I had the idea of asking if he would swear on the Bible. He told me he did not do it because he believes in God. That's why he did not swear on the Bible. That's why he Rothschild uses a video demonstration of and they become the Mercury because they didn't walk on the moon. The only astronaut that did it are vowed atheists.
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin.
They don't believe in God. The astronauts who believe in God are the ones.
Happy Lag Ba'omer. We're back to the study of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one: 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, you wrap it around your neck. That's a school for roof. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's compelled, no handle, and over to a thorn bush, a snake, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over there, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, Vayar Hashem Kisar Lirais, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. And on the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, Vayomer Tikra V'Haloim, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why Baruch was Masher Shechina on you is not because you're such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh, and you say, just like the fire ran away from Tanayim Sholva Azariah by Kishan Eish, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesa Kisei, Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. The Shem Ba'achai, like Ba'omer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, cannot go out with a bell, because will fall. He's royal. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of an earegg. Machlokes is whether he can go out or not. We'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes a person up if he's too sleepy. If he's dead, it's good for the Samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to Rameir, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Chachamim, that's darkei amori. The same way Seleifa is a Issa to act like a guy with superstition. Abai and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amori. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amori. It looks like you're acting like a guy. When a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are 2 things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit of the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven for you. As it says by the Mitzorah, the Tomei Yikra, when the Mitzorah calls out, I am Tomei, to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. The Madonna that says you take a cluster of dates and put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. Rabbi said all the halachas of a Murray, that's in Tosefta, Perek Zayin Ches, that discuss the Murray, they're all false. You're not allowed to do them. There are only two. And in fact, the Maharil brings these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, Daf Samach Zayin, which are other than so they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone. Let's say it's a chicken bone. You take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words. And if you have a bone of a fish, you put it. You do the same thing. You say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered Dakiyim Mari. A person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God Yagud. The Yudah says that lashon is worse than actually a Zar. The person switches his name of wife at nighttime. He calls his wife's name and she calls his name. That's also Dakiyim Mari. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yadam, that is Dakiyim Mari. The Yudah says once again, Dan is a lashon of Zara, completely also. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieking, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's not going to work. You see a chicken acting wrongly. In other words, the chicken, instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's not going to work. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutach, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are Dakiyim Mari. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass, that is scientifically proven to work. So I'm saying, if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is, sakana, you don't want to really eat glass, not a very good idea. To say, l'chaim, the wine, l'chaim, it should be on the mouth of Rabbanan, that's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the Chassan of his son, he said, l'chaim to the Chachamim and to the Talmidim, you let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower. It chills it out a little bit and the flame goes slower. But Sudra says, if you are to cause your flame not to increase but to consume more oil, your over and Issa Raisa, according to most Rishonim of Baal, you're consuming oil when you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak by Met Isha. Tomorrow, we are going to start there. Wow, God will have a wonderful day.
When the masks drop down, they say, if you're with a dependent person like a young child, who do you put the mask on first, right? If you ask, the logical answer is the child. You got to save that child. That answer is wrong. You can't save the child if you're unconscious. The only time it's good to be selfish is with your own salvation and eternal life.
Shabbos Daf Samach Ches.
Message preached. Save yourself.
Starting a brand new Perek Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shabbos. Klal Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the Averos he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur, So he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did koldes and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called klal gadol, a major rule? Says the oven because Hilchos Shemitah, which it also is klal gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos apply even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking. You're not cooking attached to the ground. It's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bakar Party that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peyah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefty. It has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from mice. When it comes to payah, we add two things. It has to be l'kitotzak ha'achas. You reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayiv. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are potter from payah because you don't store them. So that's why it's a klal gadol. Meiser compared to payah is a klal gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi and Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's like kunay shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When he comes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi and Shmuel. Rabbi and Shmuel, you see, no, somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a kunay shenishba, doesn't have to bring the carbon. In fact, it's machlokes tanai. It says in the Brayso, it's a klal gadol. If it's a tinuk shenishba and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about chayla, he didn't know about the dam, and he didn't know about avodah zarah, he brings one carbon for each avera for his entire life. One carbon for dam, one carbon for avodah zarah, one carbon for chayla, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says no, he's parted from all carbonates. Munbaz learns that there's a hekesh between shogeg and mezid. Mezid is called a chayta, shogeg is considered a chayta. And just like mezid, he has an awareness. So to shogeg, you had to have awareness. And somebody that's a tinuk shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Kiva, wait a minute, if you compare shogeg to mezid, mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by shogeg? In fact, Munbaz holds, yes, he does have an awareness when he does a shogeg. We'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from avodah zarah. In avodah zarah, it says, there's one halacha for shogeg and mezid, and just like mezid, he has an awareness of shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas comes to tell us another halacha that in order to be chayav achatas, it has to be zdoinei kares. Only something that if you do something to mezid, you chayav kares. Then on the shogeg part, you bring a chatas. Otherwise, you don't bring it. Have a wonderful day. But if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara's Havamina and Rav and Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rav and Shmuel that they hold like tinuk shenishba. So I never had an awareness about Shabbos. Didn't know about Shabbos. He's chayiv only one carbon. That would mean what we consider klal aleph, klal aleph, would have to drop down to be klal base. And if somebody knew about Shabbos but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second klal in the Mishnah. And on that klal we'd be chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And klal base that we have would drop down to klal gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to klal gimel and be chayav for each and every malacha that he does. The big issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say klal gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say, much bigger chiddush. A person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore, the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. They bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, so those experiencers, in this case, would be Buzz. It wouldn't be Neil. It wouldn't be the people that were deceived that were watching the movie. It would be the actual people that were on the movie. And from your perspective, those people were not on the movie. They were there. So that's why there's so much of what I love your passion and your desire to get to the bottom of this and to really find truth. And I really respect it. And you're going to the experiencers.
Shabbos daf samach tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shaygig, you'd probably say shaygig means a person who doesn't know that the Sefer is also. Well, there's a theory of machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shaygig means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring it back. That is considered shaygig. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Mumbaz. Brayso says, how do you define the perfect shaygig? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is also. And how do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is also. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is also. He knows the malach is also, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the Brisa says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shaygig. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig. So what is considered a shaygig according to Chachamim? Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan and Rothschild. According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about Karas, forgets about the Karas, that's considered shaygig. According to Rothschild, you have to forget about the lav and the karas, two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Asher loiseh asenu b'shgaga." The Hashem pasuk is referring to lav and karas. There's no both. That's considered a shaygig. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, sorry, it's off the derech, that does an avera b'shaygig. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shaygig, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher loiseh asenu b'shgaga v'Hashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, if he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shaygig. According to Rabbi Yochanan, understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Karas, that's considered shaygig. So here's a case that he's chayav all 39. But according to Rothschild, he has to forget the Karas and the lav. So in what is he exactly a shaygig? How does he know this Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Akiva, there's a 40th avera, and that's tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of tchum. The only difference between tchum and all the other ones is that tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Who has bitul? When somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I'm going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. There's a big chiddush in Shavuos HaBitul. They have to bring a carbon oil v'yayred, even though it's only a lab, you bring a carbon on a lab. Huge chiddush. According to Abaye, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget karas is considered a shaygig, but here, since there's no karas, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shaygig? Now, it's very easy to find the shaygig in Shavuos HaBitul when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shaygig. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shavuos HaBitul in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he didn't. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaygig. But here, by Shavuos HaBitul, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaygig. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on Abaye, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaygig in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, the mace, he's chayav mis b'dei shamayim. The shaygig, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's mis b'dei shamayim? Is that considered a shaykhah? According to Rabbi, Rabbi will hold that Misei Shemayim is not like ours, and therefore it's not a shaykhah and he doesn't pay the extra fee. According to Rabbi, Rabbi will hold Misei Shemayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares, and therefore you do pay the chayim. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Can you do malacha today? Can you not do malacha? Rav Huna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rabbi Barav says the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soilam, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Rabbi Barav says, no, it's like other Rishon. He was born, he was immediately do Shabbos, and then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia Barav, because the Brisa seems like it says, you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, the Brisa says, no, Forish. You count 6 days, and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Machal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2-3 days. Because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, that's to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. If a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings one carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael es Shabbos is singular. You have to keep one Shabbos. And then it says, so which one is it? Says the Gemara, V'shamru is referring to if you didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rabbi Nachman. There's one carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to be a cover for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says V'shamru b'nei Yisrael Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over in Aveira. It's one Shabbos. So he said Kishmayru, all the Shabbosim that you machalo equal one carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos, have a wonderful day.
And they did make a lot of money off of it. But the real reason why they faked it was the same reason that President Clinton gave for having the affair, which he denied 20 times. Before finally why did you do it? And he said, because I could get away with it. That's really why they faked the moon landing, because they could get away with it. And they have no disregard for the public. And the sooner the public finds out that the moon landings were indeed
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were usher, he only brings one karbachatos. Every Shabbos he brings another karbachatos. So if a person knows that today's Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of kaitzer is usher, that the malacha of zereya is usher. He forgot that it's usher. So he brings on each and every malacha a karban. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had one forgetfulness. His mistake was one that he forgot that today's Shabbos. He brings one karban. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a karban and he's forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one avera, chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says kol ha'oisa me'alacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shogeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean, die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. to spend money on a carbon bike. Torah says, Mois Yumos, you bring many karbanas on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says, you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? It says, Rabbi Yossi Lilav Yotzes. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, if one does it, Eidim Ubahasra, you get skila. Amazing. If you do amazing without Eidim and Asra, you get parish. If you do B'shaya, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no parish, no skila, no karma. Comes Rav Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chalik, that every single malacha, you bring it to your own carbon if you're over on it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Va'asa me'achas me'hein. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is extra men, me'heina is extra men. And he learns me'achas means that the person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem. He's also over, because that's all you need is 2 isolais, and if you did Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The man of Mehena teaches us Tolis, not only Avos for chayiv, but even for the Tolis. And then he goes on to learn Achas Mehena means Achas Shehi Hena. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel said. Or Hena, She Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from the Asam Me'achas Mehena is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learned the concept of Taldos, and he learns Shem Neshimon, but doesn't learn Achas Shehena Mehena Sheachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are awesome. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to be 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has 1 carbon? Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rabbi wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot to bring malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rashi says it depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha, and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference, and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah, in this parak later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. It says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanos in 1 helen, in 1 awareness, 1 Shabbos. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's an Isser Kadosh, and that's considered a Shaygit, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos because you know there's an Isser. But according to Rish Lakish, that in order to be over a Shaygit, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's Asr B'chlal. You don't know that there's a Lav, you don't know that there's a Kadosh. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings 1 carbon. So how's it possible that he's high 39 carbon? The answer is because Rish Lakish is going to hold, like he said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds that the Raisa is an Isser Tchum. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. He's just not high of a carbon. So he's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's high of 39 karbanos. Having a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Aleph. The Lord tells us a very interesting concept called greva, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and china, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. You bring one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and china again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and china are asur, they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring one carbon. The top box, tzira and china, they are going to each other. Tzira pulls the china to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and china on the top box, because it all happen in one Shabbos, and forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for china, it works for the china below it. Machlekes is in another case, the same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to china. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says, you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon per both. Then it turns left. It goes from tzira to china. That even Rabbi. The question is, now that china is involved, do I go downwards to the china below it? According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to china, and from china to china, two grades. According to Rabbi, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to china, one carbon for 3 things. But the china on the bottom of shigyas malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate 2 zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zayis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kizasim because of the concept of greva. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. If I bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greva from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye it works, but it only works once, and not twice as explained before. Rabbi Zera argues in Abaye Rabbi, where Abaye Rabbi say that tzira that was done to Shigga Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach is also. Even though there are 2 types of averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malach, one carbon works for both. Rabbi Zera argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayas of Shigga Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayas of Shigga Malachas to be mechayev me 1 carbon. Rabbi Shua says that 2 kazayas chela that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried, and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, since Rabbi Shua seems to prepare differently, one lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half, and the other one was Panda Express, a half size, they are mitzvah together to create one whole kazayas that you would be high of a carbon, because Rabbi Shua doesn't say zalacha to be mako the pattern of the bunch. The other lesson is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that a half kazayas and a half kazayas do not combine together, it makes a kula, he still goes with his shita that 2 types of food are not the same. Gemara tells us that, that when you have 4 different types of food that are also to eat, chayla, dam, noisam, you bring 4 korbanos. If you have 2 types, 2 of the same, 2 chaylas, you'll bring 1 for both if it happens in 1 chayla. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types. And that is, if a person ate a half a kazayis, and then another half a kazayis, even though he had knowledge in between the two half a kazayis, that knowledge is not enough to be machalik and say that he doesn't have to bring a carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between the Rabbi and Shlokish takes up almost the full amud. If a person ate two kazayis in one awareness, but his knowledge on kazayis number one happened before the knowledge of number two, how many karbanos does he bring? One or two? Rabbi says he brings two karbanos. He brings a pasuk that says al chatasa, each chet and chet. And Shlokish says you bring two mei chatasa, even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Shlokish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yediyah is machalik or hafrash. In other words, do I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira and have to be two, or perhaps it's the hafrash that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrash, so Rabbi will say Yediyah is machalik, and according to Shlokish, the hafrash is machalik, and the word mechatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kazayis in one awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on one kazayis out of the 1.5. And later on he ate another half a kazayis. Perhaps since the second half of kazayis can combine with the first half of kazayis, because they are in one awareness, bring the second carbon on those two halves. And since we're different though, Mechatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first kazayis, including the first kazayis, is its partner, the half of kazayis. And then half of kazayis cannot be started to the second half of kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on after the designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrash is machalik, and Rish Lakish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and he's rika, the kapara. That's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rish Lakish do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
It's a great summary of the situation.
I find myself getting more passionate about this because it's like, let's just say there's a bucket of water there because there's a leak in the drip, and the next day there's one there, and then there, and I come visit you 3 years from now, and the buckets are still here. And it's like, when are we going to fix the roof? When is the truth going to come out? And as you know, they murder people to cover this up.
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I don't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Kali and Ashim Badai. If a person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat, he has two pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belonged to Hekdesh or the one that's clean. So he sets aside a carbon Ashim Kali. According to her carbon, he can stipulate and make it night and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hekdesh, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge, knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says a tremendous chiddush. If so, if a person was boiled with shifra charufa 5 times, shifra charufa is a shifra knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri, and a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring one carbon at the end, and it would pack all 5 acts. The Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's mechalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Akiva, who argues on Rabbi Akiva, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to name a carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a chakras. And just like we had the other day, that is machik from Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish in a chakras. If a person ate 2 pieces of chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chayla, that knowledge, yediyah, is machalik according to Rabbi Yochanan. It separates from the body, and therefore you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Shlokish, that yediyah is not machalik, you bring 1 korban. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you'd have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rabbi Yochanan, according to Shlokish, just 1 korban. And now we go on to the sugya of misasik. Misasik is sometimes preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, If there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does tzira. That's a masasir who's completely putter according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rabbi, this is not a chaticha d'isur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's putter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shaygi, and he's chayv. The Gemara goes on to bring a raya, the Rava, from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does two malachas on Shabbos, he's chayiv two korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, he does three. Avodah zarah is in one awareness. He shechs an animal to avodah zarah. He brings the animal on the mizbeach for avodah zarah. He pours wine for avodah zarah. All three. You only bring one carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right Rava, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shaygig without kavanah by other mitzvahs, he's chayiv and Shabbos is putter. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating challah, in other averos mitzvahs, he's chayiv putter, and in Shabbos he's putter. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabbi, or according to the Brisa, he's putter. That's exactly what Rabbi said. So it's a good raya for Rabbi. Abai will say that the shaygig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he will be chayiv. Mashenke Shabbos. He's referring to try to lift the knife up, and by doing so, cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, is putter. But in Rabbi's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already attached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayiv. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about two malachas of Shabbos, tzira and tchina, versus two averos like chelav and dam. Well, it would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv two korbanos, and chelav and dam, you'd be chayiv two korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. The person did a shaygig, he's chayiv. That's not true. By avodah zarah, all shaygim are putter. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah. He's completely putter because his heart is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be moiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also a putter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Seifa is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about avodah zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
They were shot in an Air Force base, just like Marcus Burrell says. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. The professor said he would still think he walked on the moon anyway. You see what we're up against? Whoever killed Kennedy, it's a tragedy. Whoever did 9/11, it's a tragedy. This is a positive lie that was giving people what they wanted to hear. You see, I'm coming along trying to take away that sweet candy and give them the reality of the plate of manure.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasa, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, that's not a chaticha d'isur. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore it's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayking and has to bring it covered. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw it 2 amas in around, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayv. The shear is 4 hours. All traveled 4 hours. Over here is different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely moving. Rabbi in this case says he's potter, and the Rabbi says he's potter. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other two cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rosh Rabbi is also. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Rabbi. He thought he's standing in Rosh Yachid. According to Rabbi, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chayv. And if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chayv. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avis Malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you can get up to 39 Karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a Shayyid in all 39 Malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Isurim, then it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. The says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachas are also. He's a Shayyid. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Pisevis, a Gasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, as a Shayyid, he's higher. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say that the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his Shayyid is that he doesn't know the consequence that he acquires, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th Malacha called Kuman, he's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechet Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachas. Avos Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malacha has 39 Avos. Rabbi Yochanan Rothschild discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv B'Deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the melechas hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the Mishkan. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dye. 13 of them are to make fabric. And the fabric was needed for the Urias HaMishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, the top of the Mishkan. 2 of them are for the kairos. The kairos had words on them. There's a ksiva, there's a tika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechaba to take out with another shul. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael. They plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second charish of plowing is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed Zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that that includes also Zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noitea is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Madrid is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of Av Malacha. You do all of them, you're only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is to plow, but that includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malacha. You do all 3 of them, you chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes baitzer, anovim, grapes, vayder tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malacha. You do all of them on one Shabbos, one awareness, you chayav one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rabbi says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Rabbi says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Thus, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft, that includes menapet, and menapet, that's to beat flax and cotton, is considered one malacha. If you do all 3 of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has 2 intents. One is he wants to work, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on 2 malachas. And the same would apply to As fast if you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You tie it for kaitzer and mekayah. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more and you want the actual items. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's fine. If you are in a field, that's Spanish because you're softening up the dirt for seed. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's fine. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, that's fire. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are potter. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, Melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a malacha, but you don't want to have the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, where you would agree that since you are mechanical, you're ruining something. You are. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are toilish, which is chaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarik, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the date from the wood around it. Rabbi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyre, and Merakeh have a wonderful.
They claim that on the moon it's 20 times brighter than a desert on Earth at noon because there's no atmosphere. So the last thing you would need in a picture on the moon would be electrical lighting. On the left is a picture I took outside in sunlight. You can do this yourself. Go outside on a cloudless day, look at two people standing under trees with telescopes, which this is, and you can see the shadows always run parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows in sunlight to ever intersect.
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakeh, sifting, they accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's oichel matach p'sarnos, if it's food from within the waste and not from the food. And if you do it with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatos. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatos. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you can cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatos. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with kanem v'tamchoy, that's only an issur d'rabbanan with a funnel or with a plate. That's k'la'achar yad. That's not the real way of doing boirer. But if you do it the real way with the real sifter, a napo plura, that's an issur d'oraisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of kalim in that brisa. perhaps it's talking about oichal mitach psoilas, and that's mutter, but psoilas mitach oichal is also again. The Brisa doesn't mention anything about oichal mitach psoilas. It says Abaye, therefore I say the pshat is la'alter. It says in the Brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's Isser Boyer D'Oraisa. The Rishonim explain that Abaye agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal mitach psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rabbi held that even oichal mitach psoilas is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table, but there shouldn't be a problem with buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmasin type of bean is considered soils, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns the soils. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha. Not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered teichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also teichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatek. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatek, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samamanim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of Mevashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up, that's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, boyer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachet, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashal it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no binus, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averos. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach, you do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on kaifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tviyah, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Bukhari, it could be over on 3 things. Guy says, minafetz, untangling it, and tviyah, spinning. Rav Tana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tviyah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, they had special chachma, but today it's considered klachiyat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shiras, and they made knots, and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were 2 knots in 2 threads in the Mishkan and you undid one, because even for a regular king you wouldn't do so. So certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
I talked to Eugene Kranz. He said someone in the command center during an Apollo launch can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation and they can tell in the command center. And we certainly couldn't tell watching it as a child on TV or years later on video.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Hey. One of the Lamakas Malachas in the Mishnah is Kireya Almanas Litfor, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard three things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull two pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a Magosh, what is a Magosh? Machlokes, he's chayev misa. Rav says a Magosh is a Megativ, somebody that constantly talks about it with the Zara, and the concern is he'll influence you with the Zara. We see that Rav said that if a person learns from a Magosh even one thing, he's chayev misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a Machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not possible to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from a Zara. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a Magosh is a Machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalos and kufais, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk V'zchayil Hashem lo yabitu, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see u'ma'aseh yodav lo yiro, and they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. The German says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufas and mazalos, as it says in the pasuk Shmat Masisim Chachmasem Uvinasem. This is your chachma. Le'inei Oamim, towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalos when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas of the Mishnah is Hatzot Tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoin, the snail that you make the tails from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gibulei Karita, something that grows from the ground. Yudah argues and says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Hashama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Hashama. Even Reb Shimon admits by Ratio that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should be living, since the dye will be clear, therefore is considered a misase, and he's potter. What is the issur to chef an animal? According to Shmuel, it's in Tilas Neshama. According to Rav, there's also the Tilas Neshama, but in addition to that, is the issur of Tzeveya of a dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the Matam Shchita so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, two malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide. The Rebbe and Shlokish both say that those are one of the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misarte, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer Torah. Putting lines into the hide is also direct. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Rabashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rabbi says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Rav Acha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says three halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is nemachik. Anything that has that you're doing a command malacha, you're finishing off the object, that's called makib b'padish, one of the last malachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a depiction on a tree, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's makib b'padish. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel. You write, this is 1, 2, north, south. They had the same thing on the highrise of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need 2 ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the IC is. But erasing, even erasing one very large ice where you can write 2 ICOs, would also be over. The Rosh points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avos Malachos. What is it? These are the Avos Malachos tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Rabbi Lezer, you also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds you chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to Rabbi, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoiveit and medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the area. But we have in our Mishnah, arba'im chasar achas, 1 less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesa and Oire. Says the new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about itself for the next few days. We're talking about itself for a while. In order to be over on itself from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you store. If typical people don't store this, but you store it, you yourself would be over and no one else. The Machlokes in Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says Dam Nida, the other man says Asherah tree. Another the Zara tree, which is also Bana. Another one says Dam Nida certainly would agree that Asherah, since it's also Bana, is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all, you couldn't possibly feed it to a cat. The Papa says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to the Shimon Bar Yochai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people, in a different amount, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
You can see all these clips at Cibrel.com. It's interactive. I write a chapter. I say, look, if you want to understand the next chapter, go to clip 1, clip 2. We have a clip of a NASA engineer saying the radiation belts are dangerous to humans and deadly, and the technology necessary to go through them to the moon has not been invented yet. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for
Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We'll continue with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also to bring up from one domain to another domain? Rav Shimon comes up with a third opinion, and he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra Beitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not chayav. If you're talking about atzah, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the kash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer wrong for a goat. That becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a regeres, a dried. This is machlokes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. The Rabbi says, since it's a achila b'chai, cows typically don't eat this, then he's fucking. Some says, but occasionally a cow would eat it, chai. But everybody agrees if you take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow. Mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, chai because you took out the proper shear for a cow. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments, different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mekabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because it can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, and that's why all food can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin and mursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rabbi says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of chal. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food, and therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, it's not mitzvah. And with this, we finished Perek Klal Gadol, Hadron Aloch Klal Gadol. The next Perek is called Hamoitzi Yain. We're continuing with the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil, enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye. And other liquids is revius, and other waste liquids is a revius. Reb Shimon says, all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanna Kama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, then you don't need the shiurim of the Mishnah. Even less than those shiurim also are chayiv and mitzvah. Have a wonderful day.
And they've had 40 years since they've committed to doing it to return to the moon, and technically now they've had 5.5 decades to return to the moon, and they can't even go further. You see, it's as plain as day. The shadows intersecting at 90 degrees when they should be parallel with sunlight. It's as plain as day.
Shabbos daf ayin zayin. Robert proves from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids into Rosh Hashanah is revius. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of a revius, because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya that in the second sentence it says, Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is kosher, and in order to be over on the has to be something that's kosher. Since you put out water, even though you didn't, it's kosher. The fact that you asked me from Seth Snina and Shiraini is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the coloration red. 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Nosson says, where wine needs a revius, or a quarter of a revius, when it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of an Aveda, where Bishamai says it's one of the places that Bishamai is made. And Basil say it's only provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed blood. Gemara has 2 questions. When it comes to tumah, the shear is a kezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is a revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 as of that. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kezayis. But wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a kezayis. And therefore, if you take out into Rosh Hashanah less than a kezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this thing needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a kezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is to swallow. Gemiyah. Says Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemiyah is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnahs except the Shabbos that have words that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Garinin, oimemais, and ma'amtz. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow, a goat, the milk of a woman, and the white of an egg is enough to put into the ointment called peeler. Egg peeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear that water remains in the taking. As Rashi explains, talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing, famous saying: everything HaKadosh created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take a black snake and a white snake and you boil them up, and you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, Yoda, I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito's nose and it's scared, and a scorpion is scared of a spider, an eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. Rabbi bumped into Rabbi Huda when he looked like Rabbi Huda was in a very good mood. And he figured now was a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yoni the Alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? And he said that's like really sorry. Goats that are dark are like the fish of the darkness, they came the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers your rear where goats don't? He tells him because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers himself. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because he eats from the thorns. The Prophet didn't want his tail to get stuck in the thorns. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? To swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If someone wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antennas. Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken and they go from the bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking them. You notice all these things in the Bria, and you want to hear an answer. And if you look at Marsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. It says the Prophet didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked them the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha, door? And he says, Derech Sham. Go through there. And why is it called the Darga step? Derech God, go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is to anoint the limb. Says the Gemara, it's a small limb of a small child. Says Rashi, one part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day.
The lights come up and you see they just lied about being halfway to the moon. And in addition to this, if you want to run it back a few seconds, not only do we have them faking this shot, you're going to want to hear this audio. Here at the very beginning of the tape, NASA says, hey, the TV picture looks great. They didn't even get it themselves. It was screened somewhere else, but they said we hear.
Shabbos Havayim Fest. Different items have different shiurim for taking out being over and it's on Shabbos taking from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and the wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means kula. You'd have to take out a lot more in order to be over the Isser of itself. What if one item has two common uses? But one is a larger share, one is a smaller share. We go with the smaller share, the chumrah. For instance, honey, you can use it for eating, you can use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away, you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which are common uses to drink, not so common uses to add to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says about it because they're talking about in gold, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about gold. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water. Therefore, it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine is common, it's considered two common things, and we go with the more common. Blood is also revius. Rabbi Elazar says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion for the birkas, they use wild chicken, also in Hebrew it's known as a dufifat, in English a hoopy, or something like that. You use it enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, he'll use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkas is a protrusion in the eye. The dufifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes to what. If a Rabbi tells a Talmud, I want you to make me some room, takes some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into his rabbi, of course he's chayv. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about, but is red? He's chayv. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Rabbi Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Places says it can go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Rabbi Elazar when it comes to wastewater, the shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of a hole where you put the belly into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then it's much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. According to Rabbi Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot, so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Tanakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on anything. So what could you do? You can cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Cloth, which we write tefillin and spikars on, enough to write the smallest parsha of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. A small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. Rabbi Yehuda says in order to make the feet, the tripod on the cord, which is also called in Aramaic pitbul. Sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. Rabbi Yehuda says enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Rabbi Nehemiah, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves, they make, let's say, paishalat, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the strings that go around the palm tree. People will put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when we put it on the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a gregaris. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar fight, a shtar that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanakama, you're part similar to the machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says, you're allowed to keep a shtar fight. There's no issue. So it has value for you. According to the Tanakama, you're not allowed to keep a shtar fight around. It could bring problems later on. So it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be mekayim that shtar? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. That's why if you take out the original shtar, you are chayav. Rabbi says everybody commits, you have to be mekayim. Machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the malva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into Surab. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot. Therefore, he's chayiv. Rav Ashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, and he pays off his debt. And therefore, it has shavios, it has chashivos, and you're chayiv, you take it out, and you shravim, have a wonderful day.
Well, we know of at least 9 people who were killed because of this. I mentioned before that Fox was originally going to air A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon that you can see on the homepage for freeofsuperel.com, and then check it out. And in their special, Conspiracy Theory Did We Really Go to the Moon? It was a great film. They pointed out that there were 5 Apollo astronauts in backup crews
Shabbos Daf Ayin Tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over mitzvah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Menachem, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be hide for tanning? The size of an emulet, of a kameya. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melabin, to clean the wool, menapetz, to untangle, tzeveh, to dye, and taiva, to spin, are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. To sit kafel, this is a sit from finger to finger, times 2. Anytime you find an inconsistency in the shear, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, tzeveh dies before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's cap. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev spring that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a svacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products, so therefore the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. And once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Kiva. Again, people don't want to be tree up themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is revius in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of pea. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and walnuts. If there's only salt, that's called chipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameya. If there's salt and flour added, but no walnuts, that's called diftera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or walnuts, that's called matzah. It's plain like matzah, and that the size is in order to protect the weight. That's a much larger shear than a kameya, and that's because it's moist and you cannot tan it. The tumah of Medrash, when a Zavanida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of kameya. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's cooked really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are tables and things like that. We said in the Mishnah that klaf is enough, the shear for klaf is enough to write the smallest parish in the tefillin, which is shema. And the Brisa says the chsustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the chsustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gvil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the chsustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called klaf, according to Taisvus. And according to Taisvus, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on klaf. Mezuzah, in the scan of the Gemara, is written on klaf, but also on the chsustos. And the Sefer Torah is written on klaf, the chsustos, and on gvil when they're still connected. the sustas, which is not rawi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if the tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of the Shammai. It's with Hamid Yadayim, the hands for truma. The ritzua by itself, not. The Rothschild says you have to touch the actual parts of the tefillin. Rabbi says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parsha of the tefillin. Rav says a statement: the sustus is like cloth. Starting with the Gemara, what he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That cloth is like the sustus. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustus, it can also be written on cloth. The halacha is that if you turn in tefillin, if you're about to put in the shemas, you cannot cut out the parsha of the mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah. Because malim b'kodesh v'lo reading, you don't go downwards in Kedusha, you go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in a cloth, and therefore you can write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on cloth according to the mayor. The mayor holds that you could write a mezuzah on cloth since it's better for the mezuzah. It'll last longer. It's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
And they say when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to they're murdering their own people to cover up their crimes. In today's dollars, it costs $250.
Shabbos daf pay. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be over and so 2 letters worth? It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell or ink in a pen? A different combination. Teku. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rabbi and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking with Rabbi, and while you're walking, you write as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are potter. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it, and the 2 halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half, and he doesn't place it down, but he walks above the first half. And he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lavud. Lavud within 3 tefachim is as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for 1 shear in his chayim. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzaref as one. Yossi says if there's a rishus between them, it separates the 2 Rosh Hashanah and he's potter. What about a Carmelist? A Carmelist divides the 2. That's considered another rishus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a Carmelist, since it's something the Rabbanan, is not mafsik. It's not considered another rishus. Rabbi says even a beam between the 2 Rosh Hashanah is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine, because we see in Gittin that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be pointed to get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's, because the beam is a different rishus. How much makeup, eyeliner, is one chayiv? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dressed more tznius, and they only showed 1 eye, so they would use eyeliner for 1 eye, so the shear is 1 eye. In the villages, where they didn't have so much pizzas, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. Mishnah tells us the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine was very thin, come out oil or honey. Glue enough glue to put on top of a post to catch a bird, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they would do is they would have a flask for mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes the smaller measurement. We saw that by a Gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to Chachamim, to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, Charsis is crushed brick, the Tanakama says, to create the hole on a cord. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's to fix the foot, which is a smaller shoe. This brings us to the base. How much hair are you hiding here outside? Enough to mix in clay. How much are you hiding for clay? Enough to make the pikur of the core that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Line, enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she'd use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the kings, she's a princess, she'd use shemen hamor, like in Megillah Esther, shisha chadashim shemen hamor. What shemen hamor? Rav Huna Bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil that didn't come to a third yet. Didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. There was a guy that noticed this, and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. We had in the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, how much lime? Enough for kukum. Rav Nachman says, Andipi. What does this mean? According to Rav, Rabbi Yehuda is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Daniel, it means to shave here this area. It says we're talking about a barrel, not about a head of a human being. The barrel has two spigots, and in order to plug the spigot to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there. It says Gemara, but that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. It says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, in Beis Hamikdash, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves, or the pshat is a forehead. You put on the forehead, it says the Gemara story about a forehead. In Golu, they asked the Guller, somebody that came from Golu, who came to Bavel, they asked him to darshan a Meisim Merkava, like we're going to have Bezer Hashem now in Shul, the Meisim Merkava. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Reb Nechemia, darshan in Meisim Merkava, it came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is he himself darshan, and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting, that Ben Yoda says that in a time of a Mageva, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And he brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the Malchamava sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. Says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Kiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. I'm saying enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand for Rabbi Kiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leaf. If you have a reed, a piece of reed, what do you do with it? You make a pen, and it has to come up to the joints in the fingers. Machlekes, the Shiloh Gemara Teku, is it the joint that connects to the hand, or is this joint over here? If the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, or it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregarious. Not an egg, but the size of a gregarious. Thick sand, enough to have it travel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that for Korban Habayis, you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime, by adding sand, and nowadays, it makes the lime darker, and therefore you could use it. Have a wonderful day.
All the original videotapes, what they would never do if they really went, but it's exactly what they would do if they perpetrated a fraud. James Webb, NASA administrator. Joseph Kerwin, future NASA astronaut. Thomas Paine, deputy administrator. Len Running, Van Allen, who said originally that the radiation belts are 100 times the lethal dose.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to be chayiv? Tanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not mekabel tumah. Once you put them into a lock, they are mekabel tumah. The pshutei kli etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are mekabel tumah. Once you attach them to a gate, they become mechubel lekarka, they become attached to the ground, no longer can they be mekabel tumah. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to be chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. According to Rothschild ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kavod habriyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the Beis Medrash and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3, and it's the same achlokas. The mayor and Yehuda when it comes to esrog. The mayor says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut. The Yehuda says a minimal of an egg. And the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. The mayor says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut. The Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chacham and the Beis Medrash told Zaynim that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg. And you use them consecutively. Says Zaynim, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever 2 stones, whatever fits into your hand. Danny says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not muktzah Shabbos for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is ke'echreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says it's also to use for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order, if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of glazes. You might come to shear here. But if you do it till after yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's klishim after the issue, you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for klishim after this, or you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. You want to ask the kasha. There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How could you say they can use it now? So the one brings 3 roots. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it was used on both sides. Or it's a stone that somebody else used, and here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Gemara says, if you eat reed leaves or grape leaves or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, besakaisis without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself to straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tirch on Shabbos, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? Kod Abrius allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashem Saveda. If somebody's Zokim with Choydai, Talmud Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity. So too, Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. Also, an issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care. We say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal. But when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied. They'll have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's usher to walk on a plowed field even during the weekday because you're ruining that other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might have to take a stone and cover a hole. And as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you're chayav on kodesh. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashem skaven, and it's certainly not a separation. The Gemara wants to bring a right from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas, Rashi says. They would take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasi, Zeturasin, and throw it into the river, do a tashlach with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it. I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abai says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it and it's on top of a stand and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if it's the reverse, if it's on the ground and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilet. Both these surim would be only midrabbanan. Rabbi says not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishuf, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. You rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishuf. Rabbi explains Rabbi Yochanan that he's talking about the problem of places shearing here on Shabbos and it's davashem skaven also. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Mishnah holds that a nazir could shampoo head even though he might tear out hair by mistake. Davashem is mutter and now it's also. Rav Chizda and Rabbi were on a boat. And Goya wanted to go onto the boat and he said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat. And she did. She didn't let the boat go and they said something and it started moving. She didn't realize and she thought that her kishuf didn't work and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper and you don't kill a louse on your clothing and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Chana and he were over on these things, and that's why it didn't work. But she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Anyway, I never questioned that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. I started doing a major, just surfing the web. And a lot of that information is right there on the web.
Shabbos Dapei Beis, the famous Rav Huna asked Rabbi, his son, I don't understand. Why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom. Don't sit down quickly. Don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashka. You might blow one out. You'll ruin the whole system. Says Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should you use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, it's kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use a shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chisda, and Rav Amuna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper. You're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. Magen Avraham talks about it. The Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist and therefore it's not flammable. The person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chisda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Bryce's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chisda, he should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw with my own eyes in Arab that did so, and it spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that if a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break. So before the meal, you should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful in the relief. The mission tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayiv when it's taking out from one rishus to another rishus? Three-way machlokes. Rabbi says enough that you can put between beams. You stack up beams. Rabbi says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi says enough to hold a revius of water. The mayor says, I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. When the Rabbi talks about the Churban, the Akadosh Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashuv, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and Akadosh Baruch Hu will destroy to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first, Akadosh Baruch Hu will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then he'll destroy things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rameir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a revius. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger items. Then HaKadosh Baruch will destroy the smaller items. Says Rabbi, and that's how you have to explain in our mission as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burned. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the perek Omer Rabbi Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Milah. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mefurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a bat, you become tamei, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tamei, as the pasuk says, Tizrei kemoi dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say toimar loy, get out of here, tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he'll be helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? Machlokes is in a concept called Eben Misama. Eben Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a zav Anida on top, the unbelievable chiddush tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not mekabel tumah. Through the stone is mekama any kli that's below the stone. Machlekes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rabbi Kiva says yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheretz, and the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi Kiva do with that hekesh that we learn from sheretz? That the mishamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that held Avodah Zarah, is not metama B'masa was Matama b'maga. What did Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah? To a nida. That's Matama b'masa, but there is no Evan Misama. Why? Because Chacham learned the hekesh of nida, Avodah Zarah, that was the concept of Eivarim. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a nida, that limb loses the tumas nida, gains a new tumah of tumas Eber Menachai, so it's Matama ba'oil, the Masa b'maga, but not the Evan Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Matama, the Evan Misama, and is not Matama, the Eivarim. The fact that Rav Chama on Tamar's daf had a suffix whether or not this Eivarim, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, it's one of these attachable Avodah Zarahs, pieces come on and off. One piece came off. Is that Mitama Be'Eivarim? Over here you see it's not, according to the Chama. Obviously we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Akiva. Does Rabbi Akiva uses Hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a Kula, by saying that there is no Tumah on that Eivarim? Lazar learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Evan Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Akiva holds there's no concept of Evan Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Akiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's Tumas Masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's Tumas Masa. Rabbi says, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no Tumas Masa. And Rabbi Akiva learns the Hekesh that from Sheretz that the Mishamshim of the Sheretz, the Kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Mekam Masa. And Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Kanida that there's no Tumah Be'Eivarim. Have a wonderful day.
Bart, being a good friend that he is, called the police for me and told them about the break-ins. The two detectives that came out and everything questioned me. I didn't give them any information. At the time, I thought it was intense. The guys in the black suits, I didn't see crap. So all that went away and everything, but definitely the two guys.
Shabbos Daf Vav will continue with Mishnayos with a theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do we know that Shikha Zera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that's a Kama woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate from your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because you want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be Machal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the bris milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're paying, you see that 3 days after bris, the baby's considered a chayil shesh b'sakana to be Machal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Sawyer have a Shalea, the goat you throw over cliff on Yom Kippur, you wrap a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the cliff, and you watch the band change colors from red to white. There's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink? Because the word Shem and water come in the same pasuk, but telling the mind of your bug with the Shem and Ba'atz Moisa. This is machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to two different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to two different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to Elazar ben Azariah, as you're going to see soon, who holds that a woman is only coming for 3 days. But the say if you go according to Elazar ben Azariah by Mila. You say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're coming, you have to say 3 days you are coming. Elazar ben Azariah, as we said, says that a woman who's collected Shema Zera is tmeah for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 aynos, maximum 4 aynos. So ayna is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 aynos only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 aynos, 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. The Rothschild says no, it's 3 days that she's coming. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods of 3 times 12, which is 6 nights, and that's 5 nights if the relations were midday on the first day, or 4 nights if the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day. Now you're left with only two 24-hour periods are 4 times 12. The Makita says there's always 5 items, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first item, we go a few hours into the last item. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to the Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Akiva, where do you get this 5 items from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day at daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely covered. They're considered Tula. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after sundown, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Satira was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of Tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Satira in a state of Tula. However, that never happened. There's not a single woman in Klal Yisrael that was in a state of Tula. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer at Tula. They were completely charred. According to Rabbi Akiva, why couldn't I be supposed to give the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night, the 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the Pasuk, Lo Mirosh V'Seisek V'Barti. The Prophet didn't talk in secrecy, didn't give over the Torah in secrecy, wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why do they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of Bikkur Torah for all Klal Yisrael that can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long Tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's metama forever as long as it's moist. The water remains in a sucker. Is this halacha that zera only remains for 3 days in a state of Tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 3 days? Unless you're a Goya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it lasts longer. Or perhaps a Goya who eats shkatzim or masim, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? Zera, is it an animal? Perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed. But an animal that doesn't have a poison, doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabban hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Noinish, but he didn't relay anything that was Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told them the mitzvah of Agbola don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Tuesday. According to Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Afrasha, separate from the wife. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shot, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
To me, it's not that important of a clue. The fact that shadows intersect at 90 degrees is 100% certainty that it's an electrical light. You can't have greater technology in the past.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's good stuff. It's good.
Here's it right here. Yep. It's the clip.
Yep. And so anything about the dust or the ground itself that would
Shabbos Daf Pei Zayin. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says "V'kidashtem hayomu machar," only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk on the third day. We're good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours. I have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. It's the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu made a Kavachomer. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when they're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said they have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agree with him. You see, or hell, Daber boy. The Baruch said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody that's off the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael or mumarim, they did the egel, they shouldn't receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher shibarto, Yasher pechachosh shibarto. I agree the fact that you broke the luchos. It says in the Brayso that on the Shlishi, the 3rd day, and the Gemara explains, it's the 3rd day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about Schar and Oynash. It was the 3rd day of the month and the 3rd day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the 3rd day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. So we must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. By Yosher Moshe's living on Hashem, there's 2 psukim. One says, Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe's living on Hashem. Number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says that on the 3rd day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbala, don't touch the mountain. Rabbi says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynish. Shibu. Vayosher is Lashon Shibu. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the reward. Like Vayaged is Lashon Vagada, things that pull people in. We teach them Agada that people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the reward. Vayoshev is Lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynash, about the punishment. Vayagid is Lashon of Gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Rashi says Shish on the 6th day. 6th day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the 6th day of the month and the 6th day in the week, on Friday. According to Rabbi, it's the 6th day from when they rested. And according to Rav Yaakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental machloikas here. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos, the halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Kumin, because it explains it means Hayitzah, going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested in the same day. Or perhaps they received Hilchos Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Hayitzah included. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Shabbos, they still didn't have that Isra. It says in the Brayso that first Nisan the Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim. First the Shech did the Korban Pesach. That night was Makas B'chayras, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. And we know that whatever day of the week, the 15th of the month, falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh was that same day. The Brayso says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after that Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing month. So if it's a 29-day month, then it's 1 day later. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, the following month Rosh Chodesh is 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a Chassid, and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanon, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, you have to say that they made us another Hebrew Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came out on Sunday, and Rosh Chodesh Sivan on Monday. The Torah says, "Vayiv Chodesh Harishon, Bashon Hashenish, Berachal Chodesh." The second year, the first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 days that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nisim brought the Karbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Karbanos of the Tzibur, like the Tamid. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started even touching in the closed area of Mechitza. The seventh thing is the Shekhinah was Shari the Migdash. The eighth thing, started doing Birkas Kahanim. Ninth thing is there was the Isra Bamas, and 10th, that was the first of the Chadash. There's a rule that if Yontif falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yontif fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah does it specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday, then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week because Nisan is a Mole. So it fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week because Iyar is a Chassid. So Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That does not fit in, not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Both Rabbi Yossi and Chacham have to answer similar answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have 7 missing months, and Chacham are going to say that there was 8 missing months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
Well, according to Scientific American magazine, and we post these articles on Sabral.com, they were bouncing lasers off the moon in 1959 with no mirrors because the moon's surface is highly reflective. All they had to do was choose its landing sites and reflective surfaces, because by the time a laser goes from the Earth to the moon, it's like 5 miles across. So anything within that could reflect, and they could claim that it's,
Shabbos Daf Piches. Today's daf is one of the classic dafim in Shabbos with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the sugya that we started yesterday. It says in Seder Olam, which coincidentally was written by Rabbi Yossi himself, and that's the machlokes we have right now between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbanan. It says Yetzias Mitzrayim happened on the 15th of Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan is a full month of 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which would be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh year is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since Iyar is 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanan. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanan. There's a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday, came back down. He went up on Tuesday, came back down, told us about the mitzvah Hagbalah like we had. He went up on Wednesday, told us about Afrasha, separating the light, came down. And on Thursday, he built in this payout. That's the day that Christ was in Nasa, and he was not going to pray. Bryce continues and says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Matayer was, says the Gemara. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had servants. He himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agadata, the Gula, somebody from Gaul came and stood over a Chizda and he darshad. He said, "Look at how beautiful there's things given in threes. Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im, Sugya is three. Klal Yisrael, Chaim, Kehanim, Levim, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the third day after our Rothschild was born. That was 2 days of separation, and on the third day, Matan Torah, in the third month, Nisan here, Sivan, the third month. By Yisatz, we got this hard, the famous Gemara. That was Baruch's Hafa Aleim Hargididis. He picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you recall the Torah, great, if not, Shom Tiek Raskim, that's where your burial will be. Rabbi Yaakov says, great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into the mitzvahs. Therefore, you can't come to them with any complaints. Yet, later on, 150 years later, approximately, at the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say it in Kiddush, Hashish, what's the hay? That the sixth day of creation corresponds to the sixth day of Sivan when the Torah was given. Meaning, the Baruch made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you the Rabbi. When Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh Benishma, 600,000 Malachim, corresponding to the 600,000 men of Klal Yisrael, came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Na'aseh and one for Nishma, and then by the Tekah Egel, 1.2 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. Moshe Rabbeinu was Zochah to take all the crowns, but As Rabbi, his Baruch will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. The Baruch told Klal Yisrael, he gave you the secret, and you say, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malachim, and the Malachim also, they do before they understand what they need to do. Like, also says, like an apple. This explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree. From year to year, you have to pick it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Klal Yisrael says, Nasa, before Rishon. It was a min. We saw Rabbi sitting on his finger and crushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he was thinking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding. And the min tells Rabbi, I'm a Ziza, you're an impulsive nation. You say you will do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your feet before you think. And Rabbi said, we're a nation that goes after this Baruch with the Trinity Lev. Out of love, we know that the Baruch is not going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interest. Therefore, we need to know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go to Kimayim. The Baruch says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you kept the Torah, it's to stay in both of your eyes. These are psukim that you're Hashirim. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a caliph in a zana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah. They went and had an affair with Avodah with the Egel Azar. It's like our Baruch was sitting there by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet, the Baruch didn't write in the pasuk the Sriach. He gave us a nice lashon called Nasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing Gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's 3 levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear it in shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the third level is even greater than the first 2. And that is, you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it, I want it. And on that, the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon, and the sun didn't respond. And what happened? The moon was reduced and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. Rabbi says every word, every one of the Aseret Sadiqs that came out of the book's mouth split into 70 languages for the nations. The Torah have a mashal, the nimshal to a prince. A prince could kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, Maimina, with his right, in other words, he, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that will cause death. So Hamor Doidili Ben Shodai Yolin, even though his Lord was upset at us because of Chet Hegel, nevertheless he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shodai. Every word, every Dibur of that such Dibur that his Lord said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Klal Yisrael's Neshama left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of their encampment. What happened was, Hakadosh brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and then the next word brought it more. Hakadosh was Mechayim Mason with the dew, and then he again said another Dibur, and then they died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Klal Yisrael to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to see the Torah, the Malachim said, "Why would a human being get this Torah? You waited at Hakadosh for 974 generations. Why would you give it now to Bas Adam?" And Moshe Rabbeinu answered them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. So he told him, "Hold on to the Tisha Chavet." And Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really is appropriate for Malachim. You don't have Karens, you don't have Ritzifa Kina, you don't have Yitzhahara, you don't have Shabbos, you don't work." And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malcham Mavis, taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Torahs to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and to tell them exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead. And with that, have a wonderful day.
Life being here in the form that it is like winning the Powerball lottery 20 times in a row. It cannot happen by accident. People don't realize, but evolution is the exact opposite of logic, because it says a lower form of life made a higher form of life, which is saying something without a brain made a brain. You see, the problem is mankind has become so arrogant.
Shabbos Dafke Test with the king with the beautiful Agate Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, Yishbor made sure that the Yitzhahara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Yitzhahara suddenly realized that it's not Shemayim. He says, "Rabbi Shalom, where's the Torah?" He says, "I gave it to the earth." He goes down and he asks the earth, "Where is it?" I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Kahim, to the depths, the Gehenna. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to Rabbi Shalom. I searched everywhere. He says, "I gave it to Ben Amram." We know Amram is one of the 4 tzaddikim that never sinned. I gave it to his son. The Tzara goes to Moshe Rabbeinu and says, "Where's the Torah?" Moshe looks at him and says, "You think I'm worthy to have the Torah? I don't know what you're talking about." Rabbi Shalom heard this. He says, "Moshe, Vadayata, you're saying a lie?" He says, "Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight with the Torah every day. You have a chemda v'nuza, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah?" And Rabbi Shalom says, "Since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. Torah as Moshe Avdi." At a certain point where Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, we noticed that the Rebbeinu Shalom was writing Sarim crowns, like we have Tagim, Shabbos Gats, little Tagim on top of the letters. And answer Rebbeinu Shalom, "What is that?" It's the whole Gemara Menachos. But the Rebbeinu Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, they're parents to say hello to somebody. The master. The Gemara tells us when it's possible by Yara was delayed and is coming down from the mountain. That's why Klal Yisrael shake. The 6th hour came and went, and Moshe Rabbeinu did not part of the story. The Yitzhahara first asked Klal Yisrael, "Where's Moshe Rabbeinu?" Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael he's going to come down after 40 days. What he meant was Shavas V'Talos. Klal Yisrael thought he meant a day earlier. And the Yitzhahara made a evil from the world dark, like a cloud, and he confused Klal Yisrael. He says, where's your Rabbi? They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps he's not coming back. Rav Kahana says that the word Sinai perhaps means that Nisim happened to Yisrael. That doesn't really fit. The Sinai Gemara says Siman Tov doesn't fit in. So the Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused sin to the nation. Once we got the turn they did, the Sinai. You see the same thing by Rabbi Hanina. He says there were 5 names in the Midbar, 5 different locations in the one Midbar. One is called Midbar Sin. That's where the Tzibur, that's where the commandments and prayer were given to Israel. Midbar Kadesh. Israel became Kadesh. Kadmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Para. After they separated from their wives, go back. And Rashi says that every woman became pregnant with Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, when we go into the Yidden, one man says the name is Sinai, but we call it Chayrev. One man says it's Chayrev, but we call it Sinai, and Chayrev is a lashon of Shurva, of destruction to the God. The pasuk says, what's the lashon? The God is telling Israel, go and be rebuked. Maybe it should be come and be rebuked. Explains the Gemara, the Gemara tells Israel, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get rebuked, get the contact. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down for us. Yaakov, Yitzchak, gave the brachas to Esau and he didn't down for us. Yaakov knew about the 4 Goliaths and he didn't down for us. We want rebuke from you. Baruch said, if you want rebuke from me, you have to even question if your sins will be red, the shell will be, then I'll whiten them like snow. Gemara tells us an amazing thing. Baruch went to Avram. He said, what should I do with your sons? They sinned. And Avram said something incredible. I can understand. Wipe them off the face of earth. They deserve to die. People should know that if you do not Avera, that's what happened. His wife didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov here. That we're going to repeat the same. Until they came to Yitzchak. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer and he told the Rothschild. The person lives for 70 years. The first 20 years, you can't give him an onion. As it's brought down, this is the Yisod of 20, you don't get an onion. See in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're left with 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you have 12 and a half years. Either you or Rothschild take on the responsibility of 12 and a half years, or split it 50-50. But even if you split it 50-50, I, Yitzchak, I was mocking myself by that Kedah. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu Ata, you're our father, Yitzchak. I want to show you, point out, this Rabbi Shloim, Ata Avinu, Ata Hashem Avinu, Galeinu Ma'elim Shemay. You are His Baruch, you are Hashem. Says Rabbi Yaakov Avinu, when he went up in the Mitzrayim, he was gone down with Barzel, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of his schos saved him, he didn't have to. And now we are back. Except for Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into the Shisarabim, another domain, and it's higher? When it comes to wood, we had it already. When it comes to meat, when it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be a great garret. The size of a dried chicken. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by reed, and that is because by reed, you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you can make teeth for teeth or lock, and even so, that you can make a key lock, the shear is the shear of equal of food of the great. Once the shear of spices enough, the spice, this easy egg, this chicken egg, 2 different spices, they combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten or to salt the spice, the food, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Whoever they are really wants to end corruption, they could get the support from both political parties to show them that the moon landing was fake. They were taking suckers, they killed their brethren, they covered up, they embezzled, each taxpayer. That will give Republicans and Democrats united for
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue the different amounts necessary in order to be chayiv on itself and taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you could create dye with. The peel of a pomegranate, the peel of a nut, sukkahs, pua, and the shear is pisvacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under their head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is ready made. If the dye is ready made, then it's dugma le'ira, which is a sample that merchants have of their garment. Iro is a weaver's bobbin, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loop from side to side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Merek Lion, these are stain removers, and the shear is also pisvacha. According to Rashi and Gemara, it's when the Merek Lion is at least 40 days old. According to Christ, it's from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi is in another place. Nesser, says Gemara, is also a stain remover. It has to be from Alexandria. Boris, Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's 2 types of aloe vera. In order to be chayiv in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur. Sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Molia is shleif dutch, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The article says possibly salt water. Ashlag, which translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl, which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Hilko, some sort of pepper. The shear is called shoot, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Intron, which is zephet hard, again, it's kol shu, it's used for migraines. Certain besamim, kol shu, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikim for sick people and young people. Great smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, kol shu. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is kol shu, very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the Beis HaMikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make a kalya erev, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Erica, we learned another sheet that means a physical bird coat. If somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for Ma'at Kesef. Leza says not less than a small copper fork. What can you do with it? You can clean out a menorah, the wicks, etc. Avni Mizbeach, the stones in the Mizbeach, the dirt in the Mizbeach, is kol shehu. If you have pain, secret Torah, and the mantles, the covering of the secret Torah, they decay because of a worm called Mekek, it's the kol shehu, because you have to do visa to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranate. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells a story that a Talmud told Rabbi, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rabbi turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's a worm called puff that makes real holes through a person's neck. Rabbi says, you're also chayiv on Misham Avodah Zarah, things that hold Avodah Zarah. He argues with what we learned earlier in the Masechta that Misham Avodah Zarah has no value at all. He also, since it says in the possible Yidba, the Yadcha Ma'uma, the key to get rid of it, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a box full of samples, you only chayiv 1 chatas for all the samples. The big finish isn't priceless, as Places explains, is that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, you think it's carbon on 1 sample, and then you realize if you got the second sample, you're still potter. Whereas if it wasn't in a box and you had an awareness in between 2 different items, you could try 2 chatois. Different seeds. One man the kind of Mishnah says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, a dried fig. The Buddha says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal in the field. In other words, you could plant them, not that you are going to plant them, it's
That's how
2
this guy
seeds. If
looked.
you're going to
He
eat them,
was serious.
it's 1
I've
seed,
never seen a
enough to
human being
fill
look
a
like that.
pig's mouth, which is
Kill
1
me,
seed.
go home and have
If you're
nice
using
fried
seeds
chicken dinner
for,
and think about
and these
it.
are seeds of
And as soon as we established eye
dates,
contact,
if you're using it
everything
for
on my
fuel,
car died.
then it's
The
enough
lights went
to
off, the engine
cook
stopped.
a
And a friend
easy
in
egg,
the
which is a
military
chicken
told
egg.
me they
If
zapped
you're using it
EMP
for
from the
math,
satellite,
to
so
keep
they
count to
disabled
something,
my
it's
car.
either 2,
Well,
according to
like,
Fair and the mayor,
beams
it's
disabled
5 because you don't
electrical
need
system.
2
So I'm coasting
seeds
to
to
the
count.
side of the
You
road.
start losing
This
count
guy
after
passes
right
me,
around 5.
meets up with 2 other
If
cars,
it's a
and then the 3
seed
cars
of a
on the
pumpkin
other side
or
look around
poultry,
to
it's
my
2.
side. So I'll cross over.
This, that
They loop around
fertilizer,
again, I
and
cross
then
over, they loop
there we
around
learn,
again.
unfortunately,
And
whether
frantic.
it's
I'm
enough to
standing in the
fertilize
middle of
1
a
seed
highway
of a cabbage or 1 seed of a
tranny
leaf.
flags
That's
about
because you already
cars
planted it,
driving
and as we said
north and
earlier,
south.
once it's
That
done,
happens. And
then
I
the shear is
obviously
much less.
desperate need
If
of
you're going
help.
to plant,
So
then you need
stop
at least
there.
5 seeds or more.
Except the cab driver looking for a fare.
If
So
one takes out just around
really
2 years
too.
of a
So,
horse or a
yeah,
cow,
yeah.
you're
So
chayav, why
I'm
commit
on the
traps
phone
for
with the
birds with it?
police, and I say, you know,
The very
I need to
hard
meet up with you
bristle
guys,
on a back of a
but
pig
I'm not going
is
to tell
1.
you where I'm going to meet you. I tell
Palm
them, like,
tree
1 minute away, because I know
leaves
they're listening
or
to
palm
the
tree
phone.
vines,
And
the leaves
so
are
I
2,
say,
the
you know,
vines
it's
are
at
1.
the Exxon
A live
super
grasshopper,
turbo lights.
if it's kosher,
They
you
meet
can
up
eat it.
with me
It's
there.
kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is gregaris. There's a grasshopper called Tsiparis Brahmin.
So I hire a cab
Whether it's alive or dead,
to drive me to see
the
it.
shear is kosher or small amount because they use it for refuah. Rabbi says you find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you eat half, the right half, the left half, you put it in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. You want to say 60, Rashi says many times. You put it on your left arm, and then you learn as much as you want. All that learning you are going to remember forever, provided that you eat the left side. If you don't eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Kalkana says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and the child might eat it. The Rita says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper, will eulogize the grasshopper, eat the grasshopper. That's what, therefore, there is no concern. Have a wonderful day.
When they do these little side jobs, right? So I get to CNN, and I'm again surrounded by the police on the sidewalk as I'm about to go in, one of which was a captain. And I figured these guys don't know why they were told to stop me. Maybe they were told I've got a videotape of President Clinton with a prostitute or something like that.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I would like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8-minute has inspired you, or whatever. I'll try to get to it. We're starting a brand new parak Matzliach. Up until now, we've learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus. Says the Mishnah, that's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, you take it outside into the Sarabim, you are chayiv. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting or for a sample, something for a sample, or for medicine, then it's valuable to you, you are chayiv. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayiv. What if you took something out, let's say to plant, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it back home? Now it's no longer chashuv, you're not planting. The shear goes back to the original shear, let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Rabbi explains that we're talking about where he took the seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place, and that is the finish that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Rabbi explains the Mishnah. Now we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, that is, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, he forgot why he set it aside, and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he is chayiv because his original machshava remains. a person always does based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava.
And I'm like, hey, I want to hire you. You're a lawyer.
Let's say
You're
a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important. What if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire purpose of my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody who's Bill Gates, a billionaire. Since the more abundant that is of them, since it's very rare to find somebody who would say that you need an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's Hashem, that's abundant that. But to say that one seed is Hashem versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. The mayor says, and the mayor is the author of our mission, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayiv, taking it out, a plant, in order to tell us a finish, that it's not anything less than a gregarious, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what could be chayiv. The husband Azariah says, the shit we had this earlier in Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is chashuv to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned from the first daf of the second Shabbos, in order to be over mitzvah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking down the Amos of Yisrael, you have to do 2 things. Akira and Anaf, you have to lift it up, walk the Dalet Amos into the next Rishos, and put it down, or walk into the next Rishos and put it down. Rav Nachman tells us that even if you have 2 different intents, one by that Akira and one by that Anaf, when you do that Akira, you think to yourself, you want to keep this item, and it was the proper size of the gregarious and has the right shear. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switch your intent to planting. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayiv. What has the shayla? What happens if he takes out a half a shear, a half a gregarious, with the intent to plant? So far, he'd be chayiv. This half a gregarious blew up to full gregarious, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The Marsh Suffolk is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of a shear. It was only half a shear. Later on, it grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to agree that the 2 machshavas, the 2 intents, are not mitzvah. Perhaps they can between. And if you say that you are chayiv in that case, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full sheer gregarious food, he wants to eat it outside. Then it shrunk, and only then he switched his intent to plant it. The first initial machshava intent is no longer here. You want to eat it, and you can't eat it. If you left it as it is, he wouldn't be chayiv because there was no sheer gregarious. He had to switch his intent. Perhaps in that case, he's punished. And then you would say, it's chayiv. What happens in the case? He started out with a full shear. As he was walking, he shrunk to half a shear, and then afterwards, he came back to the full shear. Say, Shabbos. Shabbos is pushed off. For the time being, when it shrunk the shear, it pushed off, like we say, is deeply like Rabbanas and Mitzvah sometimes. What remains in it. Another incredible shayla in the Gemara, what happens if a person has less than an egg's worth of food in the house with his dead body? That less than an egg's worth cannot be without other food. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size, onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear. So this is on Shabbos. We say that olive's worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth for Tumah, so now it's a chashuv piece. It has worth, and therefore, it would be over on Shabbos, you need a larger shear than an olive. You need a gregarious when you throw and land. Over here, since it did something, it accomplished something, that's enough for Chayim. Don't bring your eyes to the Gemara from Lechem upon him. If you want to be over on Mitzvah Shabbos, you have to take out the gregarious, any other food. But the question is, when you take out the Lechem upon him, you are tired immediately on a Kazayas. For Yotzim, not for Shabbos, for Yotzim from the Mitzvah. Now that Kazayas L'chayra, what you're saying, should also be over on Shabbos. But that's not true. You're only over on a gregarious. This is one of the reasons why that is so, because when you go out just from the Azara into the Zesnashim, for instance, you're chayiv on Yotzim. In order to get to Rosh Hashanah, you have to go much further, so you have to do different things. Says the Mishnah, Rabbi takes out food from Rosh Hashanah and puts it on a stoop. Now, this stoop says the Gemara is a caramel. Can't be Rosh Hashanah because you're over from taking it from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And it can't be Rosh Hashanah because you can leave right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a caramel. So what happened was you took it from your house, put it on the caramel, and then it had to stop there. And from that point, because again, you are putter, and even if somebody else took it from the stoop, you should not be putter because it stopped in the middle. That's the one continuous traveling. What happens if he took food and he pushed it out of his house where it's mostly on the scoop of it? This scoop is already Rosh Hashanah. Says the Mishnah, you are not chayiv since there is part of the kli is still inside that house. Ben Azai holds, by the way, that if you are going from or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and you walk by in a skufa, you are putter because walking is when you have your 2 feet on the ground, it's as if you stop. Our Mishnah doesn't go like that. This he explains our Mishnah. If the kli is ma'agid the food, does it cause the food to be wanted? In other words, what happens if in the kli, it says that our Mishnah is only talking about a case where there are long cucumbers or long food. So some of it is indoors and some of it is outdoors. But what if you have a full of small food where some of the foods are in the Rosh Hashanah? So since you be chayav because that food is already outside. So the kli is not either the food. The kli makes all the food one. So yes, you have one mustard seed, one food that's outside. Nevertheless, we don't look at the seed, we look at the whole kli, and the whole kli part is inside. And therefore, you putter. The Mishnah seems not to say not like Kiskin, not like the Reverend. Each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
And we're still propagating the lies, which is endorsing them, which they need to not live in fear either. This is the most powerful tool to bring down the corruption, is to show the public how bad it has become. They said you were something. You see, according to the NBC news director, that will
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures, telling me where you learned David Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned the amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money. As he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Shusayach to Shusarabin, he's over on Eitzah. Those two things happen at 2 different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Shusayach to Shusarabin, stealing the money and the Isser Shabbos come simultaneously, and then we say Kamlei the Rabbi Meneg, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a Chiyuv Misa, versus the money. The other one holds everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch, and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch comes out of the Shusayach into the Shusarabin. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Shusarabin and he has access to the money, he's chayav on Gneva before the pouch comes out completely because he can access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Shusayach, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnutzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnutzim were inside of Shusayach, that would mean and the entire pouch is considered Shusayach. You have to say the shnutzim were folded over, or there are no shnutzim at all. Abaye and Rava reverse their shittas later on in life, and Rava holds that Eged Kli Shmei Eged, and Abaye says Eged Kli Lo Shmei Eged. Therefore, we have to flip a member of the machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, since Eged Guf, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of Rosh Hashanah, which is as if you did Hanocha. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of La'achar Yad. We all know the halacha, if you touch muktzah with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayiv. It comes from this mission. You are chayiv on Eitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, your left hand, you carry it in your chest, like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders, like the naked husband in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth, if it's not food? in your marpeg, according to Taisvis, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money belt. You carry between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. These are all Shemay Kederach, and you are fucking. Blazer says, although Rosh Hashanah is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how B'nai Chassid, you are high. He says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself took the Urias HaMishkan and the Mishkan, and that was 10 amas high. Therefore, we can assume that all of them were approximately 10 amas tall. And they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach was 10 amas, and you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amos, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a rider that carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a rider that carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, if you're going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was different, he was really tall, because the Shekhinah was Shayran, and somebody who's the Shekhinah Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. They were 3 amos, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was only 9 tefachim. Another time, but there's 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out there was 11.3 tefachim in the bottom of the Aron and the ground, because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. The Kiyah says that even Anshe Hutzal, the people of Hutzal used to carry things on their heads like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be bothered, because they are the minority and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is chayav, because he only intended to do a shmira kusa, to watch it not the best way. In front is a much better shmira, and therefore he's certainly chayav. But in reverse, try to put it on the front and flip to his back, it's putter, because it went from shmira me'ula to a shmira kusa. And according to Blazer, it's 2 different man'amrim saying this. The Mishnah says an interesting lesson. The MS Amru, the word tells us that means this is an halacha, a woman who wears some sort of undergarment. She says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech is that it's going to reverse it, go from the front to the back. And therefore, she is chayav, because that is the derech. Rabbi says even the male couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a tube they put a letter in, and that tube will flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayav. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayav, because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to l'achar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlekes is, if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with Chatila putting his money belt on his back and instead on his back and his chayav. According to the Chacham, that's still considered l'achar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt, because the money can fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us 2 people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both carried by themselves. It's very strange for 2 people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to kind of our Mishnah, Yehuda, they are potter. As well, potter, because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Tvela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with 2 people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limud, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi, you're chayav. What about a case where one person is really strong, he can carry the other person, he's carrying with 1 finger, he's not that strong? To everybody, the person who could carry it is capable of carrying it, he is chayav, and the second person is potter. Have a wonderful day.
Even the smallest particle, you are not allowed to have, because you can put it under a microscope and maybe discover things about it. The fact is, Von Braun took an unusual holiday 6 weeks before they went to the moon for the first time. You would think he would be probably sleeping in his to make sure
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Gimel. How's everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas hechta ba'asoisa." There are three words here in the singular. According to Rav Shimon, they come to exclude anytime a person does a malacha with someone else on Shabbos, he's potter, because the Torah says in singular you do it by yourself and then you're chayav. They come to exclude three cases, starting from the least chiddush to the biggest chiddush. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potter. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. Potter. The biggest chiddush is even if it's a very heavy item, where you typically need two people, and that's how people carry things, a heavy refrigerator, two people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are potter. Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are three miyutim in this pasuk, all in red. However, two of them are referring to the case of Shaim Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to Rabbi, the two easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does akira, one person does hanacha. Or in the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third meal comes to say that if Sanhedrin made a mistake, it said, for instance, you could eat chaylev, and you go ahead and you eat chaylev, you are potter. The Meir says no. This pasuk only has two meals. The two words, nefesh achas, go together, it's one meal. Ba'asoisa is a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does an hanacha. In that case, you're potter. But in the two other cases, zeh yachol, or zeh niyachol, in both cases, you're chayav. And the second meal of the pasuk was to exclude the case where Bez made mistakes and everyone made a mistake. And you ate chayla because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all of it by himself is chayav. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because misayeya ibay mamish. The helper is as if he's a nobody. Doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it from three different places. The law is that by a zav who sits down on something or lays down on a beged, he's metamed that beged b'medrus, provided that he puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a beged under each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. The fire is only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four begadim are tummy. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are tummy. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a misayeya? The answer is because misayeya ain't by mamish, and therefore you're all tummy. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why you're all tummy, because there's a suffix. Maybe you lifted up his leg, the one that you think the beggar is coming, that leg you lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, when we have a suffix, we say everything's coming. For instance, if the zav lays lengthwise on the table, like in the blue arrow, the table is coming, because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's covered. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, and perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are coming. So we should say the same thing by the animal. The answer is because misayeya even if the animal put the weight down, it's misayeya by mamish. He's just the helper, and that doesn't count. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on the beged, they're metama, but his hind legs are not metama beged. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metama, because they are helping misayeya ein by mamish. The avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, if they had him put their shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the Beis Hamikdash. What if you put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench and the kohen can keep his balance, his avodah is question. The question is why? The bench was a misayeya, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is misayeya ein by mamish. Halacha is when the blood comes out of the base of the shvita, you have to catch it with a kli. You have to hold the kli with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, kabbalah sadam, davar this question. Why? It's misayeya. It's helped by the left. The answer is misayeya ein by mamish.
out of the ground.
This is machlokes in Meir when he says,
Because of the
Zeh yachal v'zeh yachal.
years of
Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other carry it according to Meir, they are both chayv. The question is, do you need this item to have two shiurim, two dried figs worth, one fig for each person, or they share the chiyuv in one dried fig? And the Gemara brings three rights to this as well. First right is from the case that we had before when the son is laying on a bed. You say that all four chaleses that are under the legs are tamei, but we don't have four zavim here. Perhaps we should need four shiurim of zav. We should have four rods of zav. We have one zav that provides two to all four. You see that one shear is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. Two people that close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv. They close the door. The question is, but you only have one deer. You should need two deers for two people. The answer is, all you need is one shear. Another right. If two people captured stolen animal, they stole an animal, they shechted the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have one shechita here. You should have to have 2 shechitas in order to be chayiv with 2 of them. The answer is, one shear is enough for people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom. If 2 people carry it, they are chayiv. The question is, perhaps out of raya, there's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya for you. It says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli versus Rabbi, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's worth. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chayu meises atzman. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person because he assists with the gravity or whatever you want to explain. And therefore, you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, if you carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. And if you take out a kazais of a dead person, or a kazais of a nevela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
When he shot Barry Lyndon, I think in 1974, he used a NASA lens, the first lens ever made that could photograph a very the fact is, he was the best filmmaker on the planet. Apollo 11 was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968.
Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new. To do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shir. It's my privilege. As the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosbach from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy, sent it to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct a rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shir, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara, and he writes, learning the daf has made me feel so good about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shir. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, before and after. Such a zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have 2 lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Chanina, says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the isser of weaving. If she paints her eyes blue, that's kaisel writing. And if she does pekesa, she parts her hair, that's tefillah spinning. The Gemara says, but that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, Rabbi Bo, in the name of Rabbi Chanina, says braiding and pekesa parting the hair is binyan. As a Baruch Hu rated Chavos here, and the Torah calls it Biyasa, which the translation is Biyasa to build. And Kocheles, painting one's eye, is not Siva, rather it's Sivia, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon Elazar says that when a woman does these 3 things, Gedelos, Pekesses, and Kocheles, when she does it to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's potter. For a friend, that's where she's chayav. Milking an animal or making cheese by putting milk on top, and having the way the water come down, and megavin, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a great guess. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it. According to Rebbe, that's a Issa Deraisa Chatos, as the Torah says, Yaris Tva, the forest of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from the forest. Yontif, you get Malchus, because this is Deraisa. According to Rabbanim, it's only Shavuos, it's only Issa Derabbanim. The one tells this amazing story. Rabbi came to a certain city, and they asked him, "What is the issur of chayla, of milking a cow? What's the issur of megavin?" He didn't know. So he said, "What's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Tanya? Was he a reed chopper? He didn't teach you." So he went around and he asked, and he found out. Milking a cow is mafari. It's the malacha of Dutch, of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is butter. You're taking the milk and pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces, that is boina to build. Amemar says this issur of sprinkling water on the dirt floor is only dirt floor because that's mashvit kumais, that is boina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% mutter. Where does this Rabbi told Ravina, I see you're suffering from the dust, you have an allergic reaction or something. Why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner, the water will fall on the ground, pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. Where it tells us that Ashes come from the wife come from daughter come from. They know this trick. You wash dishes in this corner, then they go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, your floor is watered and the dust goes down. Where it tells us, since La halacha, we pass like Rabbi Shimon, the Dodasha Ein Miskaven is Musar. If you don't intend to do that halacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens and it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah. There are two types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the perforation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground, and therefore, if you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground, there's no issur klisha on Shabbos and the Raisa. The Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground. And if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are potter. The only time Rabbi Shimon makes a distinction is when it comes to machshir fruit, that is, in order for fruit to be metalotuma, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not metalotuma. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, then it's not attached to the ground. Since it's not attached to the ground, you can introduce water to it. It says Rabbi Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes someone from the ground, it won't be metallic tumah even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Ahusav, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Hanavi. Ask Rabbi Zera, what if the hole has a root coming out of it, poking it, it's directly by the hole? Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Rabbi Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Rabbi Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Ahusav heard Rabbi Zera saying, if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. He says, I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. And when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Abaye explains, well, the case was where the hole was all in the bottom, and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquids. Says Rabbi, there are 5 levels of holes in a kli cheres and earthenware that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a gistra, a broken piece of earthenware. The only thing you can do with it is put it under another vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquids. If that gistra has a hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. Both broken pieces of shards of earthenware, you toss them out, they're not metallic. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole that water leaves it, then it's metallic tumah like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paradum. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as we said before, you cannot be mashur fruit, Mekabel Tumah. If you pour water in them, then they are Mekabel Tumah because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out. Small roots. Now, it is considered attached to the ground. You can no longer be machir with Mekabel Tumah because it's attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli as a Mekabel Tumah because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer a kli for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. The fifth shear is if it has a hole that large that even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it. It's completely not Mekabel Tumah. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil hameis will go into the kli and be mekabel within it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tumah. What if it has a hole on the side? A hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and edges. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tumah will come in if it's a very large kli. And if it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as a pomegranate, then the tumah will come in even from the side. Have a wonderful day.
And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why. Something stopped in the past that we want to do. But I think I know. We didn't.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Mishulam Weiss from Muncie. And he writes, my highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the Daf. Thank you, David Mishulam. Also, a quick shout out to our great friend, Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole does this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Oven and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatzel cuts from side to side with two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad hamar b'echad hamamid, the Baruch doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. The Lezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer Mekabel Tumah. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli, I want it to hold pomegranate. Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is buckle, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzniya. Unbelievable. One more Perek down, and many more to go. Perek Hazar, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabin, or from Rishus HaRabin to Rishus HaYachid, you are fine. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabin between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishnah, they never threw or passed from one side of Rishus HaYachid to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 were attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishnah. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. It would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. It would go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between 1 ton to 4 tons, according to Evangelist Galinsky, extremely heavy. And it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on Daf Dalet and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rabbi Akiva, it's also to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu made the Klal Yisrael to stop bringing items from their Rosh Hashanah, from their where they lived was Rosh Hashanah, to his camp, which was considered Rosh Hashanah. And there's a Gzera Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said to Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is also to do malacha. So too, Lehat Shabbos was also to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was also to bring. Logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, it's also to go from Rosh Hashanah back to Rosh Hashanah. However, that's called the Tolbah. The Av, the main halacha, the main Isser is going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So, if a person committed these two acts in one awareness, he did Haitzah, he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and he did Achnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, he's only chayav one carbon, because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Tolda, the subcategory. If you do one Av and a Tolda, you only do one carbon. If you were to do two separate malachas, like Haitzah, bringing wood in to Rosh Hashanah, and then Boirer, you would be chayav two karbanos, even if it was in one awareness. However, according to Rabbi Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Tolda, you're chayav two karbanos. So if you do Haitzah and Achnasa, you're chayav two karbanos. The difference between an Av and a Tolda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Tolda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called. If somebody throws an item in Rosh Hashanah and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rosh Hashanah, and it's not Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah has to have a place, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-air and he's fine. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rosh Hashanah, therefore he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah since the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the buchya. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Arab thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth, and they throw it. But you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread. So he threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a makom kul, not a Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no right for it. Perhaps you'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the buchya, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other things. So you see, it was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own buchya and needle. Everybody had their own feeling, as the pasuk says. It was machlekes. In this week's parsha, we're going to be learning about the Mekashish Eitzim. What exactly did the Mekashish do? 3-way machlekes. One man Omar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Eitzah. He walked in Rosh Hashanah 4 hours with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood. And Rabbi says he piled up the wood. He's ma'amer. What is the difference? What he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Sitarim it says there was 1 out of 39 malachs. You don't get punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the Ma'amer, whatever you hold. Let's say you hold the Mekashish did ma'amer. You know for sure it's not ma'amer. Ma'amer there is a Kailish is for sure an item. Who was the Mekashish? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekashish was fluffless. The beauty of Israel did not like that. He said, if a Baruch didn't put in the term, he wanted it hidden. Why are you telling people about it? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get an Eilish being Mitzi Laz on Safra. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the pasuk, Bob. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both got tzaras. It says in Sarah, you have no right telling Israel that Aaron and Miriam got tzaras because Baruch wanted it hidden. And if you were wrong, you're Mitzi Laz. So what does he do with the word Bob? Baruch gave him a Nazifa, gave Aaron Musa. And he never got tzaras. Wonderful day.
Sure. What about 2 Bibles? Does that make you feel better? What it was like is me walking up to him in front of his wife and saying, oh, your mistress says hello. You see, a sword with no point causes no injury. So he's mad because
The truth needs no defense. He's clearly defending something. So what happened? You walked up to him. Did you heckle him a little bit?
No. We were there shooting an interview. But the He still proved that
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, "Just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rosh Hashanah through Rosh Hashanah into the second Rosh Hashanah. The trick here in this brayso is that in the first Rosh Hashanah, it only traveled 2 amos, traveled through the Rosh Hashanah, and finally in the second Rosh Hashanah, travels an additional 2 amos. According to this brayso, the 2 amos plus 2 amos and the 2 Rosh Hashanah combined together to make a shir of Israel. But we don't say that since it went from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, he's chayav right away on achnasa, because this brayso does not hold the concept called kuka. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rosh Hashanah. We're starting now a beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing work. The Gemara tells the concept. There is no isser to carry in a surrounding that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there is no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see whether or not there is a rooftop in the Mishkan. We're talking about the beams, the crushing that built the Mishkan. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amma wide, 5 ammas long. And they would transport the length of the beams on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the crushing, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishkan. But if the wood was together, stacked together on these wagons, perhaps that should create a rooftop. So how are these crushing stacked? The simplest way, and that's the first step, perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma, so they put them on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. There were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a half an amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. 1.5, a half an amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 3 tefachim, which we typically say love it, and that closes the gap, and now we have a roof, we have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma side. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon. We can put 4 stacks. We can put 5 stacks because with rings, it's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. We have an extra amma, from 4 ammas to 5 ammas, extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's 2 tefachim per gap. 2 tefachim is within lava. Once again, we have a ceiling. Why does the Gemara say there were no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Owner, that says that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, but tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps of ear, no problem. But what were you doing about the other Owner? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins, meaning they took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, a second stack. The reason they did so is to give it more stability. When you have 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't tumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma, and that ruins the roof of this Rosh Hashanah. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom; it's just a frame. Because if it had a bottom, once again, we have a roof in the Rosh Hashanah. What is machlokes whether or not the crushing were even on the bottom and top, or perhaps they went on a tapered angle? One man says, it says in the pasuk, you samim al roshei. Samim means to finish. And Nechemia will say no. Hamim means that should be made out of 1 solid piece of wood. You can't connect 2 pieces of wood. But Nechemia, on the other hand, says yachtav. You have to look similar from top to bottom. Rabbi says no. Yachtav means that the wall should be nice and straight without any wood going in and out. The Gemara says, since one of the walls had 6 crushing, we had to find 2 more crushing to put in the corners. But if you are going to have crushing that are on an angle, it doesn't work out very well. You're going to have a little bit of exposure on one of the crushing. Says the Gemara, therefore, you have to cut this carriage on an angle, a very specific angle for the corner. The Gemara tells us there's a big nace. The way these crushing were held up was with metal looping around the outside of the Mishkan. But there was one, according to Rashi, that went in the center. The Beriach and Tachton went in the center. And it was a big nace. It was over 70 amas long. And it snaked its way through the walls and made the turn on the corners. Even though it was metal, it was able to turn the corner. That was a big nace. The Mishkan was covered with 3 coverings called Yurios. We're going to be discussing the first Uriah called the Mishkan and the second one, the Izah. The first one consisted of 10 sections. Each section was 4 amas by 28 amas. In other words, we have 40 amas long by 28 amas wide. Now, the Mishkan was 10 amas tall and a 10 amma roof. That gives us at least 30 amas. So to start off with, we're already missing 2 amas. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that the walls did not give up any room because they came to a finger breadth on top. So we have a 10 amma ceiling and 10 amma walls. It's exactly 30 amas. So the fabric came all the way down and exposed the adonim, the sockets on the bottom. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, that the actual wall takes up a full amma on each side. Now we're missing an additional 2 amas. So the fabric came down and it was hanging 2 amas above the ground, exposing the adonim, plus 1 more amma of the wall. Now, if we take it from the other side, the fabric was 40 amas long. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the fabric went all the way down to the floor on the other side. 30 amma roof plus 10 amma wall, that's 40 amas exactly. But according to Rabbi Nehemiah, the wall itself took up an amma. So now the fabric went all the way to the adonim, leaving 1 amma of adonim exposed. Second, is the Uriah season. That consisted of 11 sections times 4 amas, which is 44 amas. But the width was 30 amas. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, it exposed the adonim by 1 amma. Now, if we take it to the length side, since you have 44 amas, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor, plus 2 amas on the backside, dragging like a towel's gown. With Rabbi Nehemiah, it was only 1 amma on the floor, and it was 2 amas longer than the Uriah's Hamishkan. The crushing were chiseled on the bottom and fit directly into the sockets. Have a wonderful day.
When the masks drop down, they say, if you're with a dependent person like a young child, who do you put the mask on first, right? If you ask the logical answer is the child, you gotta save that child. But that answer is wrong. You can't save the child if you're unconscious. The only time it's good to be selfish is with your own salvation and eternal life.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Test. Today's email comes from Manchester. Benny Gittelson from Manchester. He says he works in a bakery. He's 19 years old. He hasn't been in yeshiva for 3 years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He went to the Sina Shas, got inspiration. His boss Velver introduced him to our daf. And he tells him it's geschmack and it's fun. So he gave it a try, and he's never missed a day since. My days feel different when learning the daf with you. I really enjoy it. He said, made me learn every day. Sometimes he watches in the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home and watches it again with the Gemara. I can't believe I still do the daf every day, he says. I can't wait to finish shots coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, Ben Gittelson, Chazak Yamat. We learned the other day that the Mishnah was covered with 3 Urios, 3 garments. The lower one was made out of purple wool, blue wool, and red wool, and sheish, which is linen. The second layer was made out of goat's hair. The Gemara tells us it's a lot more difficult to make the goat's hair. You have to have a lot more chachma, like the Torah says. Liban b'chachma. It's not just chachma, but their heart and chachma. What is the difference? For the goat's hair, they would wash the goat's hair while it was still on the goat, and weave it while it was still on the goat, and that took a lot of chachma. Rabbi says that the wagons that carry the crushing between the wagons, under the wagon, and between the wheels is all considered Rishus HaRabbi. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 amma wide, although a carriage is only at most 1.5 amma wide, and it could fit directly on the wagon, the reason is because they put the crushing lengthways on the narrow way. And we're concerned that if it was only an amma and half wide, the crushing, which are 10 ammas long, would tip over. If the wagon is 5 ammas, and the way we set up these crushing is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3, but either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 amma wide. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. Why was the wagon 5 ammas? I have an extra amma here. It says the Gemara was necessary because, first of all, the crushing had boys that had rings. Second of all, you can't squeeze them that tight. If the wagon was only 4.5 amma, for instance, it would be impossible to squeeze something that's 4.5 amma into 4.5 amma. You give it a few extra inches. If you take an agala is 2.5 amma plus the wheels is 5 amma. 2 agalas side by side is 10 amma. But between agala and agala, there's 5 amma space. Together you have 15 ammas. Why is it that we say Rosh Rabbim has to be 16 ammas? Where do we get that extra amma? It says the Gemara something very interesting. When the agalas were moving through the midbar, there was a lady behind the agalas keeping eye on the crusher. If he noticed that a carriage was about to topple over, he bent over in a half an amma area on the side of the agala, and then he would rearrange the crusher. That half amma on each side is another amma, and that's why we have 16 ammas for Rosh Hashanah. The mission tells us that if you have a pit and the bank of a pit, in other words, somebody dug out a pit and he has a bank, together it's 10 tefachim by 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim deep. That creates Rosh Hashanah. If you have the reverse, you have a stone on Rosh Hashanah that's 10 tefachim high, 4 by 4 wide. That's a Rosh Hashanah. You take something, you put it on top of the stone. Take something, you put it into the pit. You're over on Eitzah. All right, awesome. The Gemara says, why does it tell us a case of a pit with a bank? Just say a 10 tefachim pit. The answer is to tell us the chiddush that 5 tefachim, let's say, of a pit and 5 tefachim of a bank combine together to make one rishus. If a pit does not have walls surrounding it, it's the middle of Rosh Hashanah. It's also to drink from it. Even if your head is over the pit, perhaps you'll take water out of the pit into Rosh Hashanah. You'll be over on Achlasa. If there are walls, it's mutter. And if there are no walls, and you put your entire body, or most of your body and your head into the pit, then it's also mutter. But Mordechai asked Rabbi, what happens if you take an object and you throw it on top of this stone that's in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Do we say, since you picked it up from Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira, and it landed, or from the Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira, and it landed on the Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira and anacha? Or perhaps, since it had to travel through a Makom Tur, we know that above 10 tefachim was no longer Rosh Hashanah. Since this object traveled through a Makom Tur, the person should be part. He asked Rava, he asked Abaye, he asked Rabbi Yosef, all 3 of them holding the same exact words. It's our Mishnah. In our Mishnah it says that if you take an object and you put it on top of a stone, you're over. So you see, even though he went through the Makom Tur, through the Makom Tur, you are still chayiv. And he told them, you spit the same spit? Why are you telling me the same exact words? And what about you? What do you think about Mordechai? He said, I think that we can explain our Mishnah. That we're talking about a needle that landed, or you put it on a protrusion from that rock. It's not on top of the 10 tefachim, it's below the 10 tefachim. Nevertheless, that protrusion is considered part of the Rosh Hashanah because it's part of the rock. Or you put it into a groove in the rock. That's how you can be dafek our Mishnah. If you have a very narrow fence that you built in order to surround the Carmelis, which is only Rosh Hashanah, and you just created Rosh Hashanah, the one has a question: what happens if you throw something and it lands on top of that fence? The top of the fence is now 4 tefachim, so it's not Rosh Hashanah. On the other hand, since it created Rosh Hashanah, the inside of Rosh Hashanah is as if it filled up, and now the fence, rather than looking at it as a very narrow fence, it's a very wide fence. It's the entire size of the Rosh Hashanah. Comes along and says a third shot, and he says, if this fence has the power to make a Carmelis into Rosh Hashanah, then the fence should have a power to make itself a Rosh Hashanah, and therefore you are chayiv. We also had a beautiful question, 2 questions actually. What happens if you have a pit that's only 9 tefachim deep, and you go and you dig out the final tefach? Is that considered an akira that you lift up something from within a pit? Or perhaps it wasn't a pit when you lifted it up, but it happened together simultaneously. When you say that simultaneously, you're able to be chayiv on each other. He says, and even if you're going to say that when you lifted it up, it didn't have a proper 10 tefachim. So what happens if you do something in reverse? You take a pit that's 10 tefachim, and you throw dirt to the bottom of the pit, and now it's no longer 10 tefachim. Are you over? At the end of the day, you threw dirt into a place that was 10 tefachim. It was just there. But by the time it landed, it just became, let's say, 9 tefachim. It's less than 10 tefachim, but it happens simultaneously. Are you chayiv or not? The Gemara says you cannot prove from Rabbi himself, who says that if you throw a very juicy, sticky fig onto the wall, 4 hours into the Rabbi, you're chayiv. Why should you be chayiv? Let's say that the fig just reduced, even in a case where it was exactly 4 hours, you put it on the wall, you're chayiv. But it just reduced the area. It's a little less than 4 hours because now you have the fig kicking anyway. You can't answer that because the fig is something that you're going to eat later on. So you don't want to be mevatel that fig on the wall. But dirt, you want the dirt to stay at the bottom of the pit. So perhaps it reduced the size of the pit. If you threw a plank of wood, let's say, onto very narrow beams in Rosh Hashanah, and you just created a Rosh Hashanah with the plank. And on top of the plank, let's say you had another item. And as it landed, they both landed together. Do we say that that other item landed on Rosh Hashanah, but it happened together with the plank? And that's the same thing as Rabbi Yochanan said that it happened together, and perhaps it shouldn't be Rosh Hashanah. But maybe as it landed, whatever item it was jumped up a little bit from the hard landing, and it came down. That second landing should make it another hanacha. It should be chayiv. The Gemara remains with the Peku. Have a wonderful day.
I click on AOL or whatever I had email, and the very first image is Hammerhead chart. I was seeing into the future. 5 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. I had dreams about neighbors that they were someone else lived there. They were in Yugoslavia. A woman was pregnant and they drove a Volkswagen. And 3.5 years later, all those things exactly happened like I dreamt them. I would kind of
Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes from one of the guys of the Shir, Eitan Ugarik. He traveled from Ramat B'Shemesh to New York for his mother's levaya on Friday, and he writes, "We'll be missing some of the days, which will be very hard. And once he landed here, my mind right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the daf? He's completely involved in the daf. So, my mother's neshama Miriam Bashmul Shmelka should have an aliyah. Our thoughts and our davening are with you." Water, since it moves, you think that there's no hanacha. You're not really putting it down. You're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says water belongs on water, and that's why it's hanacha. But if you take a nut, a floating nut, and put it on water, that's not a hanacha. The Gemara has a suffix and remains in the take. What if you take a nut and put in some sort of other vessel? When you view the nut relative to the vessel, and it's not moving, or relative to the water, it is moving. Oil that floats on top of wine, machlokes, whether or not, if it's truma and the tvul yom, somebody who went to the mikveh for truma was waiting for hair of shemesh for the sun to go down to become completely tar. If one touches the top oil, what becomes tummy? According to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, both are tummy, and on Shabbos it would be similar to the halacha of water on top of water. And according to Rabbanan, just the oil is possible, and on Shabbos it's like the nut floating on top of water. Rabbi says in an interesting halacha, if you have a pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, and the reed mat takes up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a single bar that's 4 tefachim. Each one is 3.999. Therefore, you put something into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Yochanan, who has suffered regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, are you mevatel that dirt to the bottom? Certainly, when it comes to a machzeles, to a reed, it won't become batel because a reed has value. But a baya who says his halacha by a machzeles, by a reed mat, certainly by dirt, he's mevatel. Says a baya, if the pit is full of water, and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. If you put in fruit into this pit, fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, explains Taisvis, it's like meat that it's there to be stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit. And if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are potter.
And so
The more brings a right from Shimon, who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean, and on the bottom of the ocean bed, there's a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of Rishus HaYachid in the middle of the ocean. And if you throw something into that pit, you're chayav. Although the ocean is a harmless, that pit is Rishus HaYachid. Even though it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not mevatel. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above 10 tefachim, you are putter because it's not a Rishus HaRabim, it's above 10 tefachim, and it's not a Rishus HaYachid because it doesn't stick out or jot out. However, you throw it below 10 tefachim, it's as if you threw it on the ground, and you are chayav. The Chia says if you throw something above 10 tefachim and it lands in a small hole in the wall, according to Rabbi, we see a concept called chaytik. We carve out the wall halachically. We see the same halacha in machlokes by mezuzah. The doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim, and as it goes up, it gradually arches? Halachically, we pretend that there's no arch, that it's squared out, it's carved out. So too over here, Rabbi says you carve it out. According to Chachamim, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amos of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical wall, and that creates a machitza. The same thing we say by a mavli. If going into the mavli downwards, there's a incline 4 amos that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into the Surabim, they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavli, it's not necessary to put a lechi or a pyra for a hecker. Very interesting halacha. Let's say you throw a frisbee 2 amos, and the wind takes it another 2 amos for a total of 4 amos. You are potter. What if you threw this frisbee 5 amos, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you? You are chayav, because Rabbi Yochanan says it rested in mid-air. Rabbi says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of fluta. Even though we know the trajectory of this item and it's going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's not similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan said a minute ago about this frisbee, and he had to come on to upshot that it rested in midair. Why did they just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rabbi is talking about no wind at all. It says the mission of somebody throws in an ocean, which the ocean is a caramelist, if he throws it down an amis, he's potter. There's something called a retak mayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Rishus HaRabim that people walk through it. It still has the halacha of a Rishus HaRabim as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. If it's 10 tefachim deep, then it turns into a caramelist, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats the same words twice, and the Gemara tells us to tell us the halacha that when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's still considered Rishus HaRabim, but if they're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tefachim, it's not considered Rishus HaRabim. And the reason why it says the word rekat twice to tell us, read Shad in the Gemara, according to Rabbi. One is talking about in the summer that typically people would cool off. But in the winter, I would think people won't go through the water, Kamash Malan, they do. And if it just says the winter, I would say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's what they go through, but not in the summer, Kamash Malan. Abaye says that this rekat is Daled Amos. And I would think that people, if it's Daled Amos, they would walk around it. And if they walk around it, it shouldn't be part of Rishus HaRabim, Kamash Malan, it is part of Rishus HaRabim. Rashi says it's only 4 tefachim, and I would think because people could jump right over it, but if it's larger, people won't jump over it. Well, yes, and similarly, Ravashi says, when you have a bridge, and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, it looks a little bit weak, and it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board on the bridge, it's considered throwing it and just wrap it in your chayav. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a carmel, so you throw it to the land, which is a Rishus HaYachid or Rishus HaRabim, or the opposite, where you go from the boat, which is a Rishus HaYachid, into the water, which is a carmelist, or the opposite. Or whether you go from one boat to the other, Rishus HaYachid, you all potter. The way to allow you to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make the Eruv Chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a hecker, that typically you're not allowed to, or according to Rav Chizda and Rav Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept called Achis Mechitzah, that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is Rav Huna says that the carmel starts from the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a makom puri, therefore it's completely mutter. The Rabbi and Rav Chizda hold that the carmel begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger heker or a good Achis Mechitzah. Have a wonderful day.
A funny thing, my first big film, love and hate it like they do. Some photos wish that success
Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. And he says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic young man with a beard and payas, and he's never really enjoyed learning. Up until this point, he started to have true Ahavas HaTorah, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, as he's used to doing, he takes out a Gemara to Chazer all that. It's crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on all that. People do good work. You have a big schus in Shemayim. Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Alei V'Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he could draw water either by making a hecker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tvachim, and it goes through the frame. The frame has a good achis and hits all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you would be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall and then it goes down. That's called koichel. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to a carmelist, you are not geyser on koichel, it's indirect carrying on Shabbos. The Gemara brings a raya. It says that the Tanakh says you do not carry from the ship to the ocean, which is a carmelist, and the ship is you don't go from the carmelist to the Yudah says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you are not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. Or you could carry from the ship into the water. And we have to explain that he just said you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, and that's koichel. Rashi points out that if the ship was 10 tefachim above the water from the outside, then it would be mutter to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a makom tur, over 10 tefachim makom tur, and you're allowed to go from a carmelist to shayachid through a makom tur. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, a kayak, that starts out on the top, it has 4 tefachim. And if shayachid needs 4 tefachim, by 10 tefachim. The problem is that it comes to a point, and by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it's as if the walls are hanging in midair. So that's not a good. It continues to be a carmelist. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down to within 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we say level, then it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill at the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. Nachman asked, why don't we invoke the concept of the achas and mitzvah? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say the achas and mitzvah when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, which is a machlokes, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide, and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to a very narrow pole, it's still wide, you do say good achas and mitzvah. What's the difference? Because you don't say, typically, if goats go through, or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line, because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this wide pole, although it's not 4 tefachim at the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it is an effective mechitza. The same thing when it comes to a boat. It's an effective mechitza because goats cannot swim. What about fish? We don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Ravin also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say "Gurachas mechitza" all the way down to the water. We don't say, "Oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin a mechitza." Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as we learned, that if you have two ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. And the question is, what is the fish? So Rabbi explains one way that we're talking about that there's a third ship. There's a very small ship, a canoe. Between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, and from the canoe to the second large ship. The Gemara asks, but it doesn't mention anything about a third ship. We're talking about two ships. Therefore, and Rav Safra uses a very strong language. He says, Moshe. In other words, Rabbi, how do you say such a pshat? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with two different owners. And the chiddush is that you can make an Erev Chatzeros on two ships. I don't think Erev Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships, you can't do Erev Chatzeros. You can do Erev Chatzeros on two cars. For the ships, you can do Erev Chatzeros on two ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos. If one did it inadvertently, or it was a minus, he was forced to, he made a mistake, he was misasik, he thought he's making a mechitza for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tie the ships together, it goes back to the head. If you had two tied ships and you let it carry from one to the other and it became unattached, you can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. If you do it amazing, when it comes to mechitzas on Shabbos, if not going to hold, you can't use it, it's a knas, you punish, we say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains Taisvis, then you could use it even if you did it amazing. Because you have the two Meshuyas there, all you're doing is you're connecting them. It's this the Rabbi. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to a oil mix, you have a tent, you have a body there, and there's an oil. What happens is metal, since it says halal cherek, metal has the same halacha that touches a mace, so it's an oil mace. As the mace, a mace is a voice. That chain touches the boat. It goes down one madrega to avat. That boat touches the vessels in the boat, and the vessels become rishon. However, if the boat was tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voice, it becomes avat. It goes down one side. That rope in return is coming the boat one step lower to rishon. A rishon cannot be metamel the vessels inside the ship as a shame. Yeah. Shmuel says that's halacha by us. You could use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It could be cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day.
The very first time I got 2,000 emails in one day. And our film, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which you can see for free at Simperl.com, it actually outsold Gladiator after doing the Coast to Coast interview. But of those 2,000 emails that I got, and this is about 5 years ago, 9 out of 10 of them.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Beis. Today's email comes to us from Halman Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the shir every day on Zoom. And if he can't, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the shir so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Shemesh to be closer to the shir. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Calvin. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Kuf Beis. The Maskonas HaSugya. The Mishnah is talking about a very big thing. A guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was just showing you he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shayeh, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 ounces, 4 tefachim. Or is consumed by a fire. There's no hanacha, so he's caught. Rabbi takes all these cases and makes them into one. He says if a person threw an item, he didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth, or another person came towards him, then he's caught. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos and it landed without a dog, without another person, then it's chayiv in a carbon. It goes back to the shogeg. As long as you start out the shogeg and you end the shogeg, you're chayiv in a carbon. The Gemara tells us you can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta u'misna. Lechta is the device that holds the saddlebags upon the animal. It's a piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses the piece of wood that holds onto the string. So then, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's plucked from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Lars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a hitzah? 2 amas b'shogeg, 2 amas b'mezid, and 2 amas b'shogeg. Can we combine the 2 amas in the beginning and the 2 amas at the end and make it one shogeg that's hypercarbon? Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amas and then he carried 2 amas b'mezid. Then he's part of a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action amazing. Even according to the man, the honor that says, in other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayav carbon. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzav of shogeg. What if he threw the item? It traveled 2 amas b'shogeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amas b'mezid, and then the final 2 amas b'shogeg. Then he'd be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop it a minute here. And even according to the Ma'ana that says yesh yediyah that the awareness in between breaks up the action, that's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he could stop writing the second letter. But over here, that's in mid-ear, he has no power over it. Says Rabbi, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not for tvachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayav. What tells us that a person who's coming and he can't eat kachim, and he eats a piece of kachim, and that piece of kachim is also noisai, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayav 4 karbanos chatos and 1 hasham because he ate kachim. I guess whether you could add. Mary says, I have a case. You want to ask me a riddle, how a person's chayav a lot of karbanos. He also, on Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. Say, well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding an Isra Yitzah. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that you would be chayav on Yitzah even though it was in his mouth. The issue is, who carries items, do not food, with their mouth? The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makam chashuv, then it creates a makam chashuv, and it's as if it's in a place of 4 tvachim. And with that, we finish Perik HaZorah, and the many datim that we learned of Luchas Yitzah pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamitas Malachas, starting with one of the last malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Bayna, and not going to package the second class. Building, says the Mishnah, Paul meeting. According to Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is chayrish, but indoors is Bayna, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's Bayna. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. Says Abai, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stovetop. That's the shear. And the Beis Hamikdash would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Rabbi argues, he says there's no aniyos, there's such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The word tells us when you build a stone wall, there's three parts of the wall. The first row, you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of the stone without any cement. And that's the malach. Misates means to chisel a stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house. You get the heat out, so there's a big chiddush in that. Then the shufta b'kufina demara, that is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the key is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all three of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all three of these things it's makav patish. You think maybe makav patish is the last one in the act, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that it's boina for mashmalan. Not have a wonderful day.
It reinforced the thing, and then I'm thinking, oh, I guess Joe was right. I guess he's older and wiser than I gave him credit for, and apparently the way that he did it worked. Because we found out all the reasons why people still defend the moon landing, but now, of course, they know otherwise. He invited me back for a debate.
Today's email comes from Rabbi. You're right.
However, he took really good care of me and my wife and trouble with me.
I do with you
And for him, I said, okay, personally, I don't want to debate in the sky is blue. It's blue. So it's just like a waste of time to debate it for 3 hours. For some who thinks it's great, plus the person who thinks it's great is not open-minded. So it's a double waste of time. But if he really wants to, I agree. And then I would be debating really a victim of the deception. You understand? It's like debating a victim of someone who's molested rather than the molester. I'm like, no, bring up Mass's administrator, bring up one of these lying assholes. That was debate, but I'm debating a victim. You know, I used to be the victim. I used to think it was real. So maybe I'll go back, because he said he wanted to have me back on. Maybe I'll do my first debate. I've never debated it. I present the evidence on my website. I present it in my book. Take it or leave it.
Who was the person that he wanted to debate?
I forgot the guy's name, but I could look it up and let you know. He's one of these scientists who thinks he's right about everything. And, you know, we mentioned something early on. People who believe in no matter what. I've said before, I'm a college professor teaching aerospace in one of America's most prestigious universities. I showed them all this proof we're going to get into why the moon is interference and what part. There's nothing you can say that would make me recant glorious moon landings. And then I said, well, what if you saw an Apollo astronaut on national TV tearfully confessing they were fake, they were shot, Cannon Air Force Base, just like Rothschild says, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. The professor said he would still take you off the moon. You see what we're up against? Whoever killed Kennedy, it's a tragedy. Whoever did 9/11, it's a tragedy. This is a positive lie that was giving people what they wanted to hear. You see, I'm come along trying to take away that sweet candy and give them the reality of the plate of manure. They're not interested. They would rather believe the lie. Bill Maher and Glenn Beck are opposite ends of belief, except the glorious millennials they both do not want to give it up. Glenn Beck's mind, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went animal. Tucker Carlson said the idea that the NSA spied on the President of the United States' private phone is as absurd as the moon landings being fake. And then it came out, they did spy, so it's not absurd. So what about the other one there, Tucker? Right? You haven't had me on your show either, because he's afraid to go that far. That's why people need to know the truth. call them because it is that bad. You see that? And they're not knowing this great historical truth. It's like having a cure for cancer that's being withheld. If mankind doesn't know that the most powerful nation has become the most corrupt, and it's not just about America, it's about us as a species. We can't tell the truth to one another. It dawned on me, Matt, that the thinking of the millennium is juvenile. You realize that? The people who ran the country couldn't admit that they bit off more than they could chew. And so they falsified it. They murdered people to cover it up. Our leaders are immature, and they're robbing us of our money, which is being used to deceive us and make the salaries of CIA agents who are killing our neighbors. They have to know it's become that bad, and if not, we'll never get any better.
So when you say we off one of the you're talking about Kennedy announcing in the early 60s we're going to the moon this decade, we're going to do it, and kind of painted himself into a corner, I guess.
That's exactly what he said. In private tapes that came out, he said he wished he had never said it. He used an analogy of an old Irish folk story about these two brothers coming to a landowner's big wall. Of course, they're challenging each other. Can you climb the wall? I can climb the wall. So the older brother takes the hat from the younger brother and throws it over the wall and says, you have to go. And he said, Kennedy said he did the same thing. He made this boast in front of the world. Now we're in trouble. And NASA has never kept a schedule at a single time in their entire history, except the most complicated mission of all time. They don't have a schedule. Pretty remarkable. No, it was somebody else. So, I talked to Phil Platt privately. He finally admitted to me he receives funding from NASA. So he's one of those people. I'm not even sure an astronaut confessing that he would recant the glorious moon landings. He has his tunnel vision. You see, there are intelligent people like him, but they are only intelligent in this narrow field. I can do brain surgery, but nothing else. Can tie my shoes or whatever. He said, well, such tunnel vision, he is not open-minded to the truth. Right? Because Obadiah says, try to prevent us from seeing the truth. You have to be willing to be wrong. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong, and humility is the willingness to be wrong. I came upon the idea that the moon missions were fake as a 14-year-old. Never thought about that. Went back to my shrine, looked at the pictures, and I went, oh. The soil looks real up to a point, and then horizontally, instead of becomes that focus and changes color, doesn't look like a wall line. So you have to have an open mind, and those people do not have an open mind, and that adds all the more to the certainty that they're wrong.
I'll ask you a difficult question. Are you open-minded to the possibility that the moon landing did happen? Is there any, or is the evidence just so overwhelming? Conclusive that argument was
right. So that's a good question, and the answer is I've already proved it. I'm open-minded. I used to worship the moon landings. I used to have a shrine in my house that followed me from location to location to location. The centerpiece of my room was the moon landing photographs. I've already proved that. They have not. I went from being the greatest fan to the greatest critic, and that's not true. I have an open mind and I'm looking for the truth. I don't know.
So, that's great. So he approached you and he said, look, I totally think that the landing was fake, it was staged. He got you on the show, he takes a different kind of approach to it. And only updates you on the approach and halftime during the restroom break. That must have caught you off guard.
Well, yeah, it catch me off guard. It's kind of frustrating knowing what he really believes and acting like the opposite of reality. He said that there were strategic reasons why he did it, and apparently he was right, I was wrong. With that email that's on the website, the guy said, whatever happened in the experience of Jabroni, it must have worked. So maybe he's altered the life.
podcasts. I saw you on Candace Owens, maybe.
Yeah, I did Patrick David as well, and then Les Friedman asked me to do a show, but we can't seem to coordinate our schedules of being in the country at the same time.
Okay.
So,
You doing any others on this trip that you've got?
I did Luke Radowski yesterday. He's an up-and-coming podcaster. Actually, he's been around a while now. Too many people know about him. He has, I think, slightly less than 1 million subscribers on YouTube, but I like him. I don't agree with everything he says, but he seems genuine, open-minded, and looking for the truth. He'll criticize Trump. Trump's a fool for doing it that way. And next week he says, oh, Trump did this right. And you can trust a person like that.
No doubt. Well, you want to dig right into the evidence, man, and to kind of the story?
I suppose.
Yeah, we might as well do it, right?
Yeah. Let me just say, I wish the moon landings were real. The world would be a better place. Our country would be a better place. And if it weren't for people's pride and it being a positive lie, they would see the truth plainly. Just like most people who watch the Joe Rogan show, they reverse their opinion because they're open-minded. And so the way that I look at it, Matt, there are 4 incontrovertible proofs that we didn't go to the moon. Each one by itself would prove it in a court of law. And so if your producer wants to bring up a picture where we have basically 2 images side by side, you can prove that the moon landings are fake with 1 photograph. Now, I'm a filmmaker. A filmmaker's job is to make fake themes look real. They claim that on the moon it's 20 times brighter than a desert on Earth at noon because there's no atmosphere. So the last thing you would need in a picture on the moon would be electrical lighting. On the left is a picture I took outside in sunlight. You can do this yourself. Go outside on a cloudless day, look at 2 people standing, 2 trees, 2 telephone poles, which this is, and you can see the shadows always run parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows in sunlight to ever intersect. Impossible. On the right is a picture they claim is from the last, quote, mission to the moon, where an astronaut shadow is at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away is intersecting at 9 o'clock at 90 degrees. That is an electrical light that is very, very close to those objects. Yes. That proves in a court of law that picture on the right was taken with a very close electrical light, which means they're on Earth, which means they did not go to the moon. That's it. We just proved the moon landing was fake in 1 photograph.
We have it. I think there's a zoomed out image of this photograph on the right, Brian. This feels a little zoomed. There's more rocks on the one that I saw. But you're right. So the rock on the left is casting a shadow that is going directly to the left.
Here's another example of intersecting shadows. There's a shadow of an antenna, which is going, at about 10 o'clock, and the astronaut shadow a few feet away is going at 12 o'clock. This is another example of intersecting shadows, which means it's an electrical light that's really close. Because the sun is 93 million miles away, 1 million times bigger than the Earth in volume, and always cast shadows parallel with one another, no matter what time of day, no matter whether the landscape is anchored or not.
But what if, that would be the case on a flat surface, right? But what if this is a curved surface?
No, it doesn't matter. If you go back to the original picture, you'll see one of the telephone pole shadows. Actually, you can't see it, it's a little off camera, but it goes up the side of the house. So both shadows go up the side of the house and remain parallel up the side of the house. So it doesn't matter. Even if the landscape changes by 90 degrees with the house, that shadow, which you can't see though, goes straight up. And if the shadow from the telephone pole were next to it, if the house was bigger, it would also go straight up and remain parallel. It doesn't make them intersect, regardless of the landscape. They remain parallel.
Okay. So the one on the right, if you're saying that there's multiple light sources.
Well, there's either 2 light sources or 1 light source that is really close. Because They're diverging at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. And I can tell you as a professional filmmaker, that's taken with an electrical light that's very close.
Okay. And so that's why you're saying that the rock on the right, it doesn't have the shadow that's casting.
Either the astronaut shadow should be going at 9 o'clock, or the rock shadow should be going at 12 o'clock. They're 90-degree difference, and they're only 5 feet apart, which means it's either one electrical light that's really close, and if you stand on one side of the light, it's going to put a shadow in one direction. If you stand on the other side of the light, it'll cast a different direction, or maybe it's two electrical lights. But in either case, it's electrical light, which means they're not on the moon, they're on Earth. And because this is the last mission they claim to have gone, it means they never went. I thought, well, maybe they faked the first one, got their act together, but no, this is from the alleged last mission to the moon. And it has more intersecting shadows in its pictures than it is the other missions. So they never went. Plus, they had identical equipment. And we're going to show the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, proving the equipment cannot leave Earth orbit, and see how it's all clones of one another. If Apollo 11 can't leave Earth orbit, then none of them can. And then here we are, 56 years later, and they have mannequins orbiting the moon instead of people, right? Somehow they can drive cars and play golf on the moon with 1960s technology, but the best we can do 56 years later is have mannequins orbit the moon. Why aren't there people orbiting the moon? They said in 2014 they're going to have people orbiting the moon in 2018. They're 100% behind schedule, and they only have mannequins orbiting the moon because of deadly radiation, which we'll get into as well.
Okay, so is this a different photo on the left than the one that we were just looking at, or is that the same?
No, it was just a more zoomed in photo. Okay. So you see basically you have the astronaut shadow going at 12 o'clock, and the shadow of the lunar module and this piece of equipment that's off camera that's casting the shadow, they're going at about 10 o'clock. So you can't have shadows intersecting when they're so close to one another if it's sunlight. And recently in Moscow, and you can call this the fifth proof, the most intelligent computer in the world, called Google's Neural Network. Multiple AIs hooked up together, not available to the public, but was at a convention. They let a few VIPs play with it for 3 days. One had to write a symphony in 2 seconds. One had to write a novel with a few plot points in 2 seconds. And it has a deep fake detector program that's never been wrong. You feed it a video of Biden or Trump, it'll tell you in 1 second, whether it's real or not. They fed it pictures of the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes from 2014. That they're real. Every Apollo picture it said was fake. It had a fake backdrop. It was taken in a television studio. That's the most intelligent computer in the world that can understand the pixels. So, one of them, it suggested that this wasn't even a full-size lunar module, that it was a miniature. And that's how they were able to do wide landscapes, because one of the astronauts' figures, the AI said, was a miniature because the footstep shadows weren't normal the way a person would walk, that they were stamped in there with a fake footprint. This is Putin being shown that the AI has just concluded that the moon pictures are fake, meaning they didn't go to the moon, and side by side that the unmanned probes from China are real. Why isn't this story on RT? Right? Because
Shabbos Daf Kufay, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Barav Hagoyin Admor, Rabbi Eliyahu Stefanski explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches you Torah is more important than a father in some ways, doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. I'm a faithful Eliyahu Stefanski Chassid, Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, such an incredible responsibility, etc., day in, day out. You must be living the Daf Hashrecha. He says a beautiful Dvar Torah on Ruvan, the Bahar Saru. And then he says, thank you, I'm an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you chayach and continue to teach. Ruchni's Gashmias, many years to come, Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya, if a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, Let's say in our with the Bashri, Reb. You know what that means? According to Reb Yehoshua ben Beseir, you are Chayev, that's right in the word. According to Chachamim, you are Potter. This points out, Chachamim, even 3 letters, abbreviation. Where do you see the concept of abbreviation in the Torah? Also, Ki Ab Hamoin Goyim Nisaticha. Hamoin is extra, so the Gemara Darshan is Ad Hamoin. Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chavim, the hate is interchangeable with Ches. You're beloved from all the nations. Melech, you're the king of all nations. Basa, distinguished. Neman, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Elokecha. Anoichi stands for Ono Nafshi Kosovsi Havis. I myself wrote the Torah, and I'm giving it to you clients who are bored. I'm your name of Siva Yiva, or some people read it backwards. Yiva Siva, Ne'amana Mamorea. These words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yorat Haderech Lenegi. What is this word Yorat? It's an abbreviation. Yora Ras on Natsar. She saw, she feared, and she veered off the way. When Chaishol brings the carbon oimer, so we can eat chadash, it says in the pasuk Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmele, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. Rabbi Melch said about Shimi ben Gera, what does Nimretzis stand for? Noye, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzayah, Soirer, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva, you are disgusting, another abomination. The Buddha says, I don't know what to say. We found the Via Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. It's not a we're upright. We're clean. Says the Mishnah, if a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's also in between the 2 letters? Not like it. Rabbi says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. And Yediyah L'Chatzishir, according to the Chachamim's Pagah, because the Yediyah, Yesh Yediyah L'Chatzishir, and it doesn't separate. And with that, we finish the parak Haboina. The new parak Ta'ireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you're chayav for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on. According to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, whether it's at the end, or in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1. There's a stira contradiction in the Brises. The Brises says, according to Rabbi Eliezer, you chayav after 2 threads. We say in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand, 3 threads, if they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but they will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3, and only then you're chayav. At the edge of the garment is a different shear. Usually it's kisik. It's spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. It's only 3 threads of shesi and 2 of erev because it's chashuv when it comes to a belt, a tzultzul. The Gemara brings a price that says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and the price that says exactly like Rabbanon. So it's 1 up, and there's no bigger rider one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom that goes up and down, the headers go up and down. In the center, you have these loops. You put the threads through these loops, and these loops bring the threads up and down. You can pass a shuttle through them. Putting 2 threads through 2 of those loops, you are chayav. Rabbi explains, and you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Kirus is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple cart, meaning you take reeds or like a lulav leaf, the shesi area, the horizontal leaves are held by 2 vertical. The verticals are held by 2 horizontal. That's all you need to be chayav, like in the picture of blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayav, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha, that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayav, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? It tells us the following halacha. That if you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he is potter. Unless a person breaks tears of metalgal in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about a dead person that he doesn't have a chiyuv to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive and he'd be chayav on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that he doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over. The person is not a chacham, because if he's a chacham, all of Klal Yisrael have to rip
They
kriya,
argue that
and
the
on a
exposure
chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat this havra. And he's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person you have to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama, at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a sacred Torah burning. Every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip kriya. The shearer for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and leaving it is double a sin. But if you are irate, it's only the size of one sin. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beggar, you kriya out of anger, you're potter. That's it goes according to Shimon that says, in other words, for not to have the situation, it's just the solution to the situation, it's not a constructive, positive malacha, and you are potter. Bryson says Yochai goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry, he hears things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually will do have a desire, says the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rabacha used to break different kelim that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Reb Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson, to say, this is what happens when you get mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was lifter, Baruch counts the tears and stores them away in his base gnazah. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy to be buried alive. The Rebbe says you won't have longevity, even though by Yeshua's hesped, they weren't mastered for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. When it says L'man Yubi Meichem, bracha, since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Now that's taken from an unmanned probe, so that's different. You can send unmanned probes to the moon like the Chinese did that won't die from the extreme radiation. And so let's make it the sixth probe. We have a clip, which you can show, of Kelly Smith pointing out to the public something most people don't know. That about 1,000 miles above the Earth is a 30,000-mile thick field of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belt. My book was a fan, which I read myself in audio to Kindle and print. You can see all these clips of the probe.com. It's interactive. I write a chapter. I say, look, if you want to understand the next chapter, go to clip 1 and 2. We have a clip of a NASA engineer saying the radiation belt is more dangerous to humans than deadly, and the technology necessary to go China to the moon has not been invented yet. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher than the planets in the International Space
I'm telling you this
Station.
because I love you and know that we would not want to sin, respecting David and
As we get further away from
back.
Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt,
One of the
an
brothers
area
is
of
Mr.
dangerous
All the brothers
radiation.
one of the deal. Who is Mr. The entire Torah is concerned with one qualified
Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up, once back.
When the mission says, follow the function of Turing, any destructive
We
malacha
must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
positive that can make a positive effect.
We must solve these challenges
That doesn't
before we
refer
send
to
people
malacha.
through this region
Quite
of
low
space.
amount.
We won't have
Causing
astronauts
injuries
inside.
and creating a fire are not included. There's a
Exactly.
purpose
Did
and
they go to the
things
moon?
like that
You
do not
see,
say anything because
that's
take
why
that
there's
outside.
mannequins orbiting the
No
moon.
mission that
We
says
have
like you
documents from
if you hit something similar,
Von
that is
saying
because
it's
there's a positive
impossible.
outcome at the end.
For instance,
to go to the moon
cause
with
injury to an
rockets
animal to
was
draw blood and
because
take that blood and feed it to
there
your
were
dog. Or
allegedly
you made a
about
fire
a year ago.
because you want the
They
ashes at the
said
end.
they
What about
promised
our mission? Our
in
mission sees
2014
knowledge
they're
of
going to
our
have
mission says
people
follow the cause of
orbiting the
human
moon in
with no
2018.
exceptions.
They
So
were
no matter
100%
perhaps how
behind
difficult it was
schedule,
for you,
and they only had
if you the whole
mannequins orbiting the
the
moon,
love for
believed
sweet
because
from the
they would
sweet soul,
die
Kaya.
from the radiation.
As long
And
as there's a
then
positive outcome at the
Ron
end,
said
you're Kaya.
originally, we have his documents
And
and video
the
of him
right show
saying
that says
it's
that there are
impossible
two,
to go to
or
the
the
moon
whole
with
says that there are
rockets.
two
We have
molecular
him saying it on
included
camera.
would go
We have him
according
saying
to
it in
intelligence.
documents that he
Follow
wrote.
the calculus
He
in the
said
point
you
of
would
no
have
matter
to
what,
first
every metallical,
build
every
a space
destructive act
station
is
and do
harder
multiple field
because there's
trips
no positive effect
first.
again. If there's a
And
positive effect
Elon
again,
Musk
most
said
of
the
the
same
people
thing. His
and
rocket
you're a kite.
is a few feet
He
taller
says,
than the Saturn
even when there's a
V
positive
rocket.
effect at the
And he
end,
says with
it's
that
still luck
rocket,
to people who
you
are
have
and
to
you are a
make at
puppet.
least 8
Besides
field
those
trips
who are
first
of
before
Plato
you
and Mahavir,
go
where
to
the
the
Torah
moon.
says specifically,
Ron said
Russian
the
Torah, that
only
you
way
are
you could go to the moon
what is the
would
Russian
be
country?
3 rockets,
It says that
each
you're allowed to
weighing
perform a Christmas on Shabbos,
800,000
even though
tons,
it's quite
taller
because
than
it
the Empire
is
State
to
Building.
say that in
And the
general,
Saturn V
it was
was
also
only a
only
third
the
as
specific
tall
of
and
Mila, it's
only
look.
weighed
And what the
2,500
Torah says,
tons, not
you should not kill
800,000
a
tons.
bas kohen,
That's a
who is
difference
the
of
genre
30,000%.
with hot lead, which is
Times 3
straight from
rockets, you
Shabbos.
see?
The Torah says
So
you're not allowed to
there's
create
a
a
lot of
fire on Shabbos.
inconsistencies that are supportive
Judah
of
says,
this. That to
the
me,
reason why the
the
Torah was
first
massive,
proof that's
you know,
concrete,
because it is
shadows
a
intersecting
positive,
at 90 degrees from
where
objects 5 feet
now
apart.
this young boy
And then the
is
second proof
is
is
a
just
positive.
deductive
Nevertheless, the
reasoning.
Torah says,
Because
typically in a
today,
positive, that's the
with
malacha,
5
that constitutes the
decades
malacha. In
more
this case,
advanced
you like doing
rockets
milah.
and
And the same
computers,
thing by the
we
basketball.
farthest that NASA can send
What
an
is the shear
astronaut into
of
space
whitening
is
world and of penguin world and
1,000
skin world? 2 times a
distance to
sip
the
from
moon.
finger to finger.
So what
This
they're
is a
claiming
much simpler way
is
to measure
back in
from
the
finger to finger.
1960s,
It's the
before
same thing. You don't need
microwave ovens and
double
cell
this.
phones,
One of
when
these
all
equals
the computer
2
power
of these.
combined at NASA headquarters was
Says the
1
Mishnah,
millionth the
according to
computing power of
everybody,
a cell phone.
if you want to
They
catch
sent
a
astronauts
separate blood,
ahead of schedule
a
on
swallow,
the
a
first
sparrow,
attempt
very difficult to
1,000 times
Therefore,
farther
the only time
than
it
they
has
can
to
send
save
people
the travel
today,
is if you get it
even
to
though they have
6.5.
5
It
decades
is a
that are
larger bird.
computers and rockets.
According to Chachamim, even if it's in
What
a
they're
big
really
bird,
saying
meaning an enclosed
is
area,
that for the
if
first
it
time
has
in the
a
history
roof,
of the world,
that's considered traveling. If it
technology
doesn't
was
have a
greater
escape,
than
it's
past
not
than the
traveling.
future, which is a
When it
historic
comes to a deer,
scientific
the
impossibility.
Buddha says only time
I
it's considered
walked
traveling
across the Atlantic in
get it into a small
1927,
house, into a house.
3,000
According to
miles.
Chachamim, even
Imagine
into a favor
50
in
years
Slovenia,
later,
partly between your meal, and he
1977,
qualifies this and says it's only a favor cut
can fly across the
where it's
Atlantic,
easy to
and the
grab and
best an
capture,
airplane
but
can
not
do
a
is only
favor
3
level.
miles.
There's
That's
a
what
Mishnah
they're
in the
asking us
second
to
page that says,
believe.
discussing
You see that?
one
I
malacha
do,
you're
yeah,
allowed to do.
that part is
And malacha
absolutely
is you're not allowed to do malacha before you.
and you're right. It's almost
Capture a
1,000
fish
times
before you
farther
enter
from
and
the
keep it in
ISS
water over Yontif and
to where
kill a
astronauts
Yontif.
are
It's
going
going
today.
to do
It's
so
1,000
on
times farther
Yontif
to the
itself.
moon than
Therefore,
where astronauts
it's
have
also
been since
a trap.
1972.
And
And
it
again,
doesn't trap a
there's,
fish
you
out
know,
of the fish is
you're saying
mukta,
they've never been there.
and therefore you're not allowed to
Fully
feed
open to that.
animals that are
That
mukta.
is a possibility.
When it comes to the deer, it's
shocking
already trapped inside a vapor inside an
to do
enclosure.
that in
It's not
1969,
mukta, and therefore you're allowed to
1972, and we can't do it today. I mean, the
What it says,
Artemis missions have been
this is talking about
time after
a very
time after
small
time
enclosure.
we're attempting to get
And that's why
past
you're
that
allowed to travel. So the large enclosure, you're not allowed. What constitutes a small enclosure? Or it doesn't really matter. Either you can grab the animal in one shot, or since the time they converted the walls were all made the same height, if it has a shadow on the other wall, that's considered a small area, or it doesn't have any corners for the animal to run away through. A sleeping deer, or a blind deer, or a deer that has fever, they can still run away, all these can run away, and therefore traffic is considered safe on the site.
Clinton said it.
If it's an
Then you
older
had
deer or a
Bush
handicapped
Senior
deer,
said it. You had
then
Reagan
you
say
are
it.
puzzled because
You
such a deer
had
is ready.
Bush Jr. say it. You had Obama say it. You had Trump
Because
say
of
it.
fatigue, it's
And
also
some of them said it
considered
twice. And
already
two
trapped,
terms. They're going to
and enough.
return to the moon in 5 years.
grasshoppers,
Never have.
hornets,
But
and
somehow they can do it in 8 years with 1960s technology.
like
See
the
that?
hunting,
No,
if
to
it
postpone
does,
it,
it's typically something
and
that's
they've had
trapped
40
for
years
a positive
since they've
benefit.
committed to to
That
do
is
it and
also
return to the moon.
deciding if
And
they
that's the thing now.
get
They've
away
had
from you,
5.5
then
decades
they can be the
to
research
return
you
to
want
the
to
moon,
fuck.
and they can't even go
Grasshoppers in
further
the morning
than
when there's
1,000
food,
the distance.
they
You
can't
see,
see,
it's as plain
therefore
as day.
you're
The
not
shadows
nice,
intersecting at
you're
90
up,
degrees
you don't.
when they should be
It's very
parallel
hot,
with
and
sunlight.
you're
It's as
slightly
plain as
lethargic,
day. You
you are
can't
still
have
tied.
1,000 times
Now, if
greater
you're coming
technology
great
in
swarms
1969
of
than today.
grasshoppers, says the Rothschild Mahavai, then you are caught in the time to do swarm.
Because
Says
of
the
the
Mishnah.
glorious moon landings,
If the deer goes
Americans
into the
are
house and a
first.
single person
That
closes the
both
door,
Glenn
that
Beck
person is
and
tied
Bill
to
Maher
tail.
are so
If two
proud.
people close the door
Americans
simultaneously,
first.
they are both puppets. Now you
You see that?
if the door is so heavy that it requires two people,
They
then
are
they are both tied,
defending
and
the
Shimon says
people.
they
They
are
say
puppets.
they don't like
Capture a lion just by grabbing onto it. There's nothing obviously will run away. You have to put it into a special designed box that captures light.
You can have greater
Says the Mishnah,
technology in the past.
if
And in the
movement is
future,
by the door,
1,000
but
times
the
greater.
door is wide enough that
We
the
have shadows
deer can
intersections
run
that
away,
can only
Ruben is
happen
not tied.
when
Shimon
it's
comes
light.
along, sits
And
on the
then
other
we
part of
have
the door.
this footage
Shimon is
in
tied.
cover
Ruben is not tied. What
of
happens
them
is Ruben sits
faking
down
being
and then you
halfway
tie
to
the
the
door.
moon
The deer cannot
right
get
in
away.
front of your eyes.
Comes Shimon and
This
keeps him
here right here,
company.
this is an
He
excellent
gives a second
picture
layer of protection.
because,
Shimon does not find
mind you, I
Ruben is
had
tied.
$1
What happens
million
if Ruben gets up and walks
to
away?
produce this
Shimon is
film.
still not tied.
This film took
A
7
rat.
years
This is
to
a
make.
muscle. A person who
I
ties a
spent
deer with a rope lets it
4,000
to his door.
hours
His door.
editing a
The
45
deer is
minute
trapped
movie that's
inside.
like 40
Is he
hours
allowed
a
to close the
week,
front
2
door?
years.
Obviously,
I
close
was
the front door.
producing the
What happens
film
if the
under
deer
the fear
undoes the rope?
light feet
And now he's free to go.
that they
Does the
faked.
person that closed
There
the
are a
door
lot of
have to
things that
reopen the
didn't
door?
add up.
No.
The
That happened a
Soviet
while ago.
was in the first
Same thing
satellite,
here.
the first man,
Shimon
the
sat down
first
and was
man,
walking
the
for him to
first
sit
woman,
down.
the first
He doesn't have to get
spacewalk,
up.
the
Once
first
Ruben
crew of 3
walks away,
versus 2 craft
one
side by
falls
side.
down.
For every 100 hours we spent in space, they spent 500 hours. So much more advanced than we weren't even close to them. They never went. Then the administrator of NASA, before this great accomplishment, right? He's about to be the CEO of NASA. When he went on the moon, right before the first flight, resigns, doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Then the 2 of the 3
Shabbos Daf Kuf Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Calvin Yosef Martin. Thanks for all the great shiurim writes. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in Male Adumin and in Columbus, Ohio. And his wife wrote a book about the journey home from Rose Bowl to Rashi. He's a former Ohio State football player and played in the NFL with Philadelphia Eagles and in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, Calvin Yosef Martin. And now on to today's job. In all of the establishment, it says, Tucker, it means Tucker of an usher, it's awesome to have a besides, there are 3 exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday in the Mishnah. That is, if you can sat down by a door and trap a deer. Any strange thing that sat by him and created a second layer to spread it hasn't accomplished anything, it's not tight. Even if Shimon stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. He's not tied. The Mishnah says a muscle, the person who tied a deer, a doorknob, let's say, inside the house, he's allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't open. So Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Lapis Musa, removing fluids from a boil, topping the zip. If the intent is just to take out the fluids, it's mutter l'chachila because of the tzar, unless the person has intent to create an opening to take out the fluids and introduce oxygen inside, that would be awesome. Just like we said, you're allowed to lift up a needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake that shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of clean and put it over a flame so that it shouldn't burn down the house. Cover weight of a child or to cover a scorpion. But if you do it to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that is also, and with that we finish Perek Ha'orim. Found practice called Shmoyne Shrotzim, the 8 Shrotzim that emit Tumah after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, the Yuna Nitzah. People don't like to trap these animals because they have value, whether it's for skin or other medicinal purpose. Therefore, if you trap them, you are chayim. And if you lose them, you are chayim. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be chayim for losing, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that would be shoyfet, you feel stomach. We're referring to between the flesh and the skin. So it has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to the tumah of the Shmoyne Shrotzim, there's a big machlokes in front of Rabbi Menuri. The skin of the sheretz is not included in the tumah because it's so thick. Therefore, all these 8 shrotzim have Kabbalah on Shabbos as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these shvatim have Tumah, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is thinner. Now, according to Rabbi and Shmuel, there's machlokes between Rabbi Meiri and Chachamim in Shabbos. According to Rabbi Meiri, all 8 shvatim you're chayav. So according to Chachamim, only 4 before the rest. According to Rabbi, according to Rabbi, it's only in Tumah that Chachamim say is a distinction between the 4. Because the pasuk says, Eva, Hakmei, and Hey, these are the ones that the pasuk is closer, the 4 that are closer. These words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like we go to Menurim, all 8 is the Isser Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. We can feel it, those are Hadash, so therefore the lizard is similar to the Chayil and has thick skin, and the Kabura. How do we know this concept of the Kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original? Learn from the pasuk. The number of Kaburas, just like a species, the skin never changes color. The word the number the Gemara learned is not referring to a leopard, but rather the word Kabura, it doesn't go back. Now the Lezer learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam, it was an Atilas Neshama of children. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to be. The largest animal, like an elephant, camel, to the smallest animal, allows the Iver to be killed. Chacham saying that Elam are covered up and they reproduce, but legs do not reproduce according to the Gemara halachically, at least halachically they don't reproduce, and therefore they're not included in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them, and the fact that this allows, the Gemara says that the book is done at Beit Zikin, the Gemara says that it's not to say Beit Zikin is the name of a certain species of life that are called Beit Zikin, not referring to the eggs of the legs. A flea, little fly, pointed leather, you're chayav, you say that because he holds, even if ain't been meaning you don't trap a fly for a productive reason. It's still chayav. What's your Rabbanan? If it means you are potter. But of course, killing the fly, you would be over your defense. All other shvatim, besides the shvatim, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no Kabbalah because the blood does not come between the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, in the mitzvah, there's no use for their skins, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Pestis just doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very rare instance, but the conversation you have to embrace Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the Shita of the Shita. That Malacha should speak with Lufa. Since there's no positive, destructive act in this Malacha, there's no positive. Some say it's going on this other halacha, Matis Musa, removing food from a boil. It's not a constructive halacha. Some say it's about grabbing a snake. It's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake, you just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says, if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a cella that becomes dry under its skin, that constitutes killing. Even if you see that it's alive and you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, if you're over, you kill it. And they explain, it means even not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucousy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it. Wonderful.
And if they're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because they can't go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. Just like Bob Brown said, all the fuel will only be in Earth orbit. Just like Elon said, you can't go Earth orbit right away. You have to bury fuel first. And the proof that there's mannequins orbiting the moon instead of people. They can't leave Earth orbit in 1969. It's this proof. They can't leave Earth orbit today. So if you continue playing this clip, the cassette playback was supposed to be live, but it's private conversations because they unedited version are talking about how they're faking it. Speak and tell me, tell YouTube to create a fake radio delay, and this actually isn't live from playback. After they had a chance to edit it and pick out the best part.
Jumping into today's topic. The halacha is that there are certain items that
No, it's an anonymous whistleblower.
something from
And that's
drug.
Bill Gates thinks he knows who it was.
causing it to
So
miscarry
when
alive. The animal
do you
is awesome.
see, more and more of this shot where the lights come up and it dawns on you? When I watch audiences watch this in theaters or conferences, they gasp. What's your name? Candace, so just gasp. I did. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the Earth in space, it's a window. They're faking, let me make sure I get this right, they're faking being halfway to the moon, which means they can't go halfway, which means they didn't go, which means, oh my gosh, they actually think the moon. This is the proof that even my critics agree is that faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit, which they would never have to do if they really wanted to. This would prove it in a court of law. Two NBC news directors agreed that this absolutely proves that they never left Earth orbit and therefore did not go to the moon. The first NBC news director refuses to air it for fear of causes. The second one says we're going to broadcast this nationwide. They fly me to New York, we'll be up to the Wall Street Astoria. They showcase me describing it, and then they get a threatening phone call from the federal government. She's in the FCC, it's not or whatever. And they say, sorry, eat your money. And we got a threatening call from the government. We can't do this because it proves that two NBC news directors agree that this proves they didn't go to the moon. My critics agree this is fake footage from the first Apollo mission. Why would any of it be fake? They prove it. The first Apollo mission. Yeah. And then, of course, the last Apollo mission has shadows intersecting with 90 degrees. Meaning they didn't go then either, unless they had identical equipment. So if one equipment can't go beyond Earth orbit, the close end can't go beyond Earth orbit either.
Interesting. Is that the entire video?
No, he's playing it, but Brian's the one, so wait till you see. Wait till you see it. To my knowledge, there's never been a cloud tower that will offset earlier. That's where they. Oh, sorry, I was talking over here, but you play that again. That's as far as getting in front of the window.
So the cloud pattern was going vertical and now it's horizontal.
And the word was sorry. Preferably the word is stronger than the word or last. Or last is missing something. See another word after. Another challenge of course is that we only have one window that faces the earth and we still never heard it again. But that's a lie. Now here's the best part, this is the outtake. I think they actually had stopped on the VTR and videotape, but it was a mechanical button that we went back up and kept recording. That's a one light in the top left that they used to have a little bit of light. They turned off the light so that the walls would be dark and everything was space around it. And here they are, they're about to remove part of the present insert from the window. That's Neil Armstrong removing that. And then the lights come up and you see the real position of the camera. And they're really bright and they're out the window. See that? They're faking being halfway to the moon with the 1 foot model of the Earth. Using the window. It's a very clever forgery. But I have the unedited version showing them that they're faking it. That's what convinced me. When I saw that, I must have said, oh my God, 50 times in 1 minute. I'm like, oh my God, they really did. I just went by and I'm like, wow, this is so sad. That mankind can't cover the ones that are on government is murdering people to cover it up, embezzling this money, and deceiving people to this day. What a wicked thing to do. The truth has to come out, otherwise the wickedness prevails.
Let's talk about the murder of Rabbi for a second. So who has been murdered?
Well, we know at least 9 people who were killed because of this. I mentioned before that Fox was originally going to air a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And you can see on the page freedomsuburban.com and then chickened out. And in their special conspiracy theory, did we really go to the moon? They
salt
It was
water.
a
That's
great
us.
film.
Also to make strong salt water.
They pointed out that there were
You got
5
to put
Apollo
salt water
astronauts in
with
back of
extra
crews
salt on it.
who were being groomed to fake the moon landing, that all had
According to
accidents
everybody,
within a
you're not allowed to
24-month period
salt
of one
about
another.
it.
I mean, you run a
Even those
business,
who help you
if
around
5 of your employees had accidents here at work within 24 months, I think the homicide detectives would be all over the place until they found out what was going on. And then, according to the widow of the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon, her name is Betty Grissom. I interviewed her for 4 hours. Her husband, Virgil Grissom, was the most beloved of all the astronauts. He had a mishap in his Mercury capsule where the explosive bolts blew off when it hit the water. And it was considered to be an embarrassment and a failure. He was going to meet with President Kennedy. That was canceled because it was an embarrassment to them to have an accident. And at the press conference, he confided in the press corps. That's his widow, who I interviewed for 4 hours with the two of them. I interviewed her, I think, in 1999. Okay. She's passed away. That's why I'm able to put this information in my book. It's not in the film. This is the second bonus chapter called NASA's Greatest Fear. It's because of this, man. If they fake the moon landing and never killed anybody, maybe it's the devious part of me, you know. Well, good for them. You know, it's like it's like the people in tow go from the dry cleaner into the bank, get the gold. You know, good for them. You know, that was clever, but not if they slit the throat of 3 guards with wives and and that's what they did. Basically, Virgil Grissom was going to be the first man to walk on the moon because he was most beloved by the public and the press corps. After that mishap, he confessed he made another mistake. We're like, well, what mistake? He had in each of his front pockets like 4 rolls of nickels in one pocket and 4 rolls of nickels in another pocket. You know, bank nickels. To give his son 4 rolls of nickels for 3 hours. He was convinced his father was murdered. And that way, he was in the 3rd grade or something. He could give these nickels to the school children, and everyone could have a souvenir of a nickel that's been in outer space. But as his capsule started filling with water, and he started sinking with this extra weight in his pockets, he said, I guess they wasn't such a brilliant idea. The press corps laughed. That was endeared to him. And then one reporter asked him that. They said, were you afraid? And he said, of course.
Next one's from Mayor Cole from James
And I'm like, oh, he's so human, he's so real. They said, this is the guy who's most beloved. We're going to make him first man to walk on the moon. We couldn't understand why none of the equipment worked. In my film, I don't have the narrator pointing it out, but I show it for a few seconds. 3 or 4 weeks before they go to the moon, they have a little fake moon set in front of reporters, and your road are supposed to be practicing picking up the first
that's why it's because
he has
blindness
a hole
is
that
definitely
has a belt
not
with
to know
a bag on the end of it,
that
and he has
smell,
a fake little
blood letting
pop there.
wounds,
Reporters take
dangerous,
pictures and
touching
practice.
wrist, that's just a
As he's picking it up,
touching
the
about
bag
touching
breaks off.
touching his color,
They
playing is
can't
touching
get
a
that
barrel.
much
Account for anybody
less
who's
life
the
support systems,
beer
fuel, safety, and all of that.
this
One of
spirit
Virgil's
is
last words were,
as it
during a ground
wants,
test,
and it's very
they
much
couldn't
to
get a
watch.
wired intercom to work
To
between
reverse some of the damage, put
two
something on your eyes,
buildings.
put
You see
focus like
that?
a
They
mascara,
can't get a
and it
bag
reverses
to
damage,
stand
it
on pole
stops
to pick up
tears,
the first
and
moon
it
rock.
increases the growth
He
of
says,
the
how are we
island.
going to go to the moon
Island,
if we can't
which is
talk to
for the
two
anger,
buildings? He was
doesn't work
preparing
outside, it
reports
works
to
with
Congress
line,
and the
so
Senate,
it doesn't work
which
with
his
line,
wife said
you're
were
not
confiscated by the
Cops,
CIA from
cops,
his house
doesn't work.
the day
And
he
this is a lot
died.
of,
They came
Chavez,
and took everything and
besides
left
the variety
without
called,
even
that's right,
informing
so
her
she was
that
also
her
blind,
husband had
says
just
that
died.
rocket plans
He was
do work,
preparing
and
this
this was
report
also
to Congress and the Senate to say, look,
a roast,
he said,
one
we're
roast.
10 years
This
at
looker
least
beating
away
eggs
from
and
going to the
showers looks like
moon.
you're about to do something that's
No one
awesome.
would fix anything
You want to say
because
that
the higher-ups
his wife
knew
faced the
they were
roast,
likely
or
going to
if
fake it, but
this is
had
going
not
to
at
that
that
at
point
that
in
point,
time.
they were actually
The
married.
astronauts did.
And he
He
was
was getting so
says,
frustrated. All these reports, no one fixed
that I
anything.
did on Chavez, he wants to explain to
Complaints,
you,
no one fixed
because
anything.
just
So a
like
few days before
pouring
he was
beer and
murdered,
wine, he was reading on
without
Chavez.
permission,
Looker
he took a
was
bunch of
not
reporters
confiscating
up to
so
the
the base
top
of
of
the
the
roast,
rocket.
which is
His wife
edible
told me
without the
that
base.
morning
basically
He was
doesn't
a bit of a
get anything
gardener,
male, it's look.
and he had in his backyard
Somebody
in Houston like
injured
an
their
apple
hand
tree,
or
an
foot
orange tree, an lemon
and
tree.
has swelling,
She said he
swelling
picked a
why?
lemon
Because
the
literally
size of a grapefruit.
with vinegar, there's lots of that
Then
does
he took
work.
a coat hanger,
And then the place are people that
he
their
clipped
back
it,
is
and he stuck it
spoiled,
in there. He took
and
a bunch
the
of
wine does
reporters
work.
to the top
The
of the
gospel that
brush,
you use,
and
Mark
he
says,
hung
on
it
the
on
top
there
of
with
that
a coat hanger.
on the top of the foot,
This thing
that's you're allowed to use either vinegar and a bastard was stepped on
TV
by a
dinners at
donkey,
home, seeing
and
it on the
he
evening
used
news.
vinegar, some said he used
They're
wine,
like,
and
this
the
guy's
told
a
him what he's
problem.
doing. You're in front of
So a
this
few
one
days
person,
later,
and he said
they
it's
sent
kind of
her
just like
men
having an
to a
internal
ground
wheel.
test. They reversed the door from
Any
opening
body
outwardly
of
to
water,
inwardly,
a
which
lake,
takes
an
another
ocean,
5
is
minutes.
looking to
They
bathe in
pressurize it
tablets.
with
Unless
100%
you have two
oxygen
conditions
or
combined,
steel
then awesome.
becomes flammable.
Condition number one is
His wife
the
told
water
me
is
this
really bad.
man.
And
On
people
January
don't bathe
26,
for pleasure only for the feel, so
1967,
it's obviously
he
you're doing
came
it.
home
And
from
you need another
work
thing.
and said the
You have to
following.
be there for an extended amount of time.
For
You don't have
some
to keep
strange
together.
reason, the
It's always looking
CIA
like you can go into
is all over the
sea
launch
or
pad
into
today
black sea water
inspecting the
if you're there
equipment.
for
I've been here
a few
for 3
moments. And
years,
that's what
never
they're
seen
saying.
the CIA. Why
Yamamoto
did they
has
show
two
up
parts to it.
today?
It has the bad water and the
The
good water.
very
The
next
bad
day,
water. Instead of another
he's
time,
dead.
it's also the good part. You let it go in.
It's his
You have
wife's
you
opinion
have
and
not
his
just
son's
on your head.
opinion, who's a 747
It's actually
pilot,
doing it
with
for
100%
Says the Mishnah.
certainty.
They
Their
serve it,
father, their
which
husband,
is not
the man who was
cooking
going to
consumption.
be
And
the
the
first
ingredient,
man to
obviously, ingredient for food.
walk on the moon,
Ram
was
says
murdered
about
by the CIA
lavender.
because he was an Apollo
Any
whistleblower.
normal food,
Their opinion,
one thing
not
that
mine.
you eat, but you
So
want
our
it for medicinal
country,
purposes as well.
first
Ram
legal
said, look good,
document is
so
not
somebody else
the
eats it.
Constitution. It's
Make that
actually
up. The water
the
or liquid
Declaration
that
of
have more
Independence.
tomorrow,
And they
and
say
the wine that has
when
the roots in
any
it, since it's
government
very
becomes
tough stuff,
destructive
it's very
of
sharp.
life,
People don't
liberty,
drink it
and
unless
the
for
pursuit
sure
of
it is possible
happiness,
to drink.
it is the
For
right
a
of
healthy
the
person,
people.
you drink it
All
because
earth
you're thirsty. Then it's
abolished.
mutter.
What's the
So
first
anoint
one?
yourself with oil that has root.
Life. They're murdering their own
It's
people
mutter.
to cover up
When the
their
Torah says
crimes.
Azai,
In
God
today's
says it
dollars,
meant
it
Bar
costs
Hamed, Google says it's referring to
$250
white safe. The
billion
Papi says
to
it's Shumshu,
pretend
known as
to go
Majora.
He now
And it
knows
makes
when
sense
the
that
Republican
it's
Republican
Majora
three-quarters
because
of
it has
that.
three
And
stems,
then
and each stem
those
has
CIA
three
agents
leaves.
that
And that fits
murdered
right in
Roberto Grissom
what you
and
want to
White
describe.
Roger Chappie,
A Zayvim,
we
people
paid their
eat because
salaries.
they have a pestle worm.
That was
It's
paid by
taken
tax dollars.
7
Our
last
tax
days.
dollars are
It comes from
financing
eating
their own deception,
flour
and
that's
our
over
tax dollars
40
are
days.
financing
Hey,
CIA
Royal, which
personnel
is known as
to
your
murder
Ezra,
Americans
radish
who are
when people
uncovering
drink it,
their crimes. I would say
heal
the United States federal government
liverwort.
has become destructive of
But it's
life,
good to eat it with
Then
7
there's
white dates, not black dates like we have before.
right?
And
During
why
this
do
whole
people get
thing
this
we
worm
went through for the
comes
last
from
3
eating
years.
raw meat
In
on
California,
coals or
if you had
families?
5 people instead of
This is
4
all
at
on
your
empty
son's
stomach.
birthday party, they
Oxy,
would kick down
nuts
the
on
door,
empty stomach,
drag you
penny
off the
stand
jail,
on
and
empty
turn
stomach,
off your
and people
electricity.
wash down water and drink it.
Now,
You don't
I
have
don't
the
care
Ezra,
if I
or it doesn't work.
people are
You
dropping
can eat
dead.
white press does the same
What's
thing. You
going
don't have that?
around is still
Fast,
your
and
right
afterwards
to
put
open
some
your business under
fatty
those
meat
circumstances
on
or
the
to go
coals,
shopping
suck
under
the
those
juice,
circumstances.
sit with a
If,
little vinegar,
if
some
one
people
group of people
If you have
is
vinegar,
telling another
then
group of
that's
people
you don't
how
have that.
many
It's the
visitors
bark
they
of the
can
bush.
have
That's
at their
very
son's
important how you
birthday
release the bark of
party,
the bush. You go from
and
top
that's
to bottom of the bush, not from bottom to top.
right?
Otherwise,
So they're a
the
threat
worm
to
will come
life.
out
First
from
they
the
say
person's
you can't
mouth.
go to church, even though the
Take this bark,
Constitution
take this,
says they
fill
will
up
not
with beer,
establish a
only
religion,
going to get a flush of
prohibit the free
and relieve yourself
exercise
on the bark of the
thereof.
bush. And then,
Then they say
why do
you
people
can't
drink
go
and
to
draw?
church,
You drink
but
it
you can't
because
stay.
it's
First they say you can't have a wedding, then they say you can have a wedding, you can't have
injected
any
poison
dancing.
into the medulla
That
like
is
the blood of the
slavery. We have one group of people
medicine
telling
is
another
a
group of
you don't have a
people
bra,
when they can go
maybe
to church and what they can
5
do at
roses,
church.
5 cups
This
of beer.
country has gotten
Look at
way
the
out of control.
mother of the
And
country
so,
that army
my chapter in
one
my
rose,
book
one beer,
about this
and she gave to a person,
murder
she pulled out
is
the other
called
one, the other
Nasa's
was still
greatest
someone
fear.
time. She put it
Because
into
if
the
the
oven,
truth
and had
comes
it sit on
out
the
that,
brick so it doesn't burn itself,
that the
and start
Moonlands were
vomiting
fake and
like
that
a
they
demon.
were, the very next can
When
of
people
worms,
disease, piece
I'm
of
gonna have to face
goat milk, the white goat,
fire. And the
put
way
it
I
on. Rita
put
says
it
you
this
get
way,
a very
Matt,
sweet
is
extra
Bobby
pineapple
Kennedy
with
Jr.
honey in it. You cook it
has more
over
access
coals.
to the JFK files than Oliver Stone
You're in
does.
Mary Line that's
And it's his
40 days old,
researched
has
opinion
medicinal
with
powers with
100%
a very small
certainty
cup worth
that the
is good
CIA
for a
murdered
Hornets bite.
our president,
Or a Reese load
Robert
is good for
McNamara,
a
before
scorpion
he
bite.
died,
A half a
wanted to
load
get something
is
off
good
of
for
his chest.
good against the Bruin.
He
An
said
entire
the
load is
public
good
was
for
against the
witchcraft.
Vietnam War,
The veteran says, I need
so we
blood.
needed something
This is
like
water, Naranja, and teriyaki.
so
A
him and the
great
CIA
for
got together
drinks
and
in Cuba.
contrived
If a
an
person
attack
swallows
of
a
a North Vietnamese
best
ship
way to
on an
do
American
that
ship
and
in the
next
Gulf
thing
of
out
Tonkin.
is to
He
eat
said
hot
before he
and to
died,
love free milk. Mark
never
Story
happened.
of teenage
Congress
You saw
passed
somebody
a law
swallow a
to
snake.
start that
And
war.
the horseman
Based
ran
on
after him. Listen,
why
you must run through
Congress and
milk
the Senate
before you
didn't
get even
let
hops.
they're
And
being
the guy
deceived by the
blew up the snake
CIA.
in pieces.
That the 3 million
Himself,
people,
the
losing
snake, and a
58,000
lot of
or 20
his
of their
horseman,
own citizens. So my point is,
deciding,
if they're willing to kill
and
their own
the
president,
fear
if they're willing to
getting the
kill
hops,
58,220 of their own
comes up,
people,
being wonderful.
I don't think they're going to have a problem faking a video. You see that?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, it easily could have been faked. Did you record the videos with the wife and the son?
No, the agreement was that I would take notes and that I would release that information after her death. And so that's what's in the book. And then so we have those 5 deaths of backup crews. We have the 3 deaths of the Apollo 1
God does not
crew that
put
was
you
going to be the first man to walk the moon. These are just the ones we know of. So this is how the deaths and the murders and the proof guys at first proof. Shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, electrical light, scientifically proven. Again, you can't have 1,000 times greater space traveling capability with 1 million computing power cell in 1969 than you do today. That proves it. We just showed the model of them using a 1-foot window, the simulated the Earth floating in space, they're faking being halfway to the moon because they can go halfway to the moon, which means they didn't go to the moon.
Pour them open
And
and
then
down
last,
that they
we
were
have an
all
eyewitness.
You heard that there's
If I
one on the
said
other
in
side of town,
court,
and the
you know,
residents of
that
town.
7-Eleven
Like when
robbery,
you got here, a
that
line
guy,
is
that
that
Bill
final
did it, I bet my
says
life.
the value must be this
Life
person
on
was
it.
a favor
That's pretty
of
powerful
Rabbi.
evidence,
He
isn't
sounds
it?
like the Rabbi.
And then, if someone says that
There's
Ezra died,
no remedy for that.
you know,
And that's why
I've known about this robbery for years, and I just wanted to say,
after Rabbi was
that guy
victorious,
did it, right?
executed a year of
Courts consider a
available that would
deathbed
bring a
confession
Dawson
all the
to
more
a wedding.
powerful.
You shouldn't
So
use
what we
the
have
belt.
is
And he
a
insists
gentleman by the name of Cyrus Eugene Akers, and we have a picture of him.
the person finds himself wrapped by a snake,
Chief of
jumps in the water,
security
put a basket
at
on
the
the snake,
Air
let the snake
Force's
fall into the
most
basket, and toss it in the
secure
water and run out of
base.
the water.
Every branch in the military
If the snake is extremely
has like
excited
your
and is
special
wrapping
ops
him down by
intelligence
his
headquarters.
smell, you should have a snake
He was
carry
in
him out
charge
to rope
of
off his smell.
security
If not,
at the
jump
special
over a
ops
puddle, if not,
headquarters of
jump
the United
over a
States
river.
Air Force. Cannon
Got
Air
away from the
Force
snake.
Base
It's nighttime.
close to
Sleep in
Mexico.
the open so the snake doesn't come down from the
As the
ceiling.
man
So
is
he
on
put 4
his
barrels on one
deathbed,
of the legs of his bed,
wanting
put 4
to
cats
get
here,
right with
and put
God,
something down on the
and as
floor
best
so
as
that
we
when
can
the snake
tell,
comes, they'll make noise.
God will
The
forgive
cats
your
will
sins,
eat it.
even murder,
If a woman is not sure if
if
the
you
snake is
confess
afraid,
them
she
and
can put the
renounce
clothing
them.
and have the snake go to the clothing. The snake goes there, that means she's in trouble.
He says the first thing I need to
Some say
confess
that will
is I
actually
am a
increase the snake's
murderer.
height. So what you
His
do,
son is
you
there.
throw her nails in
Where's my
her ear
source?
at the snake, and
He's
the
like,
snake
what?
doesn't deny
Your
it.
own
In other
dad
words, the
killed
lead up, that
somebody.
will
Who did you
turn him
kill?
away.
He says, well,
If the
I
snake
killed a
went inside of her,
co-worker in Cannon
she
Air
should set up
Force
2 barrels and put
Base in
very
1968. The
fatty
son is
meat
so
on the
alarmed,
coals
he
and
brings
she
in the
mixes
military police
cress
to
with very
investigate.
good
None
smelling
of
wine,
it said his dad.
and when
Because he
it
wants
starts
to give
coming
this
out,
family
you
closure.
grab
He
it with
just
a
disappeared.
pliers or something and throw it into the fire.
And then the military
Sends
police
the
come
mixture
in, the
of
son
colors,
is there, who's
all
my
foods
source,
that you eat,
doesn't
and
kill.
typically people
And
eat,
then they
even
ask
if you
him,
eat them for a
why?
tour, you're allowed to eat them. What does it
Why
come to
did you
food?
kill him?
It
He
comes
says,
to
well,
foods that
we both saw
that
them
people
film
don't real,
the
such
first
as
moon landing
spleen,
on
the
a
white
mock
meat.
lunar stage
Really bad for the stomach,
inside
so it's bad
2 large
for the
airplane
stomach,
hangars
really
that
bad
they
on
took
the
out
feet.
to water.
You think you don't need it? Come
They
on,
built the
she
set
said,
over several
all I'm
weeks.
asking, all
President
liquids,
Johnson
all
was there
drinks,
out of morbid
fruit,
curiosity
paper
the
berry,
first 3
and
days of
vinegar
filming.
sounds a little
In the
gross.
first, second,
Nevertheless,
and third
people
of
drink it and therefore
1968.
consider it a
We
drink
saw
and let it
them
give it a
fake
shot.
the moon landing
What's
at the
really
base.
gross is Mary
I
Gladys
was
and
in
normal
charge.
human
My
beings
friend
don't
thought
do
we
that.
were growing wrong.
Major
Still
tone that we
tell
not
the
get some
reporter
really
I murdered him,
stark drink that people
covered
don't
up.
drink unless you're sick.
The
Comes
man
from
was
within.
given a list of 15 people
Countries,
who were
the
allowed
first cup
in,
heals, the second cup causes diarrhea, which proves
given
bad,
to
and the
him
third
by
cup
President
comes out
Johnson.
as pure as a wedding. In other words, it
We
is done.
published those
Ula
names in
says,
the book.
Bobby
Some of
beer
them are
is
still
much
alive.
better than me. Color,
Buzz
as long
Aldrin
as you haven't had a cup
was
of
on
this
that list.
within
He
the last
wasn't
40
even in the
days.
spacesuit
Some states
of
not
the
make
video
it for
images.
limbs
They had
with
their
the lemon,
faces covered.
but make
But
it
he
for rib with the
watched
race,
as
meaning
they
it
did
stabs
it.
the
Here are some of
gallbladder.
the names.
And it's
President
referring to
Johnson,
these
Neil
sites are
Armstrong,
nutrients.
Edwin
Egyptian
Aldrin,
beer. How do you make this?
Werner von
Because this
Braun,
is to take a
the
third.
Nazi
Barley,
guy
the
who
buffalo,
belongs
the beer
State
maker said, no, it's
Department
not
says
barley. It's
is
a
about to
third.
be thrown
Wheat
into jail
And the other ingredients are the same, a third salt, a third salt,
Robert Ebeneger. I never heard
and
of this
you
guy.
just between
I had
3
to look
seconds
him up.
yours.
He was a
First
science
card that
fiction
talks about
consultant for
is
the military.
consists of
He
a
spent all
Zeus
of his
weight
life
of Xandu
holding
sat.
the
These are important
real,
things to remember.
and
A Xandu sat,
aliens are
a
real.
Zeus of
There's a
power,
book
and a Zeus
about
of
how
satin.
aliens
And you
are
grind them together. The
deception.
person has jaundice,
Or Devon
you
Bond
take
said they're
2
going
out
to
of the
fake
3 of
an
these
alien
ingredients, and we'll have a little bit more of this
in
later.
the near future.
And now,
So he was
Gemara
there
is
as
going
a
to give us
consultant.
11
Eugene
remedies.
Krantz,
No less than 11
life director
remedies
of
for a
Global
Zaba. One of
said
them
they
is to
destroyed all of the
you don't have to
technology.
ingredients. You
To
just take
go to the moon,
3
all
little
the
pieces
sunscreen,
of
all the
virgin
original
onion,
videotapes
and
they would never do
put
if
some
they
wine.
really
That's
went.
the thing now. A
That's
lot of
exactly what
wine
they
and
would
beer.
do if they
And
proved
tell the
Trigger
woman,
thought.
put it in the Zayda.
James
You don't have
Webb
that.
as
You put
administrator,
it on the crossroads,
Joseph
give her a cup
Irwin,
of wine,
future
and you have somebody come from behind and
astronaut,
spear her.
Thomas Paine,
You don't have that.
deputy
Give her a handful of
Lynn
honeydew
Lenny,
sack and cumin,
light
and
director,
you put
Christopher
it with wine,
Kraft,
and you say, cumin's over. You don't have that.
mission
You
control
take
and
60
founder,
clean barrels,
James Van
and you
Allen,
smear it on there,
who
and you say,
said
cumin's over. You
originally
don't have that.
that
You
the
get something
radiation
called
belts
casino,
were
and you put it
100
in wine,
tons.
and you say, cumin's over. You don't excuse the noise.
Right?
If you don't have that,
Trudeau,
you take
Army intelligence,
bird or
and a
release a
couple of
books,
people as we
and in the
invest
winter,
all
you
over the
use
Navy
cotton
and CIA
rags, and in the
intelligence.
summer, you use linen rags to put it in. If you don't have that,
These were the people
dig
who
7
were
holes
there.
in the ground,
We
and you
verified
burn
that Johnson was
a
there.
vine from
We
Arla,
verified
and
that
you give her a
Robert
cup of
Ebeneger
wine,
was
and
there.
she stands up and sits down, and
List.
it's one of those
And
holes,
so
and you say,
this
"Kum
is
is over." You don't have that, you give her
incredible
fine flour,
information.
you put it, smear it on the bottom part of her body,
Little side note,
and you say, "Kum is over." You
if
don't have
you
that,
read
you
my
might have
book, I
an
go
acid
into
trip
great
everywhere.
detail
So you
about
take
how I
that,
was
and you
actually
burn the acid
kidnapped
test,
by
and
the CIA
in summer, you put
when
it
I
in
was
linen
at
rag,
the
and in
doorsteps
winter,
of
you
CNN to give them the
don't have that, you open up a barrel of wine for her, and she produces a lot of them all the time. You don't have that in the final one. You take one bottle of 5 and whips up a mule, a white mule,
the
and you
lab
hold
was
it for 1
broken
day.
into in the
It
middle of
stops
the
the
night,
placebo.
and all that
It goes 2
insane.
days,
Let's get to that.
Two days.
Even in a minute,
Hold
there's
it
too
2
much
days,
to
it
unpack.
stops the
We're
placebo.
going to get into another thing.
Jaundice, you
But
take
so
two of the
it
ingredients
was the
of
deathbed
Alexandria
confession.
sap and the alum
It
and
was
the
was
satin.
recorded, and then the house.
However, it has a really bad side effect. It causes
Seriously
sterility,
burned
it causes
Yeah.
to become upper.
So if you go to
You don't have that, it takes the
superhouse.com
fat
on
of
the homepage, I have
just
the
salt.
the eyewitness
And you cook the
testimony
rice.
of
You don't
the
have that,
son
you take
who was there describing his father's
You don't have
death.
that.
That
You
deathbed
use
confession.
choose a small bird called
So
the
he just died, but we have him
and
on
you see
videotape.
everybody go to
It's on the
the
homepage of my
bathhouse.
website. He says I live right across
basement there.
from
You go to
Canada
the
Air Force
bathhouse,
Base.
between a wall
My
and
father
another.
was chief of
You got
security
the
there.
Reverend says, there's another way
And my
to
father
deal with Jaundice.
hated
You
mine.
you take
Hated it.
the linen, the
And so he has, he was
of
a
somebody
man
that
of
has
truth. He
Jaundice,
said
but
this.
that person
That it
himself,
happened. He
wrap it up
described
in
what his
the
father
kind
told
of piece
him.
for about
That
the
for
and he's
weeks
healed.
they brought him
That doesn't work.
powder
You don't have
to
one.
simulate the lunar
You
surface.
take
They brought him the
3
module.
times,
They
3
painted the
million,
background.
3 pieces
You know,
of
that
persian
black.
bait
So
and
Apollo
3
1
pieces
was
wax that's
the
overflow from
first
honeycomb, and 3 pieces
scheduled
of red
manned
aloe,
mission
boil
to
it
the moon,
in
and those
heat.
3 people
You don't have that.
died in
You take
this
blood
accident.
with
And you're
the
saying
forehead
that
of
the
a very young
CIA
Jaundice. And you
was
take the head of the
there
Jaundice
to
face and you
tamper
put it in
with
something.
the
And
container
if you really
that
give off
essentially
blood,
kept
because
them
of
alive.
blood. You don't have that. You take
Pressure,
the head of a
pressurized
ram
oxygen.
that
Yeah,
was
all the
pickled
astronauts respected
and
Virgil's criticism
cook it in
of
beer. You don't have that. You take the head of a pig that has
But there was a
spots.
running joke
Here it,
saying they
you
didn't
put it
want
on
to
top
stand
of a
anywhere
person.
near him,
You don't have that.
because he gets
Middle
struck
row.
by lightning.
Mardu was
So
Arab,
because he
has
was so
Jaundice,
critical of
and he's
NASA,
sitting with the
everybody
gardener.
knew that.
That's the gardener.
If he had an
And he gave the gardener
accident
his
by
coat. And
himself,
once the gardener had his coat, he said, "Can I borrow your coat and sleep in it a little bit?" And he slept in
Billy
it.
killed 2
And he
other
woke up,
guys
the
along
coat
with him
just
to make it
crumbled
look
in
like
pieces
an accident.
from
And
of
according
Jaundice.
to his wife, he said
Wonderful
the CIA showed up the day before. It's, going into the space capsule. That the following day was a test, and he was burned alive inside of there with 2 other people. That fire was set by the CIA, according to his widow. They even have forensic proof that was the case. So, well, they have the record of the
Jaundice does
electrical
give you that. Now,
voltage
pushing
of
up
the
the
craft,
from
as it was consistent until right before the fire had dimmed down. So they believe some device was tapped into the electrical supply, was activated by radio remote control, and it siphoned off power that they can show a record of, and then it ignited a fire. They only would pressurize anything with enough percent oxygen, but they did on that occasion. They reversed the door. They found a pile of rags dipped in flammable oil underneath his seat. They targeted him in particular. in the event
very
they were
excited about the
able
community,
to
about
get out of the fire.
open
They
arms.
wanted it to
So
start
as long as
there.
they're local,
And the reason that they couldn't open the doors because the door was
when
reversed
the
and the
sugya
caps
of
was
different
pressured.
medicines that perhaps brought
Yeah,
down
so
the
they couldn't. It was a very lengthy
John
procedure
was
to open up the
out
door,
of
and they burned alive probably within
Alexandria Sap,
10 to 15
alum,
seconds.
and saffron.
And
Two out of those
there's
three
nothing they
Jewish
could do, and
guns.
it
The
would
only
look
problem
like
is
an
the very
accident,
slight
and
side
it would
effect
look
is
like they
called
didn't single him out
stability.
in particular.
So when I'm talking about
Versus,
the question
and it
is,
was
how
in a
what we're going
warning
to take that?
to,
The Mishnah says you can't take it on Shabbos, you can't take it all
Rothschild
week long.
with Michael Collins and Buzz
It says in
Aldrin,
the puzzle, I bring a
cooperate
karma,
Set
four
us
languages that
up
have
here.
the
Those
translation of an
ones.
animal, and the word
This
of
is the son of the man who committed homicide at Camden Air Force
one
Base,
wasn't talking about
who was present
One
during
of my
his
knowledge says
father's
the word
deathbed
is kind
confession.
of approval, but the
And he was the one who brought in the military police, and he solved their investigation, and he solved them when they asked his
drinking this
father,
potion,
why
even
did you kill
if
this
he's already
person?
up
And he
with
said
the
to
usher,
cover up the
because
landing
it's
fraud.
a serious
He's
after
going to
a
describe
serious,
what his father told him
even if
in
it's
great
not their red,
detail about how they
even if it's
prepared
taken jaundice,
two hangers to
with the
make it
usher,
look like a fake lunar
as
set.
if in their red, it's huge. Just like you say, that there's huge
My
opportunity,
birth given name
serious
is
opportunity.
Eugene Robin
He puts a
Akers.
big part about it, and he's not fearful.
I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out to what we're doing.
What's the shape? You're all
So I have
favored one
nothing
of
to
the
gain,
other, just like
nothing
the
to
Torah says by Ceros,
by
that
telling
you're
you
favored
what
on
I'm telling you.
catching, and then you're favored on cutting. So the Ceros have to see. An old man
A lot of
can't
what I
have
want to tell
children.
you is
Since
available
he
online
takes a portion
until they see
like
this
the
video.
able to,
And
and
I'm
he
sure
also
they'll start getting
to
screwed.
Cyrus. The Allah today is that you're allowed to cut off the crown
Anyway,
of the rooster, the violence of the rooster, even though
my
that was
father
causing
in
hysterics. The word is
1968
not
was
causing
stationed in
hysterics.
Canton Air
It's not a
Force Base
physical thing,
in
it's
New
a
Mexico.
psychological thing. You're
I
in this
made
crown,
notes
and
on my
you feel bad,
computer
and you feel depression, and therefore,
so that I wouldn't forget anything because there's a lot
it's
of
also to
little things and
take
stuff that I forget.
feel your feet on
So
Shabbos and
these notes
spit
were
it
made a
out.
long
But
time
when
ago.
you
The
swallow it,
original
that's
recording
the
that my
norm,
father made
and
on
therefore
his
it's
deathbed
mutter. You
was
let it take the trick, you let it take the bread, dip it in vinegar, and eat the bread. That's
destroyed in
normal.
a fire.
And as a side benefit,
So
Ophel,
this is my deathbed confession
Rabbi
because
initially tried to
now
make
I'm
a
dying
distinction
of cancer.
between dipping in or drinking vinegar
Cancer
before the meal,
all over the place.
and that's the norm. And drinking vinegar
So
after
they don't know where it's coming from.
called fight. Fight since it's looking before the meal, it's
But
looking
so
after
I'm
the
gonna go
meal.
ahead and make this video for
Find your
Clark's
side.
eyebrow.
You want to
You
make
know,
what
so
I
I'm doing anything with it
on Shabbos,
until
you're permitted to go to the mikvah. Why?
notification of my death,
Go to the
which my
it's
son
the body, so to speak.
will
But
respond
for
to
that to go
that.
to the mikvah, pull yourself down,
Okay.
and people won't know that
Like
you're
I
going.
said, in 1968,
But
my
if you
father
don't
was
have that,
stationed in Canton Air
you're not
Force
going to the
Base in
mikvah.
New
Pull
Mexico.
yourself down.
We lived in Clovis, New Mexico.
Go to the mikvah.
He was in the military police for over 20 years. And on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened.
It's
Where
not
I told you what happened.
therefore we must say
But it doesn't matter because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter if he's telling the story or whatever. I will also at the end of the video, I'll supply pictures of my father,
it's
his
terrible.
badge,
It's like smoking the eyes. It's like a
flag,
lazy person.
when they buried him, I'll show you
Tomorrow
some photos of my dad.
Unripe grapes. Or a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth. Yes, a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth is actually that's the mental procedure. Because the reason the people has a wound in his mouth, a
Oh,
heal,
let me come down, landing on the moon or walking around the world and stuff.
is pain in his loins. So us for him, he used vinegar and wine.
Anyway, I never
But sweeping out with oil, that's normal in those days. They used to north and south with oil. According to Tanakama,
tell my
you're a
dad
prince,
told me
you're
what he
like
told me on his
rose
deathbed.
oil.
And I started
Once
doing
princes are looking rose oil,
nothing
the
major,
all
nothing
tribes
just
are looking
surfing the
rose oil.
web. I
All
had
tribes
been
are considered princes, and we cannot distinguish between different groups of tribes.
And
In
all
order
that
to stop it,
information right there on the web,
Rav,
I mean, it verifies the
small
story.
passion, like it should. When it comes to
Good
this
detective
rose oil, Rav's the same thing as Shmuel. It's not the
be
same
able to mark up
as it should. Rav Shimon says that rose oil is looking anywhere and everywhere since a prince used it.
So,
Rav says in his
he
city
said about it.
that was the norm use rose oil, then everybody in his city is allowed to use rose oil. But other places not. With that we finish the Paris, finish Rothschild, now we go on to Paris. Even Charter, these are the nuts that you're not allowed to work Shabbos with your time.
To hide the purple
And
wells.
those rings there are two Nazis seen in history, the red one, the bullet, and that stays there forever. It's a permanent knot. That's also because it's Nayama, that's what they did. When they were tying the Urias of the Mishnah. Just like you're not allowed to tie knot, you're not allowed to undo a knot. So just when they undid knots, they came to the knots of the Kilaga. The boat has the same kind of thing. It has a small knot that stays there forever. And then you tie the longer rope to it. But every time you unknot, every time you move the camel, you undo that long rope. That rope is the bottom. The mayor says you can undo a rope with one hand, but not with two hands. You might remember something. What about you were tied, a tie knot, which you can undo with one hand, but on the other hand, no pun intended, it's a really tight knot. It's awesome. You might remember. There are some knots that are really with the people looking at knots that are here only for one day, such as a woman's shirt that they had was tied the right side, the left side, the left side, the right side. That has to be undone every day. I'm not going to say what the Kiddush is each and every one of these things. It's talking like a snoot that or you tie a shoe or a sandal or a belt or a bottle of wine or cover a pot. The Muslim Yaakov says they even made a knot to try to make sure an animal doesn't leave. And with that, having wonderful
trucks was uncreated. The lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed, high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for trauma, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, Dad was one of 3 guards. They guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. Here is that list, and I gave it to Bart Seibel as well. He checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edmund Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Ebenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. The only 2 that I really have information on is Robert Ebenegger. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense. So the dude, he did know him. Okay. The other one was Grant Norrie, R-R-E-Y, I believe. Was to the best of my dad's knowledge, was like some FBI, CIA, NSA, something like that. Okay, President Johnson only showed up for the first day of filming. Filming lasted for 3 days, and the entire project was restored to original. In other words, the hangars were all taken apart, sand was all removed, and so on and so forth. Dad said that there was a lot of building going on at the base, so at the time, sand and cement powder was never questioned. See how they could smuggle that all in and everything else that's going on. two I have dug up at, I already told you about the evidence for the moonlighting that I have found. If you go to Google and go to Cannon Air Force Base website, they admit that President Johnson was there. The lunar lander was there. The astronauts were there. I also have verified some of the people on the list were there. I also verified there are a lot of building going on in base just to see it totally. And all of this is going on at the same time, on the same day. Dad told me all these things, father to son. He also told me not there to tell anyone what he had said, but he said on his deathbed that he had to tell somebody before he died because it was just too important not to tell. I sure as hell wasn't going to tell anybody. Yeah, I feared for my wife and me and my son, and I'll tell you why. Ever since I contacted Rothschild, I think they may be listening to his phone once in a while. Because I never had any problems until I contacted him and told him my story. Now, people broke into my house 2 times. I was visited by men in black suits. I was told in no uncertain terms to drop this whole project, not to say anymore to anybody, or me and my wife and my son could disappear. You take that pretty literally after everything that's going on. Well, so I stopped contacting Bart, and now I'm making this video that I'm going to send to Bart. Mr. Cybrell, excuse me. Bart's my brother. Bart, my brother, and Jesus, okay? Bart, being a good friend that he is, called the police for me and told them about the break-ins. The 2 detectives that came out and everything questioned me and everything like that. I didn't give them any information. At the time, I thought it was a test from the guys in the black suits. I didn't see crap. So all that went away and everything. But definitely the 2 guys in the black suits were not the 2 detectives that came out to question me about the break-ins. But thanks, Bart. But no, I don't want any help. Just want somebody to pick up where I left off and be able to prove the information I've given. And I'm trying to get as much as I can because I know that once I die, I'm not going to be able to be asked any questions. So that's why I tried to give you a little backstory too. But that's about all I can think of. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying. I lifted the lid off my dad's case. And you can see his name is Cyrus Eugene Eggers. He was born on July 17th, 1933. He died on September 28th, 2002. Here's his badge. I want to see if I can get as close as possible so that you can read the numbers on the bottom, which are, okay, there it is. Zero 7596. 07596.
Don't do what I was saying.
Aaron Rabinowitz was on a flight to Eretz Yisrael, steigen away doing the daf. Very impressed with people that are learning while they're traveling. He says he can't wait to get to our base medrash after 14 days of quarantine. Brand new Mishnah. It says that if a person needs to tie his pail to draw water, he should use a belt. And he should not use a rope. We have to make it clear, even if it's a rope for a weaver, we will come and retrieve this rope, and we're not concerned with Shikayama. We still have to be concerned. Rabbi says, don't be concerned, don't make it zera. We can differentiate between a rope of a weaver and that of non-weaver. The Rabbi is Mechulga Rameir Dalad Mishnah. The mayor says, you can undo a tie with a knot with one hand. That's not a knot that's Shikayama. Rabbi says, no, it's depending whether it's indefinite or not. It's there for the long run that it's a Kesher Shikayama. It says in the Brisa that if the rope for the pail snap, it's also to make a knot. You can make a knot, you can make a slip knot. The Rebbe says no, a slip knot is considered a regular knot, and that is also. So what do? You use a belt and tie the two things together without a knot. Raj says that you could tie a cow to the trough with a rope meant for the weavers. And we're not concerned that he might undo one knot versus two. We'll take it back. A regular rope, you can only tie one knot. If it's already tied to the cow, you can tie it to the trough. If it's tied to the trough, you can tie it to the cow, but only one knot, not both, because you might leave one of them in forever. Going back to the loom, according to Shmuel, you're allowed to carry any part of the loom on Shabbos if you need it for Tzorah. Even the kavod el you cover the tachlin, which are the heavy beams on top and the bottom that you wrap the garbage around. According to Rabbi Yehuda, he wasn't so sure. They asked him, and he said yes. He says no, he wasn't sure. Rabbi Yehuda Levi says it's us. Why? To carry those heavy beams, carry other stuff, but not heavy beams, because even during the weekday, they're not meant to be carried around. The two beams that are on the side of the loom, of the woman's loom, the vertical loom, that are meant to be going to the ground, also take it on Shabbos, because when you take them out, you expose a hole. Now, to expose a hole in Shabbos is not a problem because the hole was there already beforehand. And we see that halacha when it comes to vegetables. If you have a vegetable in the ground that you put in when it was whole, and you're able to grab the vegetable without touching the ground, you want to pull the vegetable out. The concern is, since it's in your house, you might cover up the hole, and that's also because of fire. New Mishnah. You're allowed to fold clothing on Shabbos if it's for Shabbos, and there are 5 conditions. By folding the clothing, you'll be taking out creases. But if it's for that Shabbos, it's looking to do it over and over. The 5 different conditions are: it must be a brand new, it has to be new clothing, not old clothing, because that'll be too creasy. Only white clothing, not colored clothing, because again, too many creases. Provided you don't have another set of clothing, and you do it by yourself, not with your friend, because your friend and yourself will take out more creases. And that's to be for that Shabbos, that's to be mentioned. You're allowed to make your bed on Shabbos if you're going to use it that Shabbos. But you're not allowed to make your bed on Shabbos or after Shabbos. The next step, we're going to see more about halachas from Shabbos to Kippur and Kippur to Shabbos. If you don't have another set of clothing for Shabbos, you only have weekday clothing, you should undo your weekday clothing, make them longer like the wealthy people do, and it doesn't constitute guidance because everybody in the streets are doing it with covet. The beautiful puzzle from Rabbi that a lot of people say is Kiddush. If you we learn from the pasuk, if you that everything you do on Shabbos must be different than the weekday. So, even your clothing has to be unique and special for Shabbos. Your walk should look different. The Gemara says you should take wide steps more than I'm wide. Now, the wide step is also during the weekday as well because it's 4 or 5 months eyesight. When we make Kiddush Friday night, drinking the wine gives your eyesight back. Some people say you put that wine in your eyes. Nevertheless, if you have a really good reason to do so, you do so on the weekday, but not on Shabbos. According to Rabbuna, if you have a puddle in front of you, if you could leave one foot on one side and get to the other side without jumping, that's okay. It says Rabbi, what should you do? Go around the puddle, you're creating more different Shabbos. Go into the puddle, it might wet your clothing, you'll do speed, that's awesome. Jump over the puddle is preferable. Continue with the pasuk. Do things for L'Shem Shemayim, for a mitzvah like shidduchim, or discuss how much stuff you're going to give. That's allowed on Shabbos, but not business. Your talking on Shabbos should be different than the talking on weekend. Places points out in Shalom that you should lessen the amount of words that you say. Like the Shabbat called his mother Shabbos, which is quiet. Nevertheless, let think about business in your mind. Gemara tells us that dirt is very unhealthy. It's serious uncommon. Since our forefathers died in Galus and we don't know where they're buried, and also some people say all the shvatzim were Muslim from the Mabel are all over Babel. Therefore, you shouldn't do the dirt. Yet, the problem is that everything became disintegrated. It's not there. Nevertheless, there's constant comments that it's unhealthy, like somebody wants to play, and then he ate cress, and the cress grew his stomach to the point it hit his heart, and Naomi tells Rus, we're going to go into a bunch of psukim about Rus. She tells Rus, bathe yourself, anoint yourself, and then put on your clothing. Obviously, she has to put clothing on. What she meant to say is, put on your beauty Shabbos before you meet Boaz. Gemara says, referring to Rus and Shmuel. They were told things that exactly they were told with a slight variation. Rus listened to everything that Naomi said, but in a different order. She didn't bathe and then go down to the garden. She went down to the garden to the field, and only afterwards she bathed. She didn't want people to think that she was there. Shmuel and Naomi heard voices. He thought it was Aiden. He went ahead and said, "Are you calling me?" Aiden realized after a couple of times that it was a Baruch Hu and a Medua. So he called Shmuel, lay down in bed, and when you hear a Baruch Hu calling your name, say Daber Hashem. Shmuel changed it. He said Daber. You don't want to say Hashem's name just in case it was in vain. Boaz says, Lemia Naro. Boaz look at women. The answer is that Boaz noticed that she knew these halachas. She was very smart. When she was picking up the grain off the floor, she was only picking up ones that were 2, not 3, like the halacha said. Or he saw that she was in Sinua. When she was picking the ones that were upright, she stood up. But when she was picking the ones that were laying down, she sat down on the floor not to expose her feet. When he noticed that Arba left and Rus stuck around and she was Baba in Nami, then he realized that she's becoming a Gyaris for the real reasons, and therefore he was able to marry her. Boaz said to her, Boishi Halayim, which is a very rare word. And he was around to her, just like David Melch said the word Halayim, that you will have descendants, David, Shlomo, etc. Dunk your bread into vinegar. He was hinting that you'll have descendants that were showing Menashe, who was in the Chelik Roy Mabah, who caused the Kurban Abayit. He put her on the other side of the table, the question in between them, to say that eventually Malchus with David is going to split. But he told Akali, in the Gemara, David HaMelech accumulated wealth, Shlomo HaMelech had enough, and Chizkiah had too much. Some say it was Rabbi who had too much. In other words, he was so wealthy, Rabbi, that even his stableman had more wealth than the king. Samcheir, the Gemara said, the Torah tells us that Samcheir's 180,000 soldiers died. They were consumed by fire. Machlokes, whether they consumed, their body was consumed by fire, and their clothing remained as is, or it means that the neshama was consumed. Machlokes had to learn exactly that their body was consumed. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Av Kufidal, today's email picture comes from Montreal, Canada. This is Moshe after it says Moshe loves learning because of you hearing his drilling away and watching the shir at the same time. He's a 30-year-old buffer who watches the shir on Zoom every single morning. You should go Mikhail El Chayil. Gemara tells us that the Baruch will appreciate when you change your clothing for him. For instance, when the Kohen takes out the desha, the ashes, and he gets dirty, when he goes back into the microwave carbon and he's made out, he should change his clothing. And we learn from here there if somebody's making a nice dish, but he gets the aroma, the nice kugel flavor from the dish, you shouldn't go pour wine for his regular same clothing, you should change up his clothing. It's a bizarre for a non-chacham to walk around with shoes that need 2 patches. 1 patch is okay. The famous Gemara Rabbi says, who has a stain, a 3 stain on his outer clothing, this guy said the Gemara directly from the word misanai. It's also to make somebody else hate Torah. And people are going to say, look at that guy, he learns Torah, this is what he looks like. Ravina adds, and he says, not only the outer clothing, but also the inner clothing that are not so noticeable, if they have a stain of Shishma Zera, also chayiv misa. Ravina says, when it was written Ishayo, you should go naked and barefoot. It wasn't literally. What it meant is you should go with tattered clothing and shoes that have attachments. We know that when you put something in the mikvah, if it has something on it, it's chaytzeit. It's not a good tefillah if you are makbid, if you care about it. So when it comes to clothing, If you have a stain on the clothing, according to one man, only if the stain goes through and through, penetrates to the other side, then you care about it, then you send it to the cleaners, then it's considered a chatzitza. Rabbi Yehuda, the name of Rabbi Shmuel, says, even on one side, the Gemara says, what Rabbi Shmuel means is holding up banai. So one shot banai means the one that built the world. Al tikri banai elaboinai. How many chachamim who built the world? Those, like we just said, have been on stains that are on the outer of the clothing. Shlomo says, what we're talking about, banai is not necessarily chachamim. Rather, we're talking about a type of clothing. It's clothing for the VIP, the nice towel that they give out in the Rothschild hotels. They are white and they have a small stain. People are maked and they wash them immediately. Rabbi Yanai told his son, don't bury me in white tafrikim. What if I was not zonich and I'll be in Gehenna, Chaz V'Shalom, and over there everybody's charcoal black? I'll stick out. And don't put me in black clothing because perhaps I'll make it and then everybody's in white. So put me in these clothing that Rothschild was talking about, the yarn, which are basically red. Yanai was talking about the outer clothing. People see visible. And Rothschild was talking about an inner one. A couple of halachas regarding Kamid Muhammad, the Rebbe says, we know that when somebody loses an object, he has to give simanim to retrieve it. But a Talmid Chacham, he doesn't need simanim. If he says he recognizes it, he gives it back to him. But that's only Talmid Chacham. He cares about inside out, doesn't wear his clothing with the seams on the outside. But a Talmid Chacham that wears his clothing inside out doesn't have this halacha of Tfilas Chayim. If a Talmid Chacham knows what the stuff inside out, he asks him halachas, he knows. He can be a rub on that community. If he knows in all of Torah and all of Shas halachas, you ask him any halach, he knows, even if it's Kala, he could be with Hamas al Tzibur, he could be the leader of Klal Yisrael, the Rosh Hashanah. Even though Chacham leaves his business in order to be placing in Kefs Shemayim, the community must support him. But the bare minimum, the necessities. Torah says, Oylas Shabbos v'Shabbatot. You should bring the carbon oil on Shabbos. Now, the second word Shabbat is extra. It's a reboot, but it also has a meal. It's an exclusion as well because of the vav. So Mishmol learns two things. First of all, that Mishmol holds Shabbos as more usually than Yom Kippur. Therefore, if you have leftover carbon chalavim from Shabbos, you can put them on the Mizbeach on Yom Kippur if Yom Kippur falls out on Sunday. From the vav, the meal, you learn that if the reverse is true, if Yom Kippur fell out on Friday, you find a mission Yom Kippur can fall out on Friday or on Sunday. You cannot put the chalavim on the Mizbeach on Shabbos. There are people who hold that Yom Kippur and Shabbos have the same kedusha, and the pasuk is not talking about Shabbos and Kippur, rather the pasuk is talking about Shabbos and Yom Kippur. If Shabbos falls out before Yom Kippur, in other words, Yom Kippur falls out on Sunday, you can put the chalavim on the Mizbeach. Rabbi Shmuel has a complaint. Shmuel says, if a person agreed his own private Mizbeach carbon on Yom Kippur, we accept from him, so certainly you can take a Kodesh Baruch Hu's carbon that he told you to make on Shabbos and you have left over and put it on the Mizbeach. But Rabbi Kiva doesn't hold that a person can bring his own Mizbeach, therefore he uses the pasuk for Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, which fell on Motzei Shabbos, according to everybody, you don't do Abdullah, it's the same kedusha. If Yom Kippur fell on Erev Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva, you don't blow the shofar because there's no additional kedusha. There's nothing to tell us to be careful with. According to Rabbi Shmuel, if Yom Kippur falls out on Erev Shabbos, we do blow the shofar to tell people that there's a difference between the kedusha of Shabbos and the kedusha of Yom Kippur, and that's only important for another year when Shabbos falls out before Yom Kippur to know that we can take the chalavim and put them on the Mizbeach. Rabbi says there's no need to blow the shofar and let the Kohanim know this. There's a concept called Kohanim's reason. Kohanim are very careful with mitzvahs, so there's no reason to blow the shofar. The fact that in the Beis Hamikdash they blow the shofar an additional 6 times on every Friday to tell people, hey, it's so much Shabbos. What about the fact that the Kohanim are reason? We must say that that blowing of the shofar is not for the Kohanim. That's for the Israel and for the Levim. The people that live in Yerushalayim. Just like we say that Pilmei HaMalkash donated a beautiful gold menorah so that the sun should shine on it and people should know when to say Kriya Shema. Now the problem is that Kohanim say Kriya Shema way before them. You had the Mikvah in order to be Rabbi Kivanis. So we have to say Abai says that it's for everybody else in Yerushalayim, not for the Kohanim. There's a concept called Knivas Yerek, and that is peeling the bad leaves off a vegetable, which is also to do on Shabbos. Mutter to do on Yom Kippur because that increases that nefesh, the fasting, you're thinking about food, and that's good to increase that pain. Yet, if Yom Kippur falls out on Erev Shabbos, you don't blow the shofar to tell people, hey, you're permitted to do Knivas Yerek. And the reason is, and And the same thing would be that if Yom Tov falls out on Motzei Shabbos, you don't blow the shofar after nightfall to tell people, oh, you're permitted to shecht animals now and do malach for Yom Tov. Rabbi Yosef says, why? Because we don't break halacha, that is to blow a shofar, in order to allow people to do things. We blow shofar in order to tell people don't do halacha. Rav Shesha has a hard shot here. It doesn't really fit into the halacha of telling people to blow shofar Yom Tov. Therefore, the Gemara is Rav Shesha says, since this halacha is not important for this year, it's important for next year. So that's why we don't blow the shofar. But this halacha of shefting tonight on Yom Tov is this year, therefore it doesn't really fit. What happens if Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos itself? You can clean the Sierra. Machlokes. Ramona says it's also because we learn out from the word Shabbosin. We know that you can't do 39 malachas because it says Leisas malachas. So obviously the word Shabbosin, if you should rest, it's going to tell us this kind of clean the Sierra. On the other hand, Rabbi says you are permitted to. What about the word Shabbosin? It comes to say that in addition to the 39 malachas, you're also over every time on a Naseh. The word tells us that Rabbi's family, they did on a regular Yom Kippur, they were peeling the pumpkin. But before Mincha, the allowed time, Rabbi was concerned that they wouldn't listen to him. So he made up a story and he said he just received a letter from Rabbi from Yisrael that you're not allowed to keep the Seder. Even though we just said in written hold, you're allowed to keep the Seder. Wonderful day. Shabbos that moves to the spot, today's email comes to us as a response from Eliezer Kessler from Houston, Texas. He's distinguished from mentioning his wife's Tanakh Yomi program and since then over 100 participants. And when he was speaking to Yosef Biliak, the one in charge of sending out the Eiffel Daf, Yosef told him that we have over 46 groups, and he does the math. 46 groups times 46 people, that's 11,776 people that Yosef sends out. Which is true. Chazli Hashem, we have well over 15,000 people that receive the Daf from our app, from our website, from YouTube, from All Daf, from Torah Anytime, and other things from Chesed Hashem, Baruch Hashem, and Millis Bracha. We have a brand new parak today, which is parak Kol Kismet, which discusses what are you permitted to say in case of a fire up. Says the Mishnah, what if somebody's saving a Sifrei Kodesh, Tanakh, Torah, and even Ksubim? If they are written in Lashon HaKodesh, obviously you can save them. Even Ksubim, which you're not permitted to learn on Shabbos, there's a Zera in the time of the Mishnah, because people love to learn Mishlei, Keheles, and they would refrain from going to the brushes from Shul to learn Halacha. So they said, even so, you can save Ksubim. If they were written in other languages, according to the Manda Omer that says you are permitted to write Sifrei Kodesh in other languages like English and Art School Torah, permitted to save. Obviously, you have to save because that's Kedusha. But according to Manda Omer, that's also to write. We have a Machlokes, Rabbi Rav Chisda, and both Rabbi Rav Chisda have Tanaim that say like this. But both Rabbi Rav Chisda have to amend and edit our Mishnah, as you can see in the red words. Rav Chisda fits in better, so to speak, in the Mishnah. It's in the pashas of the Mishnah that you can save Sifrei Torah that were written in other languages. And he has a price that says, like it says that Sifrei Torah were written, or Tanakh was written in the language of Giftis, Madis, Ifris, to save it because of the design of the Kedusha. What we have to amend is the end of the Mishnah, which talks about Misa. The question is, if you can save a Sifrei Torah from a fire and carry it, that should be advice and go through the whole careful carrying. Certainly during the weekday, should bury a Sifrei Torah like that. So we have to say that what the Mishnah means is even if a Sifrei Torah was decomposed, wrecked, that's the finish that you bury that as well. Rav Huna says you don't say it, and he has it on the Omar Rabbi Yossi, who goes like the Tanakh Rabbi Yossi, that holds that you're not allowed to translate Tanakh into other languages, and therefore if you do, you don't say it. The Mishnah says, nevertheless, if somebody did translate it, you should bury it in kindness. That's it. Like the story with Abba Falafta, who told Rabbi Gamliel was the grandson of Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken. He was also the grandfather of Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, the author of the Mishnah. And he told Gamliel, you must bury your Eoiv that has a translation in Aramaic. Translated in Aramaic. Just like your grandfather, Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken, he told somebody to bury Eoiv on Harabais. And what the person did was, there was a builder over there that was building the stone, and put it underneath the stone. The Gemara says, another sheet, according to Yossi Yehuda, you have to destroy it. What happened was, you put these layers. Says Rabbi, Gamliel's grandson. It doesn't make sense. First of all, there's no clay. Our guys weren't using clay. Second of all, how could you destroy it with your own hands? What you do is you put it in an open field and let it decompose on its own. To write a siddur, which was also in the time of the Gemara, to write Shemon Esrei, to write brachas that have Hashem's name, that have Pesukim, etc. Pesukim that Rashi brings down, that are brought in Tameis, Hashem's name. Fire comes, what do? You don't save it. You let Hashem's name burn. That's where the saying comes. If you write down brachas, you're like burning the Torah, because in case there's a fire in Shabbos, you won't be able to save it. Gemara does a story. There's a person that would write down these brachas. He wrote down Siddur, and he told Shmuel. Shmuel went to check it out himself. As Shmuel was climbing up the ladder, the person heard somebody coming. He realized what's going on. He grabbed a bunch of these Siddur, these brachas, and put it in a pail of water to raise Hashem's name. It says in Shmuel, the Avera they try to sound like it's not greater. If a person goes to see the Torah, it's not going to last.
Let's give the government more
Rabbi wouldn't want to say logically. You don't say specific Torah. However, there's a Mephorash of Raisa that says, you do say it. Raisa says, listen, you can all Tanakh and Megillas Esther. Megillas Esther has to be written by Shuris and Moshe Kodesh on parchment with kosher ink. Meaning, other smart don't have to be written with kosher ink in order to be chayiv, to be matzah. You're matzah, you say, even without kosher ink. And therefore, Rabbi Baruch, even though logically it didn't make sense to him, he had to give in to a Mephorash of Raisa. Let's say the Torah, that all the ink fell off. It's left with one Shem Hashem, one Askara, you have to save it. If it has less than 85 letters, you don't save it. 85, the significance of 85, that's a partial by Yidin Sayahara. Garsa Dusa are two words in the Torah that are in Aramaic. If somebody translates those words, or in the being Surah, translates from Aramaic to Hebrew, those words and letters are mistarred and combined to the 85 necessary to save the Torah. Rabbi says that 85 letters have to be in one place. Rabbi says they could be scattered throughout the entire Torah. Rabbi explains the resident says that if the Sefer Torah is decomposing and you could gather 85 letters from all over, you have to say it. So Rabbi is going to explain